What if Deku was betrayed by love?
And used heartbreak to awaken new strength?
This is a new beginning.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Was Cheated by Uraraka Arose as a new hero movie. Before we start, please go support K-Is for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Izuku Midoriya is a UA student who, after starting the second year of Heroes after 3 months, would have a relationship with a person, but this person would betray him, leaving him in a deep bacio. But not everything would be like that, since a brunette would make our green-haired boy recover everything he lost along with 2 of his friends. Betrayal. It was a day like any other at UA, classes had ended and the classrooms were empty, but one peculiar thing was that green-haired man cleaning the classroom since Professor Aizawa had asked him to. Deku? Okay, I'm almost done cleaning. Looking at the clock, he realizes that it is already late and it was about to get dark. Deku? Wow, time flies, I'll have to hurry or the night will catch me. The green-haired boy would finish cleaning the classroom and head to the High Alliance rooms. Exhausted from the hard day's work, he went to his room, and it wouldn't be until the next day that he would wake up, so when the alarm clock rang, the green-haired boy would wake up from a long sleep. Deku? Yawning, it seems like I fell asleep. Hahaha, well, it's already daylight and classes are about to start. So our green-haired boy would do his daily routine before going to UA. First he would take a bath, then he would change his clothes and put on his uniform, and finally he would go to breakfast. Going to the dormitory living room, he would meet some classmates. Among them would be our bicolor Shoto, the brunette Momo, and our redhead Kirishima. Deku? Good morning guys, it seems you got up very early. Haha. Shoto? Good morning Midoriya-kun. Momo? Good morning Midoriya Izuku. Kirishima? Good morning Izuku. Shoto? It seems you also woke up too early, Midoriya-kun. Deku? Well, I was planning on going to visit Almight. Momo? And why do you want to go visit him? Kirishima? Right, why do you want to visit him? Deku? Well, I wanted to ask you something very personal. Shoto? I understand, well, I won't interfere in matters that aren't mine anymore. Momo? Interesting, but I think the same as Todoroki-kun. Kirishima? Well, who's hungry? So the 4 of them had breakfast together, time passed, and the whole class was already ready to go to the UA, but that green-haired guy had left a little earlier. Uraraka? No vio ami Deku-kun. Kirishima? Ah, that's it, he said he had to see All Might and that's why he left early. Uraraka? I see, well I guess I'll see him in class. Ida? Everyone please walk and without any distractions, let's go to the UA. Bakugo? Don't give me orders, 4 eyes. Kirishima? Calm down Bakugo. Bakugo? Don't tell me to calm down, shark teeth. Momo? Okay, everyone calm down. Let's go to the UA. So all the students would go to UA, while Midoriya met with All Might. Deku? All Might, I had that dream again, I saw all the one for all carriers again. All Might? And this time with which carrier was it? Deku? It was with the 7th carrier Nana Shimura. Flashback. Deku? W, where am I? Nana? Hola Izuku Midoriya. Deku? It can't be you, you're Nana Shimura, the 7th bearer of One for All. Nana? How are you, boy? Deku? I'm fine, but why am I here? Nana? Well, this time you are here because very soon you will awaken my levitation quirk. Previously you had already awakened the quirk of the 5th bearer Dagoro Banjo. Deku? Are you saying that I will awaken your quirk? Nana? You're right, boy. Well, it's time to wake up. Bye Izuku. We'll see each other again. End of flashback. Then the green-haired boy would stay to talk and ask All Might for advice to be able to master One for All even more. The bell to enter classes would ring. All Might? Young Midoriya, classes are about to begin, you must go to your classes. Deku? Yes. Our green-haired boy would say goodbye to All Might and head to his classroom where all his other classmates would already be inside. Kirishima? Oh, but it's Deku, wow you took too long. Deku? Sorry, I was too busy with All Might. Uraraka? Honey hugging Deku, where have you been? I wanted to see you, haha. Deku? I was with All Might. Ida? Midoriya-kun, you're finally here. Deku? Yes hahaha, I barely had time to get there. Ectoplasm sensei would enter the classroom to teach his class and successively the other teachers until finally Aizawa sensei arrived. Aizawa? Okay guys, I want everyone to take their hero costumes. Today there is training. I'll see you in 10 minutes at the gym. All? Yes. Everyone would go for their hero costumes and head to the gym where Aizawa, Ectoplasm, Minot and Cements would be waiting for them. Aizawa? Okay guys, this training consists of seeing how capable you are of reacting quickly to surprise attacks, so the gym will be dark, okay? All? Yes. Ectoplasm? We also want to see how much they have progressed since being in UA. Line it. Remember that any false move would end in defeat. Cement. The battlefield will be full of obstacles, whether it be walls, rocks or mountains of cement, so be careful. And so businesswoman the training everyone was alert of the teacher's attacks, but for Tokoyami it would be easy, since with Dark Shadow he could see freely in the dark, for Mineta it would be a nightmare, since he would only be hiding under rubble. Momo created night vision goggles, Jiro could listen through walls and predict where they were, Deku with his black whips would protect himself from any attack, and successively the rest of the students managed to protect themselves. The training ended and the lights came back on. Izawa. You did well guys, that's all for today, you can leave. All? Yes. Jiro. Has anyone seen Uraraka and Iida? Sai. I haven't seen them since we started training. Hiroshima, Todoroki and Momo would also wonder where they were, the other classmates didn't say anything for some reason. Deku. I'll go look for them, they shouldn't be far away. So Deku would leave the gym to look for his girlfriend and his best friend. Deku. Where have they gone? I can't find them. A strange noise was heard behind the Heights Alliance building, so Deku would be curious to see what that noise was. Deku. I think I'll go investigate that strange noise. But to his surprise it was his girlfriend and his best friend having hex, so our green-haired boy would be surprised and would go blank, he didn't know what to do at that moment. Iida. Deku is an idiot to think you loved him. Uraraka. Yes, the truth is that it was easy to deceive that idiot moaning Iida-kun, you are too good. Iida. I always leave you without energy so enjoy. Neither of them realized that the green-haired boy was watching them and they continued with their own thing on the other side. Deku was devastated to see that scene that his girlfriend betrayed him with his best friend was too cruel, he didn't know what to do so he just bowed his head and left. The happy and kind face that he always had was no longer noticeable and now it was a sad devastated face. He didn't know what to think, so he just went inside the Heights Alliance and went to his room, but on the way he would meet Momo, but she just passed by. The brunette noticed something strange in him, so she decided to leave him alone for the moment. Feelings. The green-haired man would enter his room and lie down on his bed devastated by what he saw. The brunette stayed in the hallway, thinking why the green-haired man looked strange. She decided to leave him alone, but she couldn't stop thinking about it, so she decided to go to the green-haired man's room. Momo. Knocking on the door. Midoriya-kun, are you awake? The green-haired boy would be surprised. Upon hearing Momo's voice, he would quickly get up and open the door. Deku. Good night Yaoi Rosu-san. Momo. Good night Midoriya-kun, in the hallway I saw you a little strange and I thought something was wrong with you. The green-haired man wouldn't know what to say, so he responded with a smile on his face. Deku. I'm fine haha, but it's too late, don't you think? Momo. Honestly, yes, I didn't realize haha. Deku. If you want, I can accompany you to your room. I can't risk anything happening to you. Mineta might be around there. Momo. Yes, that's true, it's fine. So the green-haired man would accompany the brunette to her room, but in the hallways the green-haired man would look a little depressed. Momo. Midoriya-kun, are you really okay? The green-haired man would answer with a smile on his face. Deku. Of course haha. And time passed until they arrived at the brunette's room. Deku. Well, I think I'm leaving. Rest, Yaoi Rosu-san. Momo. Thanks, you rest too, Mido Izuku. The green-haired boy would say goodbye to the brunette, turn around and return to his room. The night passed and a new day would be at the UA. The sun rising, our green-haired boy would wake up and just look at the ceiling thinking. Deku. Now what am I going to do? I have to pretend like yesterday with Momo. Our green-haired boy would get out of bed and do his usual routine, then go down to the recreation room where he would meet all his classmates. He would only greet them good morning and leave, but this was interrupted by Uraraka, who for him obviously was nothing anymore. Uraraka. Honey, where are you going in such a hurry? Classes haven't started yet. Deku. I have to go somewhere first, well, bye. Finally the green-haired boy would leave the room and head to the gym, where he would unleash a bit of his anger upon seeing how Uraraka spoke to him so normally. Deku. Crying, how can you act like that after betraying me? The bell for class would ring and the haired boy would know that he had to hurry or he would be late. Deku. Wiping away tears, well, I have to go to class, I'll have to be strong. The green-haired boy would leave the gym and head to his classroom. He opened the door and all his classmates would be inside, so he would greet them just as they would greet the green-haired boy Uraraka. When he saw him enter he would run towards him to hug him, but deep down Deku was already a little disgusted because he only responded with a smile. Uraraka. You finally arrived, darling. Deku. Yes, haha. Izawa would enter the classroom and everyone would take their respective seats. Izawa. Good guys, today we will have team fights, but I'm letting you know that I will form the teams, so put on your sports uniforms and I'll wait for you at the gym in 10 minutes. All? Yes. The green-haired man would approach Aizawa to ask him to please fight alone. Aizawa would be surprised and would ask him why, to which the green-haired man only answered. Deku. I don't want to hurt anyone on my team. Aizawa didn't understand it, but he accepted. Then everyone went to change and in a little while they would all be where Aizawa-sensei would be waiting for them. Aizawa-sensei. Well, it seems everyone is here. Almight would make an appearance to see these fights and to see the green-haired man's fight. Aizawa-sensei. Well, in this table I will show you the corresponding teams to which you were assigned. First, the women's team was shown, in which the first team would be composed of Momo, Jiro and Tsuyu, and the second would be made up of Uraraka, Mina and Hagakure, so Aizawa-sensei would speak. Aizawa. Well, first the women will fight, therefore the men will stay watching. They will have 2 minutes to agree to see who will fight first, who will be the second and finally the third. On Momo's team, Tsuyu would fight first, then Jiro, and finally Momo. On Uraraka's team, Hagakure would fight first, then Mina, and finally Uraraka. Aizawa. Well, time is up, everyone goes to their places. Both the teacher and the boys would be in the stands while the girls would be on the battlefield. Momo. Tsuyu, do your best. Tsuyu. Claro, Momo-san. Jiro. Tsuyu, you can finish her off. Tsuyu. See. On the opposite side of the battlefield would be the Uraraka team. Uraraka. Hagakure, you can do it, cheer up. Hagakure. See. Mina. You are the best, Hagakure. Hagakure. Always haha. That last thing I would say with a bit of sarcasm. Both girls would walk to the battlefield where they would meet face to face. Tsuyu. May the best Hagakure win. Hagakure. Por supuesto. Both would shake hands, then turn around and then take their battle poses. Aizawa. Remember, this is a battle, so you can unleash all your power. May the best one win. But those words, Aizawa-sensei would consider the battle worthwhile. Aizawa. Imprisoned. Both girls would run forward to hit each other, thus colliding fist to fist. Both girls would look at each other, leaving everyone surprised. Tsuyu. T-Derator. Hagakure. No, yo T-Derator. Thus the battle would begin between two strong girls from Class 2 of the UA. Shortly after the fight began, Tsuyu Asui would be the winner of the first fight. Aizawa. End of the fight, Tsuyu Asui is the winner. The next encounter would be between Jiro and Mina. The battle would begin, but meanwhile in another scene we can see a certain brunette looking at that green-haired man in the stands, with her face lowered a little away from her companions. Tsuyu would touch Momo's arm. Tsuyu. Momo, are you okay? Kiro. Momo. Of course Tsuyu, it's Izuku I'm worried about. The green-haired girl would look at Izuku, seeing him with her head bowed. Tsuyu. But I see it as normal, it seems like he is analyzing the battles. Momo. He may look normal, but I know he's feeling bad. Tsuyu. Then why don't you go with him and cheer him up? After all, he is the boy you like. The brunette would blush, covering the frog's mouth. Momo. Shoo. Tsuyu, that's a secret, only you know it, just like I know that you like Shoto. The little frog would turn red and cover her face, but she would ask the brunette how she fell in love with a green-haired boy, to which Momo would tell her. Momo. Well, you see. A few months ago. Shibuya, Tokyo. Class 2 was doing surveillance in the surroundings of the Shibuya district. The day would be normal, the people calm, the class had been divided. In the distance an explosion would be heard where a villain had stolen more than 10 million yen. Near that place was the brunette, so she quickly went to the scene of the events. Momo. Everyone is fine, I'm the creative heroine. Civilians. Yes, a villain just escaped with the bank's money and went south. Momo. Okay, I'll send support to come and help them. Thus the brunette would begin the pursuit of the villain. A few meters from the villain, Momo created a stun grenade and threw it at the villain, who would be stunned and bring his hands to his head. Villain. What the hell just happened? Momo. Villain leaves the money on the floor and face down now. The villain would leave the audition and answer the brunette. Villain. Ha 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 ha, as if I were going to do that, you damn brat, you better come with me, I'll make you have a lot of fun. Momo. Damn scum. The brunette would throw a smoke grenade at him, but the villain would dodge it. Villain. Now you've made me angry, I'll give you what you deserve, brat. Momo. Go ahead. The villain would run towards Momo, but the brunette would dodge him. The villain would activate his quirk, taking out 2 machine guns from his arms, and this businesswoman would shoot, so the brunette would create a shield. Villain. Don't even think that shield will protect you forever. The villain kept shooting until he ran out of bullets. Momo reacted quickly, so he created a stun gun and would shoot the villain, but it would not be effective since the villain had strong muscles. Villain. That just tickled me. The villain would recover his energy and would take out his machine guns again and start shooting everywhere. Momo created a smoke grenade and threw it so that the villain would lose some vision and so the civilians who were there would run away. Momo. Everyone please get away from this area quickly. The civilians would obey and the area would be evacuated, the smoke would disperse revealing the villain, the jet would create a large steel tube to hit the villain, but this would have no effect. Villain. I told you nothing will hurt me, silly girl. Taking her by the arm the villain would lift the brunette. Momo. Maybe my previous attacks didn't work, but this one did. Momo would throw pepper spray in the villain's eyes, leaving him a little blind making him release Momo. The brunette knew that she was against a strong opponent, so she knew that she couldn't do it alone, so she took out her phone and sent her location to see if anyone was nearby, but no one responded. Momo. Please someone answer. Villain. Enough of the game. The villain would run towards the brunette making her fly through the air making her crash into a car. The villain would run again towards the brunette and doing the same thing only this time she would crash into a wall. The villain took the brunette by the arm turning her around. Momo couldn't take it anymore, she had no energy. The villain threw her back onto the pavement, making Momo bounce. A little Momo would ask for help. Momo. Please someone come help me for. The villain would take the brunette by the face. Villain. This is as far as you go, this will be your end. The villain would take out a small machine gun from his wrist pointing at the brunette. Momo only shed tears and could only scream. Momo. Please someone save me. At that moment a green flash would be seen hitting the villain in the face, sending him flying to the other corner of the street. Momo opened her eyes to her surprise and saw the green-haired man holding her in his arms. Deku. Sorry Rozu for being late, now rest, I'll take care of it. The green-haired man would leave her on the ground and standing in front of her, would take his battle pose. The villain would run again, but this time towards Izuku. The green-haired man activating his one for all at 20% would hit the villain full on. Momo would watch as the green-haired man would save her life, making a feeling of love for the green-haired man grow inside her. Meanwhile the fight continued, Deku throwing punches and kicks at the villain, not letting him attack. Deku. This will be your villainous end, one for all full cal 20% St. Louis smash. Deku would hit the villain, leaving him out of combat, then the police arrived who would arrest the villain. Deku on the other hand, would be with the brunette. The green-haired man would carry her in his arms taking her to the nearest hospital. The brunette would only sleep in the green-haired man's arms. Shortly after, Deku would give the notice to his teacher and the principal. They would arrive later at the hospital. Izawa. Deku como si creati. Deku. She's fine, she just needs to rest. Nezu. Good thing you were there at the right time, kid. For now, we just have to wait for creative release. Hours passed and Creati finally woke up seeing how that green-haired boy would be by his side. Deku, seeing the brunette wake up, shed some tears of joy. Deku. Shedding a tear and smiling, what a relief that you will wake up. Momo. A little sore where am I? Deku. We are in a creative hospital. The jet would remember everything and would get up. Momo. What happened to the villain? How are the civilians? Deku. Calm down Yaoi Rozu, everyone is fine. If you hadn't been there at that moment, everyone would have been hurt, but it was thanks to you that they were saved. Deku would give a smile to the brunette, she would blush. Momo. What a relief, everyone was saved. Deku. Of course, but it's time to go. We have to return to the academy. The teacher is waiting for us. Momo. Yes, let's go. So our green-haired man would save the brunette and awaken a feeling within the brunette. Current time. Momo. And that's how it happened, Sai. Sai. I see, so Midoriya-kun saved you Kiro. Momo. That's right, and now I want to help him like he helped me. Sai. I know you can Momo Kiro. Momo. Thank you. Returning to the fight, Jiru had the advantage. Mina no longer had any energy and she was completely stunned. She didn't know what to do, so she fell to the ground, losing her footing. Aizawa would end the battle. Aizawa. Findala Batala, La Ganadora S Kayaka Jiru. Jiru would help Mina get up and take her to her seat. The purple-haired girl would turn around and head towards her companions. Momo. Good job Kayaka. Jiru, thanks Momo. Toyu. Good fight Jiru-chan Kiro. Jiru. Thank you Tsayu. Aizawa would give notice that the last fight would begin. Aizawa. Okay, the last participants to the battlefield. On the side of the Momo team. Tsayu. Momo, do your best Kiro. Momo. Claro Tsayu. Jiru. You can do it, friend. Momo. Yes. On the side of the Uraraka team. Mina. Uraraka, you have to win this fight. Uraraka. I'll give my best. Hagakure. You can Uraraka. Uraraka. Claro Hagakure. Thus both girls would walk towards the battlefield where they would stand face to face. Aizawa would start the fight. Aizawa. Begin. Rage. Both girls would stare at each other with a sharp look, so both girls would start walking and then run towards each other. Uraraka would use her quirk on her to have better mobility. Momo, for her part, would create a steel bar to hit the brunette, but Uraraka would dodge it. Then she wanted to take the brunette to make her float, but Momo was smart and dodged it masterfully, this thanks to the fact that the brunette previously saw the green-haired man train. The brunette would create another bar, but this time heading against Uraraka, hitting her full on. This would take out a little saliva, but Uraraka was also fast, so she took the steel bar and decided to hit Momo with a bar, but the brunette would block it with a bar that she had created before both girls had their gaze fixed on each other. Their other companions would be surprised to see this battle. Momo, you don't fight badly at all. Uraraka, neither are you, Yoe. Both girls would jump back to take distance Momo, and Uraraka would give there also again. Uraraka would run to Momo, but Momo would create a flash grenade throwing it towards Uraraka. She would be totally blinded. Momo would run towards Uraraka to be able to attack, giving her a full blow to the abdomen, causing her to spit. Uraraka would not be left behind, so she did the same. Both girls had given a clean hit. Momo would move away quickly, knowing the quirk of her partner, knew that it would be an advantage for her to stay there, so she backed away. Uraraka, you're very smart. Momo, always. This comment would anger the brunette, so she decided to use her martial arts techniques. Uraraka, get ready, pretty face. Momo, for her part, knew that a rival was strong, but she wouldn't be left behind, taking a pose similar to that of Izuku Midoriya. Everyone would be surprised to see her like that, because they would wonder why she knew that pose. Meanwhile, in the stands, a green-haired man would be seen a little discouraged looking at the ground, but a person with blonde hair would approach the green-haired man and take him by the shoulder. Hakan, Deku, are you okay? Deku with a fake smile responded. Deku? Of course, why wouldn't I be, haha. The blonde knew it wasn't true, that wasn't the Izuku Midoriya he knew, he looked different. Hakan. Izuku, if something happens to you, you can tell me, after all we are childhood friends. Deku. Seriously Hakan, I'm fine, with a fake smile. Hakan. It's okay Deku, but remember that you can trust me. Thus the blonde-haired boy would return to his seat. Returning to the battle, both girls moved with mastery, but Uraraka had a bit of an advantage since with her quirk activated in her she had more mobility. Uraraka would manage to touch the brunette and would activate her quirk in her. Momo. Curse. Uraraka. Goodbye Yoe. Uraraka Aria float to the brunette as high as possible, but Momo created some weights on her feet so she could be on the floor, but an idea occurred to her, which was to fall on top of the brunette, so she decided to put more weight, and so the brunette would fall in a dive towards Uraraka. The brunette was already tired, so she had no energy to dodge this attack. Not for her part, she would fall, hitting the brunette, causing her to be on the ground, and the brunette on top of her Uraraka could not take it anymore due to tiredness and use of her quirk, because she lost the battle, giving the victory to the brunette. Izawa would end the battle. Izawa. End of the fight. The winners are Tsuyu, Jiro and Momo. Everyone would get excited. The brunette just turned around and walked away, leaving the brunette on the ground, arriving with her classmates who congratulated her for the victory, thus ending the fight of the girls of class 2A. Now it would be the boys' turn. Izawa. Okay, now it's the boys' turn. Izawa would show the table where the teams would be shown and who they would face. Everyone would be excited, but they would also be surprised to see that no one would team up with the green-haired man. Kirishima. Sensei, but why? Shoto. Give us an explanation. Momo would stare at the green-haired boy with concern. Izawa would just respond. Izawa. The reason why Midoriya doesn't have a partner is because he asked me to. Hakan would go to Deku and claim him. Hakan. Deku, why did you ask our sensei for that? Deku wouldn't say anything, he would just stay quiet. Hakan kept insisting, but nothing. In the end Hakan left him alone and wouldn't continue bothering him. Izawa. Well, let's leave this topic now, it's time for you to have your confrontation. The first team would be Zero, Minera and Aoyama vs Tokoyami, Kaminari and Kota, who the winning team would be Kaminari since the first confrontation was Tokoyami vs Aoyama and would be defeated by the fierce force of Dirk Shadow. The second confrontation was between Kaminari vs Zero. This would be defeated by the brutal discharge that Kaminari had given him, and the last was Tota vs Mineta, who would also be defeated by a pair of birds that Kota had called. The second team confrontation was Shoto. Kirishima vs Sato, Shoji and Ajiro, which winning team would be Shoto's since in the first confrontation it was Shoto vs Ajiro, which would be defeated since Shoto used all his freezing power, making Ajito immobile. The second confrontation was Kirishima vs Satu. This would be exhausted by lack of energy. Kirishima only endured the blows because he knew that his friend would run out of energy, and the last confrontation was Shoto vs Shoji. The winner would be Shoto. Since in this battle he would use his two quirks, making the gray-haired man not get close and would end up with some burning and a little frozen muscles, and finally a fight would be between our green-haired man versus Kaken and Iida. Kaken would answer. Kaken. Why do I have to team up with the four eyes? Iida for his part would answer him. Iida. You don't have to talk to me like that. So both would turn their backs. Kaken would go to where Deku would be to talk to him. Kaken. I know you're not in a condition to fight, so I'll give up. I don't want you to keep getting hurt. Kaken would turn around and go to his position. That blue-haired man would pass by the blonde without saying anything. He would approach the green-haired man to also talk to him. Iida. Midoriya, I hope we have a good battle. The green-haired boy would raise his face just to see how the person he considered his best friend would tell him with such a hypocritical smile. After having slept with his girlfriend, the blue-haired boy would turn around and leave, but Deku could only remember that day. He felt his thirst for revenge rise in him. The fury he wanted to unleash was released. He couldn't take it anymore, so he screamed, and everyone was surprised to see the green-haired boy. Deku would activate One for All to the maximum, but this one would be different. The first discharge of One for All would be normal, but as the seconds passed, other rays would begin to come out that would take on the tone of a crimson-red color, so both green and red colors would be noticeable. The green-haired boy's left eye took on another color, which would be a crimson-red. Everyone would be left with their mouths open to see the green-haired boy's new appearance. Shoto. Me Midoriya. Hiroshima. B but W what's going on? Momo. Whispering Izuku. Sai. Midoriya-kun. Kaken. Deku. Thus the whole class would be stunned, and the green-haired boy's new appearance would be present. Aizawa would get involved in the fight, but… craziness. The blonde man would fly towards the green-haired man to see if he could calm him down, as well as a two-tone man and a red-haired man, but this would be useless. The green-haired man's black whips would appear and catch them in them. The blonde man would yell at him. Kaken. Deku, calm down, this isn't you. But this would be of no use since Deku was only thinking about finishing off Iida, so without hesitation he launched himself at him. The blue-haired boy couldn't respond, receiving a full blow, making him retreat and fall to the floor. Iida. Midoriya-kun, calm down please. Deku would just look at him with a look of I'm going to kill you. Iida for his part was scared since it was the first time he saw the green-haired boy like that. In the stands all his teammates were terrified of fear. They wanted to help, but they couldn't since they were too weak, but a certain brunette didn't hesitate and threw herself at the green-haired boy. Almight wanted to help, but he couldn't since he had no reserve of the One for All. Almight. Young Midoriya, please finish this, don't do these acts. The green-haired boy would once again launch himself against Iida, but this time a hero bar would hit him, making him look back to see that it was Momo who had hit him. Momo. Izuku, please calm down, come to your senses. The green-haired boy would just look at her while that happened. Kaken, just like Shoto and Kirishima, would manage to get out of the black whips to help the green-haired boy. Shoto. Bakugo, grab him by the arms and when I tell you to get out of the way, walk away. Kaken. Don't give me orders. Kirishima. But we make a good team. Kaken. Don't bother me with that. Bakugo would head towards Asia where Deku would be, but he would receive him with a spinning kick, so Bakugo could barely respond by blocking with his arms. At the same time a bicolor would launch an ice attack at him. Todoroki. Midoriya, I'm sorry, but this is for your own good. Sara no Mtoku Suruheim Heki. Shoto's ice attack would trap the green-haired boy, but he would not stop him for too long, since the green-haired boy, activating his One for All, would free himself from the ice. Deku. One for All 100%. Deku would get rid of the ice and businesswoman to release more power by letting out a great air pressure. Shoto. Damn. Kaken. This is wrong, we can't even get close with that air pressure. Kirishima. Guys, we have to do something soon. Aizawa from behind less shouting. Aizawa. Guys, you have to evacuate this building. It's dangerous. Kirishima creates an opening in the wall since the gym exits are blocked. Kirishima. Okay. Kirishima would head to the nearest wall so he could create an opening in the meantime with Aizawa and the others. Aizawa. Yo detendera Midoriya Todoroki, Yaoi Rozu, Iida Salganda Akwai. Shoto. But sensei, it's very risky, we must think of something. Aizawa. I said get out of here quickly. Meanwhile, Kirishima would be approaching his companions. Kirishima. Harder and harder become harder. My body and my spirit. And be an invincible wall. After training to improve my quirk, this is the hardest it's ever reached. Red Riot Unbreakable. Special Attack. Red Gun Turret. AI. So Kirishima would give a big blow to the wall making a big hole for everyone to get out. Kirishima. Just in time, guys, come out everyone, quick. All Might evacuates the students and they head to a safer place, leaving Kirishima, Todoroki, Momo, Aizawa, Bakugo and Iida inside the gym, while Aizawa goes directly to Deku. Aizawa. Midoriya, stop, you're out of your mind. Aizawa would throw his bandages and activate his quirk to stop Deku, but this would be in vain. Deku would appear behind Aizawa. Aizawa. But at what moment? He would be thrown by a strong blow from the green-haired boy, but Aizawa would not stay like that. Catching his breath again, he would go to Deku. Aizawa would be a few steps away from the green-haired boy. Deku would throw another blow, but Aizawa would not fall twice. Deku? But what? Aizawa. I have you. Look. Aizawa would completely tangle the green-haired boy, looking like a mummy. Aizawa. Finally everything is over. But this would not end. The green-haired man with great force would untie himself from Aizawa's bandage. Deku? So that's how you want to play, huh? Well, it's my turn, black whips. Thus the green-haired boy would catch Aizawa and force him to hit him left and right without any remorse. The boys who stayed inside the gym would be spectators of a cruel spectacle, but suddenly a kick would hit the green-haired boy, making him retreat. Iida. Reciproburst. Aizawa couldn't take it anymore, he was about to faint, but Iida took Aizawa to the others. Iida. Protect our sensei. Shoto. And what will you do? I think it's more than obvious that we can't. We need a plan. Aoirozu. Todoroki is right. Iida. I know that, that's why I'll gain you a little time. Bakugo. Be careful. Akin would push his companions as the green-haired man approached at great speed. Iida. Think of a plan. Quick. Deku. Hey, why did you avoid me? You're my prey, so come here. So Deku and Iida would start a speed battle. The first to strike would be Iida giving a kick, but this would be blocked by the green-haired boy's arm, but Iida would not stop, so he hit with his fist, and this would hit the green-haired boy's face. Deku. Damn. Deku, full of fury, would explode with a shower of blows to Iida, leaving Iida defenseless. Iida would receive all the blows, but for a second Iida could react and kick Deku, giving him a margin of distance. Iida would be tired, but he knew he had to give the others a margin of time to think about something. Meanwhile, with the others. Todoroki. Damn, if we don't think of something soon Iida will run out of energy. Bakugo. We already know that, idiot. Momo. But what can we do? All attempts have been in vain. Kirishima would be arriving where his companions were. Kirishima. Everyone has evacuated, please tell me the situation. Shoto. Iida is buying us some time so we can come up with a plan. Kirishima. But that's impossible. All the attacks we've made have been useless. Momo. But we still have to try something. So they would be thinking, returning with Deku and Iida the battle would continue. Iida. Midoriya, please calm down. What happened to you? This isn't you. Deku. Don't talk to me, idiot. Iida knew he was running out of energy so he would give one last attack. Iida. This will be all of me torque over reciprocal. Iida would kick at an unimaginable speed, making the green-haired man have no way to attack, one after another, the kick would be stronger and faster, but. Deku. That's all. Iida. But. The green-haired man would stop Iida's leg, causing his exhaust pipes to break. Deku. Let's see if you can handle this, black whips. The green-haired man would embed the black whips into Iida's leg, making him scream in pain. Iida. Ai. Everyone noticed this and turned their gaze to where Deku was. Shoto. I couldn't be. Bakugo. Deku. Kirishima. Piro. Momo. No, please stop this, please, this is crazy, please stop this, no ai Deku. The green-haired man would only look at his companion and, tying Iida to the ground since he had fainted from the pain, would address them. Momo. Deku, please stop this, please, Deku. The green-haired man would address them, but. Friends. Our green-haired man felt that his body could no longer take it, he had reached his limit and fell to his knees on the floor, covering his head in pain, and at that moment, his consciousness was able to return to normal for a couple of minutes. Deku. Come on Deku, you can control this anger, you don't know your friends anymore, these are not the acts of a hero, so control yourself. Gee guys, please help me. Everyone wouldn't know what to do until the brunette remembered something, it was when they faced Aizawa in his exam. Momo. Guys, I have an idea. Shoto. Well, say it quickly. Momo. Todoroki-san, do you remember the confrontation against Aizawa last year? Todoroki. Yes, and what does it have to do with it? Momo. I think we can stop Deku with the bandages I created that day, but I need time so please buy some time. Bakugo. Damn, but how are we going to do it? Kirishima. I'll stop him for a couple of minutes, I don't know how long it will last, but I'll definitely help him. Deku would return to having all his power, activating the one for all, releasing green and red rays. Again he would go towards Todoroki, Momo, Bakugo and Kirishima. This one in turn would go towards Izuku. Kirishima. Okay, here I go. With this in mind, Momo began to create the bandages and everything she would have to use, while Kirishima got closer to Izuku. Kirishima. Come on Izuku, I know you can calm down, but I have to stop you. Now, let's see who's stronger. Deku. Come on, shark teeth. Kirishima. Unbreakable. Special attack red gun turret. Deku. Detroit, smash. Kirishima Deku. Aye. Thus, both would clash fists creating a great air pressure, but Kirishima would not withstand this and would fly towards a wall. Todoroki and Bakugo would see how he would be shot out. Bakugo. Kirish. Todoroki. But what? The large cloud of dust would cover Kirishima, but it would disperse and show the retreat. Kirishima. I'm fine I think. Once again Kirishima would stand up and head towards Izuku. Deku. Another time you're good, this time I'll go seriously. Kirishima. He would be a few steps away from Izuku, but Izuku would give him a stronger blow that Kirishima could barely block with his arms and he would fly again. Bakugo. Kirishima. Likewise, a cloud of dust covered him, but this time a more injured retreat would be seen. Kirishima. My arms, he broke my arms, it hurts, I couldn't block it if he hits me again. Bakugo with an explosion would shoot towards Deku to calm him down. Bakugo. Deku. Deku. Ah. What the hell do you want now, Kakin? Bakugo. Please calm down already, we are childhood friends, you are not like that, don't you want to be the best hero, the #1 hero? Deku. That's worth shit, I just want to finish off my prey, but if you get in the way, I'll have to finish you off. Bakugo. I'm sorry Deku, but this is for your own good. Kakin would direct an explosion at Izuku's face, but he would block it. Izuku taking Bakugo's arm would hit him against the ground again and again causing him to shed a little blood, but this would be interrupted by Todoroki, who had launched an ice attack at him. Izuku would block the attack with his black whips, entangle Bakugo, and throw him against the wall. Deku. But just look at the best of class 2 or so they say. Todoroki. Midoriya, calm down please, you're not like that, look around you, you've already hurt so many people. Deku. Hurt you don't know what I went through that day, that time I felt like my soul vanished and what I did, I only faking this stupid crappy smile. Please Todoroki, you don't know what betrayal is from a person you loved and that of that person you thought would support you. Tell me. Todoroki. I don't understand what you're talking about. Momo. But what is Deku talking about? Todoroki. I don't know, but apparently it has to do with Ida and Uraraka. Deku. Well, it doesn't matter anymore, I have to finish this, there's no time left. Izuku would launch a great air pressure, Todoroki would block it with a wall of ice, knowing that behind him was Momo creating things to stop him. Todoroki. Not Momo yet. Momo. Of course not, I have to create things well or else it won't work. Todoroki. Shit. Deku would throw his black whips towards Todoroki, grabbing him and pulling him towards him to receive him with a kick to the stomach, causing him to draw a little blood, but an explosion would be heard on the other side of the gym. Bakugo. Deku, sorry AP Shoto. Auto cannon. Deku. Don't make me laugh. Delaware smash Air Force. Thus the air pressure bullets and the explosion projectiles would collide, creating a huge explosion. Kirishima, now recovered, would also run towards Izuku to hit him. Kirishima. Midoriya, stop it already. Deku. You again, Texas smash. Deku would launch a large wave of blows, but Kirishima would block Izuku's blows with his arms. Kirishima. I will be a hero capable of protecting, harden as soon as I break it, hold on. Protect. Trust in yourself. Deku. It's over. Kirishima. Todoroki, use ice now. Todoroki would enclose Deku in his ice and Kirishima would yell at Bakugo. Deku. But what? Kirishima. Bakugo, explosion now. Bakugo. Howitzer impact. Deku. Shit. Bakugo's explosion would send everyone flying, but this would give Momo time to prepare things. Momo. Guys, it's ready, cover your eyes. The three boys would cover their eyes. Momo would throw some Reaper grenades at Izuku. These would explode and leave the green-haired boy completely blind. After this, Momo lifted a cloth cover, revealing a catapult with some bandages, and would throw them at Izuku and yell at Todoroki. Momo. Todoroki uses fire. Deku is weak from explosions, this must be the moment. Todoroki would use fire, making the bandages tangle around him, making him stay tied up and not move. Bakugo and Kirishima would be surprised to see this, and Momo would explain. Momo. Do you know Nitinol alloy? When heated, they return to their original shape in an instant. It's a shape memory alloy. Kirishima. Amazing. Bakugo, well, what does it matter? Todoroki. We were finally able to stop him. Momo. Yes, of course. But this would not be all, since a crunch would be heard where Izuku was, activating one for all. He would be freed, but he would be tired. Bakugo. Damn. Kirishima. This has to be a joke. Momo. It can't be. Todoroki, for his part, remembered something his father had told him. And Todoroki's thoughts. Endeavor. Increases your body temperature to the limit. Currently. Todoroki. I'll try something, guys, you wait. Todoroki would run towards Izuku, and the tired one would yell at him. Deku. Damn, you guys never get tired, huh? Todoroki. It's for your own good. Deku would throw his black whips at him, but this time they would be slower. Todoroki was able to block them and reach Izuku. Todoroki. If what my old man says is true, then it can also be done with ice. Go down to the limit. Freeze. Both would be at a point where no one could bear such cold. Todoroki. It's time to hibernate, Midoriya. And that's how I would stop Izuku. At the same time, some UA teachers would arrive. Among them would be Present Mick, Midnight, Vlad King, Ectoplasm. Midnight. All Might warn us about the situation, are you okay? Momo, Kirishima, Bakugo. Yes. But they would fall to the ground fainting since they had no strength. Present Mick. Let's take them quickly with Recovery Girl. After what happened, they would meet in the UA infirmary where Izuku would already be calmer and would be in a deep sleep, but within that sleep, he would be in One for All. The thin One for All. Deku. Where am I? Nana. Are you okay now, boy? Deku. I guess so. Nana. That's a relief, now tell me why you lost control. Deku. I don't know. But in the distance you would hear some footsteps that would slowly approach, and you could see the figure of Izuku, which was his emotions of revenge and anger. Izuku. I can explain it. Deku. Who are you? Izuku. I am your emotions of anger and revenge, and what happened out there was that you untied me, so you could finish off Ida. Deku. What? Nana. Well, what do you want? Izuku. Nothing, I just came to tell Deku that little by little I will come out and he will become someone who can't stand villains who are only interested in money or who betray their companions, so remember Deku, we will be seeing each other, bye. So Izuku disappeared without a trace, so Nana would tell him to be careful and not let out all his anger. Deku. It's okay Nana, but I wanted to ask when your quirk will manifest in me. Nana. Don't be anxious, boy, it will manifest itself very soon, well it's time to go. Deku. You're right Nana, well bye. Nana. Goodbye. So Izuku would wake up a little agitated in the UA infirmary. Deku. But what happened? Momo found themselves next to Izuku, who would be sleeping, so Izuku wouldn't wake her up. She would slowly get out of bed, so as not to wake Momo up, she would head towards a window. Deku. My anger and revenge developed, I have to find out what I will become, but first I have to apologize to them. So a few weeks passed at the UA Academy, everything was going normally until revelation. On a school day, you'd find a small office, a dog, a mouse, or a bear. But it would actually be the director of the UA watching a screen. Nezu. I can't believe it that 2 of my students would do that on school premises. Midnight. What will director do? Nezu. An act like this isn't heroic, especially if it's from students aspiring to be heroes, so I'll have to. Midnight. Director, look a little further into the background, I think that's Midoriya Izuku, but. Nezu. Midnight, I need you to bring him. I need to talk to him, and if I remember correctly, the vice president of class 2 is Yaoi Rozu Momo. Also, tell him to come since we can't bring Ida Tenia since he is the class president. Midnight. Okay. Midnight would head to classroom 2 where upon opening the door, she would see Izuku bowing. Deku. Guys, sorry about that day, I don't know what happened to me. Flashback. In the infirmary after Deku woke up and thought about what Momo was going to become, he would wake up seeing that green-haired boy a little blurry. Momo. Me Midoriya. Deku. Good morning Yaoi Rozu-san. Momo. Good morning, but when did you wake up? Deku. I just woke up and from what I see I caused you a lot of problems. Momo. What happened to you my Deku? Deku. Momo. Did I say something wrong? Deku. No, it's just that I was surprised that you called me that. Momo. You shouldn't be surprised since I called you that at the gym to stop you. Deku. I see, but tell me, how are the others? I mean Kirishima, Todoroki and Kaken. Momo. They are fine for now, they just need to rest. Deku. That makes me feel good. But suddenly Midnight would come in to see if the students were okay. Midnight. It seems that Yaoi Rozu and Midoriya have already woken up. Deku. Momo. Buenos dias Kayama-sensei. Midnight. Well, I just came to see how you were and to inform you that the students Kirishima, Todoroki, Bakugo and Yaoi Rozu will be able to go to their dorms, but you, Midoriya Izuku, will have to stay for a week to check on your condition a little. Deku? Está bien Kayama-sensei. Midnight. Well, I'll leave you. Deku Momo. Hasta luego Kayama-sensei. And so the day would pass until nightfall. The next day the other boys had retired to their respective bedrooms, but Deku had stayed until now when he would return to his respective classes. Final Del flashback. After Midnight opened the door and saw that green-haired man in that position, the whole class would notice his presence. All. Good morning Midnight Sensei. Midnight. Good morning, I just came to see if Midoriya and Yaoi Rozu could come with me for a moment. Momo. But why? Deku. This is something regrettable. Midnight. I need you to come with me to the principal's office. Behind the heroine there would be a caterpillar who would be Izawa lying on the ground. Izawa. Bien Midoriya, Yaoi Rozu vain con Midnight. Deku Momo. Yes. Thus, Midnight would walk through the halls of the UA. Deku and Momo would soon arrive at the director's office and would open the door and enter. Deku Momo. Good morning Principal Nezu. Nezu. Good morning Midoriya Izuku and Yaoi Rozu Momo, I called you for a reason, which is that the surveillance cameras recorded 2 students in your class a week ago doing inappropriate acts. Momo. It can't be, but who? Deku, upon hearing this, would have the idea that she would be his girlfriend and best friend, so he would just bow his head. Nezu. If you do me the favor of looking at the screen, I will show what the cameras recorded. Momo would direct her gaze towards the screen, but Deku would not do it since he knew that it could be that, so he just kept his head down. In this the director put the video showing Uraraka and Iida having hex so Momo would be surprised. Izuku could not stand to hear the sound of that video, so he ran out of the office. Momo. Deku wait, straight away if you excuse us. Nezu. Don't worry, you can leave now. Momo. Thank you. Momo would run after the green-haired boy, but he would already be in the classroom, so everyone would ask them why they called them. Mina. Midoriya, why did the director call you? Sai. I was going to ask that, Kiro. Siro. And what did they talk about? Okoyami. Did you do something wrong? Jiru. And where is Momo? Kirishima. Guys, let's give him some space, please. Momo would enter and slam the door because she was angry. She would walk towards where Uraraka was and slap her, making her fall from her position. Everyone would be surprised, but the ones who would say Momo would be more serious. Momo. How could you damn bitch sleep with Iida knowing that you had a boyfriend? Damn bitch. Answer me, damn bitch. Uraraka would wake up with teary eyes asking for forgiveness. Uraraka. Sorry really sorry. Momo. Don't come to ask for forgiveness after sleeping with Iida, you're a bucking bitch and you, Iida, are a big stupid guy, how could you betray your best friend? With all this, the class would obviously end the relationship that Deku had with Uraraka, Iida would answer Momo. Iida. I did it because I was jealous of him, he is better than me, and that made me jealous. Momo. Really, you did that just because of your damn jealousy, you're a little man. Everyone in the class wouldn't know what to say because they would be impressed hearing all this. Momo. Ah, but this isn't going to stay like this. Momo would grab Uraraka by the hair and drag her across the floor, so she would feel so much pain Iida would go to where Momo would be, but he would be hit by Deku causing Iida to fly. Sai, Jiru. Mina and Hagakure would try to separate Momo from Uraraka on the other side Deku, and Iida would get into a battle stance, but Bakugo and Todoroki would get in between them, so they wouldn't do anything stupid. After a while the classroom door would open, and the principal would enter along with Midnight and Izawa. Nezu. Guys please stop this fight now. At this everyone would stop, Uraraka would remain lying on the ground, so she would ask Sayu for help, but she would refuse causing their friendship to end. Nezu. Could young Iida Tinia and Miss Uraraka Achako come to the front? Uraraka would get up with difficulty and would go to where Nezu would be, just like Iida, both would show themselves in front of the director and would bow in respect to him. Nezu. Well guys, the reason I spoke to you two is because I have to tell you that you are expelled from UA Academy. Everyone would be impressed except Midnight who would already know this. Izawa would speak. Izawa. But Mr. Director, why did you make this decision? I don't understand. Nezu. Let me show you something Izawa. The director would put a video on the classroom screen of how Uraraka and Iida had hex. Everyone could not believe it. Uraraka and Iida felt so embarrassed by what their classmates saw. Uraraka would address Deku. Uraraka. Deku please forgive me, really forgive me, I didn't want to, he forced me. Iida. How could I force you if you were the one who wanted to do this, damn it. Uraraka. Don't listen to him Deku, please believe me, I'm your girlfriend. The green-haired man would only push Uraraka, causing her to fall to the ground, and would address her with a few words. Deku? Do you think I'm so stupid to believe such a lie? Haven't you looked closely at the video? I was in that place when I went to look for them, and you say that I forced you while I listened to everything you said. You're a slut, you're good for nothing, so stop bothering me already, and you still have the nerve to say that you're my girlfriend when all this is over. You're a. At that the green-haired boy would be interrupted by Momo, who would take his hand and hug him to calm him down. Uraraka seeing this burst into tears. Nezu for his part would ask for Uraraka to get up. When getting up he would ask for their provisional hero credentials, which he would tear up in front of them. Nezu. You will no longer be able to attend any hero school, so your dreams will no longer come true. I have already spoken to the government offices so that you cannot attend a hero school, you will only finish your studies as normal students. Iida. But this is unfair. Nezu. Of course not, young Iida, this is the most correct thing to do in these cases. Well, that's all from me. I'm leaving. Have a good day. Everyone would only feel disgusted by their classmates, so they would not talk to them for the rest of the day. The next day Iida and Uraraka would have left the UA facilities to go with their families, thinking that they would not be notified, but it would not be so much so that Iida's family would send him away from them, causing him to study abroad without any support from his family. On Uraraka's part, they would only leave her alone, her parents would go to live in another city in Japan. So the months would pass, everything would be normal. Deku. It's been a while since I last visited mom, I think I'll go this weekend. In the building there would be a green-haired lady who would be preparing her meal, and she would sneeze and just say. Inko. Izuku. Unexpected visit. The week of classes finally ended, the weekend arrived. Izuku would go to visit his mother, who didn't know about this. Friday night. Deku. Well, tomorrow is Saturday, but I think I should buy a gift before going with my mother, but what will it be? Well, tomorrow I'll see. Now I'll have to go to sleep. The green-haired man would sleep peacefully, but this would not be the case, since he would find himself in a deep sleep. Deku? But where am I? What is this place? In the distance you would hear a laugh that would get closer and closer, footsteps would be heard, and from the darkness a silhouette would appear. Izuku? Hello again, Deku. Deku? You again, what do you want this time? Izuku? Come on boy, I told you before that you will become someone worse, and here I am now to make that dream come true. Deku? And you think I would leave you? Izuku? You can't stop me, my one for all is more powerful than yours, and I've already proven it. I just need something so that your thirst for revenge truly gets out of control and you can release it, and that way I will have possession of your body. Deku? You're joking, there's nothing that makes me so crazy. Izuku? We'll see about that, Deku. So the green-haired boy would wake up a little busy seeing that it was 4 in the morning. He went back to lie down in bed to be able to sleep. Time passed, and it was already 10 in the morning. Deku got up and did his daily routine. When he finished his things he took a shower, then he would leave the bathroom. He would change his clothes, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and he was ready to go out, but a brunette would cross his path. Momo. Good afternoon, Deku. Deku. Good afternoon, Yaoi Rosu-san. Momo. Deku, call me by my name just like I call you by your nickname. Deku? Okay Momo, well it's getting a little late and I have to go. Momo? Where are you going? Deku? Today I will visit my mother, it will be a surprise for her. Momo? I see, then I won't take up any more of your time. Deku? Well, see you later, bye. So the green-haired boy would leave the brunette. Once Deku was out of the facilities he would go to a flower shop that would be a few blocks from the academy. Deku? These flowers look pretty, mom will like them. The green-haired boy would buy the flowers and head home, but not before stopping at a candy store for a huge box of chocolates. So the green-haired boy, already smiling, would walk home, happy to surprise his mother. At Izuku Midoriya's house. Inko. Sneezes, I think I'm going to get sick, well I don't think it's that serious haha, but how will Izuku do? It's been a while since we last saw each other, well I can't blame him, now he's becoming a hero, his biggest dream. On the street of Izuku's house again. The green-haired boy was already arriving home, there wasn't much left to get there, he fixed his hair, checked that his clothes weren't in bad shape, and he would move on to the act of ringing the doorbell of the house. Inko. But who could it be? Well, I'm going to open it. Inko would head to the door and open it, showing a green-haired man standing in front of her. Deku. I'm home. Inko slammed the door in Izuku's face, thinking this was a joke, he opened the door again. Deku. Mamea, don't slam the door in my face again please. Inko. Izuku, but how come you're here? Deku? Well, I just wanted to visit you and give you this little surprise, but we can talk inside here, it's too hot. Inko? Of course it happens inside. The green-haired boy would go to his house, he would see that nothing had changed in the 2 years he had gone to UA. Inko. By the way, beautiful flowers, Izuku. Deku. Right, they're for you, here. Inko. Thank you son, thank you very much indeed. Deku. And I also bought you this box of chocolates. Inko. Thanks son. Both would be in the living room. Inko would leave her gifts on the table and both would sit on the sofa. Inko. Well Izuku, how did it go at UA? Deku. Too good haha well you see. So the green-haired boy would tell him how things were going at the academy so much that they lost track of time. It was already 6 in the afternoon, but a question would make both of them fall into total silence. Inko. Izuku, what happened to Uraraka? Why didn't she go with you? Wasn't she your girlfriend? The green-haired man would just bow his head. Inko thought it was a bad idea to ask that. Inko. Izuku, you don't have to answer that question if you don't want to. Deku. It's okay mom, it's not good at all. The green-haired boy would tell him how Uraraka had cheated on him and how this act would cause him to die at UA. It was already 8 at night and Izuku would have to leave again. Deku. Well mom, I think it's time for me to retire, it's a little late. Inko. Seriously, you can't stay. Deku. No mom, I can't be going out often from UA just for this occasion I was able to go out. Inko. It's okay, Izuku. Return carefully to the academy. Deku. Yes mom, well I'm going, bye mom, I love you. Deku would leave the house and go to UA. More than an hour had passed since Deku left for the academy, but they would knock on Inko's house door. Inko. But who will it be? It's too late. Inko would look through the door handle seeing that it was Izuku. Inko. Izuku my dear son, did you forget something? But this wouldn't be Izuku. Izuku's silhouette was about to disintegrate, revealing another person. My dear son, I would like mom to tell me that, but she doesn't. Well, grandma, what do you think if I stab you a few times, hahaha. Inko. Izuku help. All for one. Come on, it'll be fun, I'll just stab you a few let's say 100 times, hahaha. Inko. Stay away, you crazy person. Crazy? I'm more like crazy hahaha. Inko would slowly back away, but they would trip and fall to the ground. Inko. What do you want, crazy? You know grandma, I have a name and that is Himiko Toga. Inko. I already know that, what do you want? Toga. I just came to give a message from Tamura to your dear son Izuku haha, so don't die. Toga would launch herself against Inko, but Inko would use her quirk to attract a knife which she would use to attack Toga, but she would dodge it, but not completely, since she would manage to hit her. Toga. You are very mean to your dear son. This is what Izuku would say again. Inko upon seeing this would drop the knife and go to hug the supposed green-haired man. Inko. Izuku, forgive me, please forgive me. I didn't mean to do this to you. Izuku Toga. Don't worry, mom, it wasn't your fault, but you won't be able to escape now. Toga would stab Inko with a knife and she would slowly retreat. Inko would fall to the ground, seeing how Toga took out more knives. Inko in a desperate moment gathered strength and tried to run towards the door, but Toga would throw 8 knives at her, making them stick into Inko making her fall to the ground again. Inko. Please don't kill me. Toga. Licking a little blood from her fingers shut up grandma and show me more blood you want haha. Toga would mount on top of Inko stabbing again and again and again and again, making Inko scream heartbreakingly, while Toga would laugh like a totally crazy person when she finished she just said. Toga. Tell Izuku to join us, yeah, hahaha, that's all. So Toga would leave poor Inko on the floor. The night would pass slowly until dawn finally broke. Bakugo's mother would go to visit Inko to go buy some things. She would be about to knock on the door, but saw that it was half open. Vitsuki. But how strange, it's open. Vitsuki would slowly enter the apartment. Vitsuki. Hello Inko you're here. But she would be in for a big surprise when she saw Inko lying on the ground about to die. Inko. With little strength and don't tell to Izuku. These would be Inko's words before fainting. Mitsuki would quickly call an ambulance to pick Inko up. It wouldn't take more than 5 minutes for the ambulance to finally arrive. After 10 minutes in the ambulance they would arrive at the hospital called Hosu General Hospital. The doctors would already be waiting for Inko, so without thinking twice they took her on a stretcher to the operating room. In the hallway to the operating room. Doctor. Running what are the injuries? Paramedic. Running multiple stab wounds to the torso, arms, legs. Doctor. Running nurse, we'll need too much blood since he lost too much, go get the blood bags. Nurse. Running yes doctor. Mitsuki. Running Inko you'll be fine I promise. Upon arriving at the operating room, Mitsuki would stay in the hallway, immediately after which she would speak to Bakugo. At the UA. Bakugo's phone would ring and he would answer. Bakugo. Talking on the phone hello. What's up mom? Mitsuki. Talking on the phone. Bakugo, where is Izuku? Bakugo. Talking on the phone. I don't know, he must be training. At that moment the freckled boy was entering the school alliance with his hero costume which he used to train. Mitsuki. Talking on the phone. I need to tell you that your mother is in the hospital having an operation. Everyone will hear this in surprise, everyone will see the green-haired boy who would activate his one for all and leave in a hurry. Momo. Deku. The green-haired boy ran away without thinking, but he didn't know which hospital his mother was in, so he called Kaken. Deku. Dialing Bakugo's phone. Please answer quickly. Bakugo. Answering the phone. Deku listens. Deku. Talking on the phone. There's no time, tell me which hospital my mother is in. Bakugo. Talking on the phone. Hosu General Hospital. But this Deku would hurry up to go to the hospital where his mother would be admitted. No more than after 10 minutes Deku would arrive at the hospital slamming the entrance door, surprising all the patients and doctors of the hospital. Deku would go to the reception to ask for information about his mother's room. The nurses in charge would give him her room number. Deku would run to the room, open the door, and see his mother in a bed next to her. Would be Mitsuki who would take her hand. Mitsuki. Izuku. Deku. Mrs. Mitsuki, kneeling and bowing his head with tears in his eyes. Thank you very much Mrs. Mitsuki, really thank you. Crying. Mitsuki. Directing towards Deku. Get up Izuku, you have no reason to cry, your mother is fine, come on, go see her. Deku. Getting up and wiping away his tears. Of course haha. Deku would head towards the bed where Inko would be and take her hand. Deku. Forgive me, mom, I couldn't protect you. Sorry. Inko. A little exhausted. Don't apologize son, this is not your fault. Deku. But mom. Inko. It's okay, I just need to rest a little, son. At that moment Todoroki, Bakugo, Momo, and Kirishima would arrive. Mitsuki. Bakugo, what are you doing here? Bakugo. I can't leave Deku alone in this, and neither can they. We are not their friends. Momo. Todoroki. Kirishima. Yes. Deku would ask his mother who did this to him and she would answer. Inko. League of Villains. At that moment Deku lowered his face which was covering his face. Deku. It's okay mom, you rest, I'll come back later. Deku would say this, but his friends knew this would be bad. Kaken would stop him by holding him by the arm. Bakugo. Deku, you know this isn't right. Deku. Let me go Kaken. Momo. Deku reconsiders. Deku. Don't try to stop me. Kirishima. Midoriya, you know this is wrong. Deku. Just shut up. The green-haired man would leave the room and then disappear, but in an abandoned warehouse near the fishing area, they would meet some old friends. Toga. I'm back haha. Shigaraki. Why did it take you so long? Toga. I just wanted to have fun haha. Avi. Shigaraki, can I kill her? Shigaraki. No not yet. Twice. But that would be the right thing to do, right? Mr. Compress. What if I make it into powder instead? Spinner. Please. Shigaraki. Shut up already. Did you do what you wanted to do? Shigaraki. Of course, now is the time to wait for him, sensei. All for one. Patience is a virtue. The green-haired man would be searching the entire city guessing where the villain's place would be. Deku. Think Deku, if you were a villain, where would you hide? He would turn his head seeing an old winery in the distance. Deku. I got it, the old fishing shed, then you damn people will pay for it. Deku would rush towards the warehouse. Here is the new chapter haha. I know it took too long, but oh well, for the next chapter one will try to put effort into it. I am just putting a small preview. Izuku. Use me and we can beat him. Deku. No. Izuku. Come on, it's the only option. One for all. The green-haired man would head towards the fishing warehouse, meanwhile inside the warehouse. All for one. Shigaraki, after this what will be your next step? Shigaraki. First we must see if he will join us, and if he doesn't want to we will force him. All for one. I see, and how will you force him? Shigaraki. Well, by making him lose the most beloved person in his life. Toga. But the fat girl from Uraraka is no longer in UA. Abi. Seriously, Shigaraki, I don't know how you can stand her. Shigaraki. Toga, stop saying stupid things. You know better than to say that she is nothing like that damn Izuku anymore. I mean his mother. Toga. Ooh, and how will we kill her? Abi. I think burning it will be fun. Toga. I say we better stab her, the blood is fun haha. Twice. What if we just put a pillow on his face and let him suffocate? Everyone would stare at Twice with a look of, well, are you an idiot or what, son? Spinner. I say we just stab his heart. Mr. Compress. I'd better keep quiet. Shigaraki. Everyone shut up now, sensei, how many nomas are there? All for one. Maybe 4 or 5. Shigaraki. Perfect, twice I need you to make a copy of Dabi. Dabi? What's Shigaraki's plan? Shigaraki. I'll send the Nomus with your copy and I want them to go wreak havoc on the hospital where the mother of the damn Izuku is. At that moment Kurogiri would arrive. Kurogiri. I'm back, Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Did you find out where Izuku's mother is? Kurogiri. Yes, he's at the Hosu General Hospital. Shigaraki. Okay, I need you to transport the copy of Davi and 5 Nomus to Aya, but leave them 1 block from the hospital so that they can impose terror on the city. Kurogiri. Understood Shigaraki. So Kurogiri would take the copy of Dabi and the 5 Nomus, meanwhile in the hospital. Bakugo. I have to go with him. Kirishima. Stop Bakugo, we don't have the hero suits right now, nor the provisional licenses we brought. Momo. Kirishima is right Bakugo-san, we better return to the academy or else we will have problems since we left without saying anything. The 3 boys would leave Izuku's mother's room, say their goodbyes, and leave the hospital to go to a train station and take one to the academy. At that moment, Kurogiri would appear a block away from the hospital with the Nomus and the copy of Dabi. Kurogiri. Well, the mother is in room 13 first floor, understood Dabi. Dabi. I know, just let me do my thing. Kurogiri. Okay, here it is a camera that will transmit live when it gives you a signal through the headset, turn it on. Dabi. Yes, 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 go now. Kurogiri would be said to appear from the scene where Shigaraki and the others would be. Dabi. Okay, now let's get the job done, but while I'm having fun in this small part of the city, okay, Nomus, I want you to spread terror now. The Nomus would obey and begin to destroy premises and buildings. Returning to the Kurogiri winery would appear. Kurogiri. Well, I already left them. Shigaraki. Well, I have. He couldn't finish saying the sentence because the green-haired man would enter the warehouse, silently, raising a cloud of smoke. Deku. You damn sons of bitches hurt my mother. Shigaraki. Welcome Izuku, we were waiting for you. All for one. Nice to see you Izuku Midoriya. Deku. All for one, I should have known you would be behind this. Toga. Hello Izuku, haha, wants me to kill you. Deku. Damn crazy woman, go see a psychiatrist. Everyone started laughing at what the green-haired man had said. Mr. Press. Hello boy, I hope you haven't forgotten about me. Deku. Why not if you're a 4th-rate magician? Spinner. Hahaha, this guy is so funny. Deku. Okay, tell me why the hell did they attack my mother? Shigaraki. Because we felt like it, you know. Toga. It was fun being with your mother, she screamed too much, haha. Deku. Shut up. Toga. I like seeing the blood coming out of his body. Deku. Shut up. Toga. And hearing her screams of pain and saying your name asking for help, that was really exciting. Deku. I said shut you up. The green-haired man would launch himself against Toga, hitting her with all his power of one for all at 100%, making her fly to the other end of the warehouse. Shigaraki would attack him, but Izuku would take him by the arms and throw him to the ground, making him take out a little saliva. Dabi would send a burst of fire to Izuku, but he would create a shield with his black whips. The compress would throw small balls at him, but when he deactivated it, an object inside them would come out and hit Izuku. Spinner, following the ideology of his mentor, preferred not to fight. Toga would run towards Izuku with a knife, stabbing him in the back, making Izuku scream a little, but he would again hit Toga with an elbow, hitting him in the nose, making him fall. Deku. I'll make you pay for what you did to my mother, you damn bitch. Toga. Tell me more, darling, haha. Deku would give her a strong kick, making her fly to Shigaraki's feet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the Nomus would create destruction. The reporters would broadcast from the air. Reporter. This is too much, the villains are destroying everything in their path, and it is known that it is an attack by the League of Villains. Some heroes are trying to control everything, but it seems that the monsters are too strong. The winged Nomu would head towards the reporter at full speed, but a hero would stop it for a few minutes by sticking some small wings on it. Hawks. Endeavor now. Endeavor. Jetborn. This attack would burn the Nomu's head, causing it to fall to the ground, defeated. Hawks. Good one, Endeavor-san. Endeavor. Stop talking nonsense and pay attention downstairs. You reporters are dangerous if you stay here now. Hawks and Endeavor will head to the ground to fight the remaining Nomus, but these were not normal Nomus, they were high-end Nomus. Nomu. Whoever is the strongest, come and entertain me. Endeavor. Hey monster, look here Asia. Nomu. Are you the strongest? Endeavor. Hawks, get the injured heroes out of here and take them to a safer place. Hawks. Are you sure you can handle him? What am I saying? You're number one. Endeavor. Hurry, Hawks. Hawks. You're the boss. Hawks would take out the injured heroes, among them would be Mount Lady, Wild Hussycats, Kamui Woods, Best Jeanist, Wash, Hound Dog, among others would take them out with the help of their wings, which would also help with the evacuation of some civilians who would be trapped in the middle of the fight. The fight would be seen in the facilities of the UA dormitories, all the classes would be watching it in their respective rooms. The UA heroes would come out to help as quickly as possible. Among them would come out Ectoplasm, Asawa, Midnight, Blad King, Power Later, Cementos, Present Mick, Snipe, Edshot. On the way they would be joined by the now pro heroes Mirio, Najire, Tamaki, along with Ryukyu, Fatgum. Endeavor would maintain the fight with 3 high-end Nomas, but this would be impossible. Endeavor would be too tired, his quirk would be reaching the limit since he would be using his quirk too much. In that same position we would return with Deku, where he would be fighting with a league of villains they would attack. Deku was responsible for not being able to dodge all the attacks at once. On several occasions, Shigaraki touched Deku, but he immediately separated, leaving only the fabric of his suit to remain intact. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, bring the others, we'll finish this. Kurogiri. Understood. This would create portals where more villains would come out of them, including Moonfish, Magni, Mustard and Muscular. Deku wouldn't know what to do, the entire league of villains would be there. There were 10 villains against a hero. Deku knew he would have to act quickly. Muscular without thinking would launch himself against Deku, hitting him head on. The green-haired man would only cover himself with his arms in the shape of an X. Shigaraki. It's hopeless. Abi. Let him have some fun, we'll just watch the show. Deku would fly into a wall. Muscular. Come on kid, don't tell me that's all you got. Deku would quickly return the blow to Muscular with all his power, making him only turn his head a little. Muscular. Good hit, but it's nothing. Deku would only be surprised since he had given him one for all at 100%. Muscular would hit him and then give him a left punch, then a right and then a left, and he would be hitting him several times. He would give him an uppercut making Deku jump a little from the ground, but then Muscular would take him by the head to direct a knee in the green-haired man's face. Deku would be having a bad time, he couldn't take it anymore. Muscular would be decided to finish him off, but Deku surprised everyone and would hit Muscular with his fist covered in black, as if he had an armor. Deku would use his black whips to cover his fists, and then the green-haired man would launch himself to hit Muscular all over his body. Muscular. Ha 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 ha, that's how I like it, damn brat to fight. An intense battle between fist bumps would break out, both would be fighting seriously, one punch would hit Muscular, another Deku, and so on several times that Deku would decide to end his fight with Muscular, who would cover his right fist more with his black whips, making it have more weight. Muscular. Well brat, I'm waiting for you. Both will head towards each other with everything, both will collide their fists in their faces, but Deku will take out the black whips from his left hand, crossing the neck of Muscular so hard that it will leave him unconscious. Everyone will be surprised by this, All For One will only look at this, since it seemed interesting to him. Mustard will put on his air filtration mask and will head towards Deku. Mustard. Well, I think it's my turn. This businesswoman covered her body with her sleeping gas heading towards Deku, but Deku would break her mask since it also had a filtration system, so with one blow he would defeat Mustard leaving him unconscious. This one kick would send Muscular and Mustard to Shigaraki's feet. This one would notice that the green-haired man would be too tired, so he would send Moonfish to fight him. Deku knew that this was one of the most dangerous in the league, so his only option was to dodge his sharp teeth. Moonfish businesswoman increased her teeth in size until she was off the ground. This one would launch multiple attacks at Deku. This one would dodge them with difficulty, since his body was at the limit. Deku would throw his air force at him, but this one would not do anything to him, since he cut the gust of wind with his teeth. The green-haired man's last option was to attack head-on, but he knew that he could not, since if one of her teeth pierced him, it would be the end of the game, so he could only dodge. But in a bad supporting this would receive an attack from Moonfish, tackling his arm because Deku would take the tooth and with all his strength would break it to escape from that situation. It would take some space, but Moonfish would not stop. He only wanted to eat, so each time his teeth grew more and took greater edge, Deku would only be with a blocking pose. Meanwhile at the same time Endeavor would be in the same situation, surrounded by 4 high-end Nomas. One would rush towards Endeavor hitting him, causing him to retreat. Another Nomu would appear behind Endeavor hitting him from behind, causing him to go forward, so another Nomu would receive him by hitting him in the stomach with a knee, causing him to spit a little. The 4th Nomu would take him by the head, kneeing him in the face, causing Endeavor to fall to the ground. The 4 Nomas would attack him. They would take out retractable nails. They were about to find out until some feathers would attack the eyes of the Nomas, causing them to retreat a little. Hawks would fly as fast as possible towards Endeavor. He would take it and retreat. The feathers would return to Hawks. He would create a sword with his large feathers and face the Nomus, since thanks to his wings, he would match the speed of the 4 Nomus, but this would not serve much, since his sword did not have that much strength. It would be in vain, and Nomu would manage to take Hawks by the head and slam him against the ground, causing him to break one of his wings. He would scream in pain, so Nomu would hit him in the face, destroying his glasses. Endeavor with his remaining strength would launch an attack, but it would be very weak. He was already at his limit of his body. Hawks could not move, so Nomu would dig one of his nails into one of his legs, leaving him immobile. 2 Nomus will head towards Endeavor. Hawks would try to stop it by sending the few feathers he had, but again, the Nomu would take him by the head and slam him against the ground, making him scream in pain. Abi would look from a roof, so he would call a Nomu to go to the hospital. Meanwhile, Endeavor and Hawks were the only heroes who were in that part of the city. They could not take it anymore, and Nomu would take Endeavor's head, and the businesswoman would squeeze, making Endeavor scream in pain, until a shot hit a Nomu in the head. Both the Nomus and the heroes would look north, watching as the other heroes. He would arrive to help. Meanwhile, Deku would be in a difficult situation. Izuku didn't know what to do until he came up with a plan, which was that his enemy would cross himself with his same attack, so Deku would activate his full cowl. He would jump through the walls, causing the shark teeth to follow them. Deku would lean on a wall, giving himself momentum, heading towards Moonfish. This would go straight towards him. Moonfish would direct his shark teeth towards Deku, but he would dodge them using his smash to make it go up. The attack that followed him from behind would hit Moonfish, piercing his own body. Moonfish would fall fainted, since he would be losing too much blood. Deku would be falling towards the ground, but he would be attacked, causing him to go towards a wall, hitting his back, causing him to fall face down to the ground. Izuku knew that he couldn't take it anymore. His body had already reached its limit. His arms were beginning to look a little red. Deku. Damn, again my arms are starting to break. And that another attack would attack Deku. This would be a burst of fire, burning a bit of his suit. These attacks would be from Dabi and Magni, who would be willing to end this. Deku knew that this would be his end, but a voice inside him would tell him, "It's time, kid, use my quirk." Deku would wait to rise slowly, causing Dabi and Magni to be surprised. All for One would also be surprised because he knew that this quirk would come from a person he had killed several years ago. Deku would rise even higher. Dabi would direct a blast of fire at him, but the green-haired man would dodge it. Magneto would also attack him with his quirk, but he would dodge it anyway. Both villains would get tired of this, so Dabi would use his quirk to the maximum, making the flames more powerful, so they would reach Deku and burn him slightly, and he would fall to the ground like Dabi. Since his body also reached its limit, Magni without thinking took Deku and began to hit him multiple times in the face and would encourage him towards a wall. There he would lift him up again and hit him in the face, causing him to crash against the wall. Deku would fall to his knees, but Magni would not stop again. He would give him a beating. He would take him by the head and with a strong knee would hit him in the stomach, causing him to spit blood. Deku's black whips would begin to come out without Magni releasing it. They would be behind him and stuck in his eyes, causing Magni to bring his hands to his eyes. After a few minutes, Magni would faint from the pain. Deku could no longer have a broken arm, and there were still 5 villains to defeat. Meanwhile, in the fight in the city, the heroes would fight against the Nomus. Asawa would help Endeavor to go to a safer place. Snipe would help Hawks, also taking him to a safe place. Mirio, Najira and Tamaki would fight against a Nomu. Fat Gum and Ryukyu would fight against another Nomu. Edushin would search for people trapped under the rubble, as well as Cement and Midnight, Ectoplasm, Blade King. Our leader Present Mick would fight against another Nomu. Mirio, Najira and Tamaki would have too much trouble with the Nomu. Since none of their attacks had an effect, Mirio attacked with blows, but it did not work. Effects could only dodge the Nomu's attacks. Najira would attack with her vital waves, but it also had no effect. Tamaki with his Kraken form could twist a little the Nomu, but it would become stronger. Would take Tamaki and start hitting him and whipping him against the ground again and again and again until his Kraken form left, causing him to faint. Najira would attack him, but the result would be the same for Najira. The Nomu would take her by the leg and whip her against the ground, causing her to fall badly and hurt her leg. Mirio attacked incessantly, but the results would be the same, so he decided to save his friends by taking them from the place. Mirio. Najira, Tamaki, please resist. Luckily there were some ambulances a few streets back from where the fight was happening, where Aizawa was with Endeavor and Snipe with Hawks. Both were too injured, but they would recover. That was the good news. Mirio would arrive with Najira and Tamaki. The doctors would attend to them immediately. Mirio would ask, "Mirio? Eraserhead, how did all this happen?" Aizawa. "I don't know, but the League must have something going on." On the battlefield, Ryukyu and Fat Gum tried to stop a Nomu, but it would beat them up. The Nomu would brutally hit Fat Gum, breaking part of his suit. He would not let him rest. Ryukyu, in an attempt to save him, would turn into a dragon, but the Nomu would grab her by the tail, lifting her and slamming her against the ground above Fat Gum. Both would be seriously injured. Reporters would see everything that happened, and this would be broadcast on television. UA would see all this. They could not believe it. Their teachers would be defeated for the first time, Endeavor would get up with difficulty and head towards the battle, but Izawa would stop him. Izawa. Endeavor is in no condition to fight. Endeavor. You know we can't do it alone. Look around you carefully. There's only Blad King, Midnight, Present Mick, Power Leader, Cementos, and Ectoplasm left. They can't do it. The Nomus are too strong. The Nomu with which the heroes had fought will head towards the remaining heroes, and Nomu would attack Blad King and Midnight. The Nomu would arrive hitting Blad King in the stomach. Midnight would use her quirk to see if it had any effect on the Nomu, but this would be of no use. The Nomu would try to take Midnight by the head, but she would dodge it with her abilities. Blad King would throw some blood at the Nomu so that it would coagulate and be trapped, but it would not be resistant enough. Midnight would attack with her whip, but the Nomu would catch it, attracting Midnight. It would take her by the head, and the businesswoman would whip against the ground again and again and again. On several occasions you could hear how some bones were breaking. Blad King would hit the Nomu in the face, but it would be of no use. The Nomu would take Blad King by the head, beginning to squeeze it, lifting it from the ground. He would kick so that the Nomu would let go, but each time he would lose strength until he lost consciousness, doing that the Nomu threw him to the ground. Another battle would take place against another Nomu. Power Laser would lose all his armor, since the Nomu destroyed it completely, leaving Power Laser defenseless. Immense would do everything possible to have the Nomu away, creating walls, but the Nomu would break them easily, since it would have a brutal force. Immense would create another wall, but the Nomu would extend its arms to take the heroes by the neck, squeezing it until they lost consciousness. In another place, Immense and Present Mick would be fighting. This would send a strong sound wave to the Nomu, making it a little stunned. Ectoplasm would create too many copies of itself, as much as its body reached the limit. For the Nomu, they were nothing more than simple dolls, since it defeated them with ease. Present Mick would launch a strong sound wave, making its vocal cords no longer give more. Both heroes would be out of energy, so the Nomu would throw his arms and the businesswoman to hit. This would take them from the sky, and the businesswoman would slam against buildings and against the ground. The only hero left was ONESHOT, but he had to make a decision, which was to fight or save his friends, but some shots would come from afar, which came from Snipe. Izawa would hit the Nomus in the eyes, so they would lose their sight for a few seconds, so Izawa and ONESHOT would save their companions. All this would be broadcast on television. Seeing how their heroes would fall before monsters, the UA students would be terrified to see the news. The Nomus would attack the two heroes, who were but a strong flare would make them retreat. Izawa, Snipe and ONESHOT would see that it would be Endeavor which would use all his strength, attacking a Nomu, taking it to the top of the sky like some feathers. Hawks with a broken wing would fly as fast as possible, accompanying Endeavor taking another Nomu. They would take two Nomus to the top. Both would be equal in height, but a Nomu would pierce Hawk's stomach with its retractable claws, causing Hawks to fall. Endeavor would shout his name. Endeavor. Hi Ix. The two Nomus would stick to Endeavor, who would not give up, taking them higher. The heroes would see Hawks fall too fast until he hit the ground, impacting strongly, creating a cloud of dust. Endeavor at the top. Endeavor. Nomus monsters, you who have been created by various gifts, who are obsessed with strength. The reporter from the sky would narrate. Reporter. Endeavor, continue fighting, resist with all your might, keep fighting. Shoto would see how his father would risk himself for television. Shoto. Dad. We're watching you. I'm watching you. Hawks would help Endeavor ascend higher by sending all his feathers and shout. Hawks. Endeavor, I've sent you all my feathers, I can't help you anymore. Endeavor would continue to rise. Endeavor. That's enough, I must rise higher. Enough to not worry about people or buildings. You monsters are like my past self or what could have been, may my flames give you eternal rest. I've always hated that school's motto plus ultra. Prominence. Bjorn. Everyone will watch as Endeavor releases all his power, resembling a great star of fire. This businessman will fall along with the Nomus, which will be burning. Endeavor will fall to the ground brutally, but he will stand up with his right arm to announce that he had finished with the Nomus. Izawa will go help Endeavor, since his body will be too weak. The televisions will show this scene of victory, but Kurogiri. Are you in position, Dabi? Dabi? Of course. Kurogiri. Turn on the camera. In the hospital room where Deku's mother would be, Dabi would meet the world, who would be grabbing Deku's mother by the neck. Dabi would turn on the camera. In the old small warehouse, Deku would be found weak with a broken arm. Kurogiri would tell twice and Mr. Compress to hold Deku. Kurogiri would take out a television, turning on. Kurogiri. Hey kid, I think you like seeing this. Deku. What do you mean, idiot? Dabi would understand the camera, which would be projected on all the television showing Dabi and the Nomu, which would be grabbing Izuku Midoriya. Almight, seeing this, would leave his office, get into his car and head to the hospital as quickly as possible, while Dabi would talk a little. Dabi. Hello insignificant people, as you already know, I am a villain and you will ask yourselves, why am I in the hospital? Well, the answer is too simple, it is to kill a person. This would show the Nomu who would be grabbing Izuku's mother. Deku, you will see this and would shout that we should stop all this. Shigaraki would speak. Shigaraki. If you want us to leave her, join us. Deku. Never, idiot, let her go, you piece of shit. Shigaraki. But what vocabulary? Didn't your mother teach you to speak correctly? Kurogiri, tell her to do it. Kurogiri. Do it Dabi. Dabi would receive the answer and speak again. Dabi. Well, since our dear little friend didn't want to cooperate with us, it seems that someone will die today. Nomu, well, do it. The Nomi would be about to do it, but a voice would stop him. Almight would appear, surprising everyone. Almight. Let that damn woman go or I'll do it myself. This would be interrupted by a Nomu which would pierce the stomach of the blonde-haired man. Everyone would see this scene, since the heroes were so busy that they forgot that there was another Nomu with them and that he had left, and this one would destroy the hospital. The Nomu would have All Might hanging from his retractable nails, which would shake All Might so that he would bleed to death. Abi. Well, what were we talking about? If Nomu kills her, she's old. The Nomi would dig his claws into the woman, making her scream in pain, throwing her to the ground just like All Might. Everyone would see this. The three from UA study them, Mitsuki and also Deku, who would only scream in pain, seeing how his mother would be bleeding out. Aizawa, Snipe and Deadshot, both a few doctors would head towards the hospital. Bakugo without thinking would fly towards the hospital. Abi. Well, that's all for today, bye. Abi turned off the camera and went back. He believed they were using portals which Kurogiri had made. These would enter them and disappear. Soon the heroes and doctors would arrive. They would attend to the wounded. Bakugo would arrive at the scene, thinking that his friend would be there. But no, in the warehouse he would see the green-haired girl breathless. He would no longer know what to do. Shigaraki would approach Deku and stop him, as would Twice and Mr. Compress, causing him to crawl out. At that moment the copy of Dabi and the Nomus would arrive. Deku would be lying on the floor, but a voice would tell him. Use me and we can defeat him. Deku. No. It's the only option. Deku. Nothing matters anymore. Hey, you have to avenge your mother's death, use me and you'll understand who I am. Deku. You're right. Deku the businesswoman to activate the one for all, but this time it would be different. His businessman rays to collide with each other. His rays would begin to change color to a crimson red hue, also his left eye would change to a crimson red. The villains would be surprised to see this. All for One would not hesitate and would give an order to everyone. All for One. Kurogiri created a portal and takes everyone there now. Kurogiri. Yes, sir. Shigaraki. What's wrong, sensei? All for One. Be safe and for now don't do anything stupid, you know very well that now you have All for One. Shigaraki. Kurogiri. The portal is ready. All for One. Okay, now everyone go now. The villains would take their badly wounded companion and go to the portal. Deku would get up once more, but he would look too serious, his personality would change drastically. All for One. Wow, it seems you've changed, boy. Deku. Shut up, moron, now you'll see what I'm capable of. Deku businesswoman to rise thanks to the fact that now he had awakened Nana Shimura's quirk. All for One aria the same. All for One. Wow, it seems like it's full of surprises, but guess what, I am too. All for One. It would produce some red rays, but these would be of a darker shade. Both rays had an impressive force, so much that they came out of the warehouse. The reporters who were from the sky would sign this. Ryotaro. Looks like someone's fighting in the old fishing shed. The heroes as well as the students would see this on television, but would be surprised, since the green rays with crimson red would have become familiar to him. Momo would see this on the news and worry that Deku would lose control again. Bakugo wanted to go, but knew he had to be with his friend's mother. Meanwhile in the warehouse. Deku. Today I will kill you. All for One. All for One. I want to see you try, brat. All for One would have passed his power to Shigaraki. He knew that he would no longer have the strength to stop Deku, but he also knew that the green-haired man would be tired since his body was hurt and would not be able to withstand so much power. Deku. Finish you in 5 minutes. All for One. That's what I want. He wouldn't finish speaking as a blow would hit him across the face, making him fall to the ground. Deku would plummet, falling on top of All for One. Deku would take him with his black whips, lift him up and whip him as much as he could. He would attract All for One to him and hit him in the face again and again. He would throw him into the air and attack him with his air force. Then he would fly, giving him an axe kick, making him fall to the ground, drawing a little blood. Deku. Now tell me that you want to be the one beaten up by someone else. Tell me. All for One. Ha 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 ha, you're just a bucking idiot whose mother just got killed, you piece of shit. If you're going to kill me, do it right now, damn it, ha 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 ha. Deku, without holding back, would create 2 blades with his black whips and would bury them in his heart again and again and again until he stopped breathing. Deku would get up, seeing how he had killed the symbol of evil. His strength would disappear and he would fall to the ground and his eyes would be lost, but someone would appear to him. You did well, kid. Deku? Who are you? Am I your bad Izuku? Ha ha ha. Deku? Now what do you want? Izuku? Nothing, but now it's time for you to go with your mother now. Deku? But I don't have the strength to go. Izuku? He has Nonishimura's quirk, so he'll fly there, idiot. Deku? You're right. Izuku? See you later. So Deku would wake up and get up with difficulty. This businessman would fly, but would see how his suit would be destroyed on the right side of his chest, which I don't take importance to. He would fly at full speed. Meanwhile the doctors would do everything possible to save Izuku's mother, and Almight, the reporters would narrate. Reporter. Thanks to the heroes, there were no casualties in the battle, but there were injuries. Many heroes were injured, and well, the Nomus attacked a civilian and a symbol of peace. The cameraman would watch as a person would arrive flying and would point towards him, seeing that this would be the UA student Deku who would be badly injured. The students would see how Deku was hurt, and Momo would worry too much. Bakugo would see his friend, and he would jump to help Deku to get down, but everyone would be seriously impressed since Deku would arrive flying. Deku without thinking went to where his mother would be. The cameraman would make this worse. The doctors left them alone. Deku? Mom, please wake up. Inko? A little weak Izuku, I'm glad you're okay. Deku? I know you're going to recover, you'll see that if. Inko? No son, I think my time has come. Deku businesswoman to cry. Deku? Don't say that, Mom, I miss you. Inko? Deku, don't be sad, remember that you will always be my favorite hero. Deku would take his mother's hand. Deku? I know Mom and that's why I've tried so hard, so don't go. Inko? I'm sorry Izuku, but remember you are my hero Deku, you are my symbol of peace. This would be the last thing he would say. His hand would fall leaving the green-haired man's. He would begin to cry uncontrollably hugging his mother just like Inko. All Might would give himself up for dead. Everyone would see this sad scene. Businesswoman would rain too much heroes and student. Both the entire population would see this sad scene. Deku would not stop screaming. Deku? Mamai. I. The green-haired boy would look defeated both inside and out. Kakin would approach to hug his friend. His schoolmates would begin to cry for his friend. Night would fall. The bodies of both people would be taken to a place where corpses are kept. Only heroes would be hospitalized. And Deku too that day. No one could forget how the villains had defeated the heroes the day the League of Villains won. Goodbye Mom. The green-haired man would be found lying in a bed. He was sleeping, but he would have a dream or so it seemed. Deku would be found lying on the floor somewhere where everything was dark. The green-haired man would be surprised. In the distance he would hear some footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Deku would quickly stand up, but upon seeing the silhouette of that person, he would recognize him. Deku? Tell me what the hell am I doing here? Izuku? Well, I don't know, I was just walking around here. Deku? Ha ha ha, very funny, tell me what the hell am I doing here again? Izuku? Hey kid, calm down. Deku? Tell me who the hell are you? You said that if I used you, you would tell me who you really are. Izuku? Okay, but calm down. Izuku tries to vanish, but it takes the form of a boreal aura taking different shades of color, but it stops at a green color. Listen to me, I am not your sentimental one of revenge or anything that I mentioned to you the first time we met. Deku? So who are you? Boy, I'm the one for all. Deku would be speechless after hearing this. Deku? Sorry, what did you say? One for all. That I am one for all. Deku? But how? One for all. Look kid, one for all is not just a quirk that gives you power in your body and makes you use the other quirks of the former carriers. One for all is beyond a quirk. I as one for all can't transform into whatever I want. An animal, an object or a person is an enthusiastic case. I took your personality and played a little with your mind the first day we saw each other. When I saw that you were so angry your adrenaline was released like an explosion when you felt those feelings towards Iida. At that moment I knew that you could use the 20% that one for all is sealed. Your emotions towards Iida were the key to release the power that previously slept in you. I must also say that you are the first to talk to me, not even the first carrier could achieve this. Deku? But you're the one for all. Why do anger and revenge dominate me? One for all. Those were the feelings you felt at that moment. I had nothing to do with it, those were your true feelings, and you have to know that you were an idiot. Deku? Why? One for all. Why? You let yourself be carried away by the betrayal of a love that changed everything around you. Maybe you hadn't realized it, but I saw how Uraraka cheated on you, and I didn't say anything to you because I thought you would realize one day, but it wasn't like that. You let yourself be blinded by an unrequited love. Deku? You're absolutely right, I've always been an idiot, I can never help others. One for all. That's not true, and you know it. Deku? I don't understand. One for all. My raw boy, you are not useless. You helped Bakugo to change that personality of just yelling and being irritated to the person he is. Well, maybe he is still like that with some, but that doesn't matter anymore, and besides, there is someone who is truly in love with you, boy. Deku? But who? I'm not attractive enough. One for all. Hey, not everything in life is about being a pretty face or having a spectacular body. What counts are the actions that one does towards another person, the way one treats them, the mutual respect that one has for each other, all of that is what is qualified. Deku? Piro. One for all. Look, kid, not everything in life is bad. There may be some moments, but it won't always happen. Deku? I know that, but I don't know if I'll be able to fall in love again. One for all. Hey, don't take it like that, just let your feelings take over. That girl is really in love with you. Deku? But who could it be? One for all. Well, how long does it take you to know who it is? Buck, just look. This would show him that he would be in a hospital bed, but next to him would be a brunette who would be sleeping next to him, and he would be surprised. Deku? This can't be. One for all. Of course it can be. Deku? But how can Momo be in love with me? One for all. It was that time you saved her from a villain when you were doing surveillance in Tokyo. Deku? It's true, when all that happened I stayed by his side in the hospital at all times. One for all. There's no time, kid. Just don't say anything about this, okay? Momo can't possibly know that you know she's in love with you. Deku? Okay. One for all. Well, it's kind of waking up, kid, and train hard to be able to use one for all at 120%, bye. So this dream would end for Deku, from which he would wake up very quickly sitting on the bed, causing Momo to wake up. Deku would see her surprised, and he would go back to bed. Deku? But what was it? He wouldn't finish speaking since Momo would rush against the green-haired boy, hugging him and crying. Deku knew that he had worried his companions, so he didn't say anything and hugged Momo, surrounding her back with his hand and caressing her hair with the other hand. Momo was too clinging to Deku that they stayed like that for a few minutes. Momo would get up and apologize. Momo? Sorry, Deku. Deku? No need to apologize. Momo? Deku? Deku? Yes. But wait, tell me, how is my mother? I have to know how she is. Momo would be surprised since he did not know that she had died, since after a few hours when he was with his mother in the city, this pain would be unleashed along with his mother. Momo? Well, I don't know how to say it. Deku? Please, Momo, I have to know. Momo? I just don't want you to suffer anymore. Deku would think the worst since Momo's face said it all. Deku? Don't tell me she's… Momo? That's right, Deku, your mother died. The green-haired businesswoman started to cry. He would cover himself with the sheets and shrink into bed. Momo would hug him so he wouldn't feel alone. After a few minutes they would fall asleep. Morning would come. Deku would wake up looking at a window with red eyes from crying. So much his gaze was not the same, his eyes would lose their shine. They were no longer emerald green eyes, now they were opaque eyes. Momo would enter through the door of the room since she had woken up earlier to go out for breakfast. Deku turned to look at her. Momo? Sorry to bother you, Deku. Deku? It's no bother at all. Momo? Well, I brought you breakfast. I know that hospital food is not good, that's why I went out for a coffee and a pancake. I hope you like it. Deku? Thanks, Momo, I don't know how to repay you for all this. Momo? You don't have to pay me anything, Deku. Deku? Of course, you've helped me in everything, starting when Uraraka and Iida were expelled. You didn't leave me alone. Momo would blush slightly and turn her face away slightly. Momo? Well, you have to have breakfast since you're still a bit weak. Deku? You're right. Momo would take out 2 coffees and the pancakes. Deku? I thought you only brought one. Momo? Well, the truth is that I haven't had breakfast either. Does that bother you? Deku? No, not at all. Momo would give Deku a coffee and a pancake. Momo, Deku? Itadakimasu. So both would drink their coffee and eat their pancake. They would spend time talking. Deku's gaze would shine again just a little, so time would pass. Deku? Oya, Momo. Momo? Yes. Deku? How are the other heroes? Momo? They are better now, they just need to rest. Deku? How good. At that moment someone knocked on the door of the room. Deku? Yes, go ahead. Doctor? Sorry for the interruption. Momo? Don't worry. Doctor? Well, I just came to let young Izuku Midoriya know that tomorrow we will discharge him from the hospital and he will be able to return to the UA. Deku? That sounds good. Doctor? Well, don't interrupt them anymore so I'll leave you. Momo, Deku? Thank you very much. Momo? You don't look happy, Deku. Deku? Well, once I get out of here I'll have to make preparations for my mother's funeral, and the truth is I don't know if I'll be able to do it alone. Deku would bring a couple of tears to his eyes, but Momo would hug him. Momo. Don't be sad Deku, I know you lost a loved one, and believe me friend it hurts me too, but remember you have people who support you, Bakugo, Kirishima, sometimes Todoroki and we won't leave you alone, I will help you with it. Deku. Thanks Momo. This is how the day would pass. Momo would say goodbye to Deku without first telling him that she would stop by for him in the morning at 8 o'clock. Night would come, the sky was clear, they looked at the stars. The green-haired boy would look at the sky through a window and shed a few tears. He would stay like that for a few seconds. After that he would go to his bed and fall asleep. The hours passed like water. It was already Monday, and due to the fight the UA would not have classes, so the students would stay in their dorms. Deku would be getting ready in his room. Momo, as he had promised, would stop by for Deku at the hospital. Seeing how all the heroes would also be discharged, each one would take their own path. On the way to UA in a car where Momo and Deku would be. Momo. Deku. Deku. Are you? Momo. Well, yesterday I spoke with Director Nezu, and he said that he would support you in everything, and that they would arrange both funerals, and that you shouldn't worry about anything. Deku. I see, I'll have to thank the director. Momo. And what do you plan to do after returning, to your everyday life? Deku. Well, I hope to continue as I was before, but now I'll have to go home a couple of times to clean and stuff. Momo. If you need help with it just let me know. Deku. Segura. Momo. Of course. Deku. Well, it's a deal. After a few hours they would finally arrive at the UA. Both young people would get out of the car and head towards the dorms where everyone would be waiting for them. Deku would just open the door and everyone would rush towards him to hug him and give him their condolences. Deku was surrounded by blonde-haired people who would make everyone separate. Hakan. Take off your extras, don't you see, he needs air. Everyone would separate and apologize. Deku would just smile a little, greet his classmates and go to his room. Since he wanted to be alone for a while, Deku would go to his room and get dressed. Then everyone would go to their respective rooms. Night would fall. The next day classes would be normal. Everyone was in their corresponding classroom. Mine. Sai. What's up, girl? Kiro. Mina. I don't see Izuku. Jiru. Leave it, maybe something is wrong. Hagakure. It's true, he just lost his mom. Mina. I'm sure Momo knows something. Jiru. Maybe. Hagakure. Then let's ask him. All the girls will head towards where Momo would be. Momo. What's up girls? Mina. We were wondering if you knew where Izuku is. Momo. Really? Jiru. I told them it was a bad idea to ask. Hagakure. That's not true, Jiru. Sai. Don't fight, girls, Kiro. Momo. He's with a live show right now. Mina. 4. Momo. It's not like I asked him why he was going or if, in any case I have to go. Jiru. Where to? Momo. Deku asked me to accompany him to go with the director. Sai. How rare. Hagakure. Why? Mina. Think about it, because Izuku would go with Momo to accompany him, and also yesterday they arrived together. Hagakure. You're right, Mina, that's suspicious. Momo. Don't talk nonsense, I'd better go. Momo would leave the classroom to go to where Izuku was. Momo would arrive at the principal's office. Momo would knock on the door. Momo. Excuse me, can I come in? Nezu. Of course, Miss Yaoi Rozu, we were waiting for you. Momo. Thank you. Momo would go to the office and see Deku sitting on a sofa. The director would offer Momo tea and she would accept it with just. Nezu. Well, since we're all here, what did you want to talk about, young Midoriya? Deku. Well, it's about my mother's funeral. Nezu. I see, I suppose that young Yaoi Rozu told you that I would take care of that since it is sad news for you and we want to support you in everything. Deku. I really appreciate that, director, but I also want to support you in that. Nezu. Okay. Deku. And that's why I want to ask your permission to skip classes this week so I can see everything from the funeral. Nezu. I understand boy, and it's okay, I'll give you permission since it's your mother who you will honor at her funeral and she would have preferred that her son do it. Deku. Thank you Principal Nezu. Momo. Deku, I'll help you. Deku would be surprised since he had asked him to go so that he could let the teachers know that he would not be going to class all week. Deku. Puro Momo. Momo. Deku, I told you that I would support you in everything necessary and that I would not leave you alone, please also give me permission to skip classes. Nezu. Of course Miss Yaoi Rozu, I will speak to your teachers, well if there is no other matter to attend to you may leave. Both boys would get up from the couch and give thanks. That's how the week would pass. Deku and Momo would be watching everything about the funeral. The week passed and the weekend would arrive, everyone would be at the cemetery, professional heroes, UA students, except for one in the entire city since that day, they were saying goodbye to two people, Izuku's mother and Almight, who gave his life trying to save another life. The day was cloudy, everyone was quiet, the father was praying for the bodies present, the rain was pouring down, everyone would have their umbrellas, but Deku would be in front of his mother's coffin without an umbrella, the water had made his hair cover his eyes, the mass would end, everyone would leave, Deku would stay in front of his mother, the rain continued to fall, all his classmates would say goodbye to the bodies present, and also to Deku, everyone would leave, but Momo would stay. She would see Deku sad, the green-haired man would be crying, but it would not be noticeable because of the raindrops, the brunette would approach Deku and hear that he would speak to her to his mother. Deku? Mother, I'm really sorry I couldn't protect you. I wanted to be the best hero, but how am I going to do it if he doesn't ask me to protect you? I'm not worthy of being a hero. I would like to return everything to how it was before. I'm really sorry, I'm an idiot. Bye mom. He would burst into tears but would feel like someone was hugging him, he would turn his face and see that it would be Momo who was hugging him. Momo. Deku, don't say that. Your mother knows that you did your best. Don't say that you're an idiot. If you want to vent, do it. I'm here with you. Deku would burst into tears on Momo's shoulder, and the minutes would pass, they would return to the dorms, everyone would be in their respective rooms, Deku would go to his room, Momo would accompany him, and she would stay with him, they would talk a little, and soon the night would be present, Deku offered to stay with Momo in his room, leaving her the bed for her, and he would sleep on a small sofa that he would have in his room. But the brunette would ask him to sleep next to her since it was too cold, and he would hesitate a little since he did not want Momo to feel uncomfortable, but Momo would insist and Deku ended up accepting, so they both would fall into a deep sleep. What was I thinking? The night would pass, the sunlight would enter through the window of the green-haired boy's room, he would be the first to wake up, but he would feel something soft next to him, he would be surprised when he made a small moan. Deku? Half asleep, but what? He would uncover the other side of the bed seeing Momo sleeping next to him, he would be surprised, but would not say anything. Deku would slowly get up from his bed and sit on the floor, thinking that he had not done anything wrong, then he would see that he would be dressed in a black suit, he would see Momo in a black dress, he remembered that the day before had been his mother's funeral. Deku? Well, I can't fix what happened anymore, I guess everything will change, well actually everything changes since that betrayal of love. The green-haired man would see Momo as he slept. Deku? And to think that you were always by my side, you never left me alone since that time. Deku would begin to remember everything that had happened before. Months ago. After the expulsion of Uraraka and Iida, classes would continue normally, but Deku would seem a bit sad in some classes, and sometimes he would even miss classes, which was very unusual for him. Momo would worry about him, and this would be noticeable in one of the classes, so at the end of classes, Momo would go to visit Deku. The bell rang and Momo ran out of the classroom. Seiya. You're in too much of a hurry, Kiro. Mina. She must be worried. Hagakure. What can we do? Jiru. We don't have anything, but she'll think of something. Seiya. Well, I think it's time to go too. The frog was about to turn around but would collide with a two-colored. Seiya. Ouch. Todoroki. Sorry Asui-san, I didn't see you. Seiya. With a slight blush, it's nothing, tell me Seiya. Todoroki. Okay. Momo would arrive at the dormitory building, run through the hallways until she reached Izuku's room, Momo would try a little saliva and knock on the door, but no one would answer. Momo. How strange. She would knock on the door again, but no one answered, this began to worry Momo, and then she tried to open the normal door, to her surprise it was open, Momo would enter the room. Momo. Deku is here, I'm going in. Sorry for the trouble. Momo would enter the room, but no one would be seen, the room would be clean. Momo would go even further into the room, but nothing. Momo. Something's not right here. A small sound would take Momo's curiosity. Momo. That sounds like a bathtub faucet being turned on. The brunette would go to the bathroom, open the door and to her surprise Deku would be there with his hands in the bathtub and would be on the floor, but the bathtub was full of water with blood. This surprised Momo too much that she immediately removed Deku from the bathtub and saw his wrists and saw that they were cut a few centimeters away. She saw a cutter with blood and immediately called the school infirmary, but no one would answer. Momo. What kind of joke is this? Damn it. Hakan was walking in the hallway when he heard this scream. Hakan. That voice is Momo's. Hakan, the businesswoman, started running and stopped at Izuku's summons when she saw her door open. More screams came out of the room, so Hakan ran inside and reached the bathroom. Hakan. What's wrong Momo, why are you screaming? Momo. Crying, please take Deku to the infirmary quickly. Hakan without thinking would take Deku and carry him on his right shoulder. He would run out of the building. His classmates would be a few meters outside the building. Haminari. So what are we going to do this weekend? Mina. I say a party, what do you think? Hagakure. Me paris bien wyatit sayu. Sayu. I think the same Kiro. Tokoyami. But didn't the teachers get angry? Hiroshima. Come on man, don't be a party pooper. Satyu. Well, if that's the case, I'll be the chef. Jiru. I'll put the music on. Zero. And I will provide the hunger. Everyone started laughing until they saw Bakugo running out of the building. Mima. But what's going on? Hakan. Get out of the way. Extras. Hakan would grab Deku tightly with his right arm and with his left hand he would propel himself with one of his explosions. Everyone would see this. Jiru would turn around and see Momo running out of the dorms. Jiru. What's wrong, Momo? Momo. I have to go quickly with him, I can't leave him alone. Mina. But tell us what's going on. Momo was already too far away to answer them. Everyone was worried because they had seen how Bakugo would have Izuku carrying on his shoulder. They would enter the dorms. Kaken was about to arrive at UA, but he would be interrupted by his teacher. Izawa. What are you doing here? Classes are over. Hakan. I can't answer new ones now please. This would pass to Izawa quickly, but the sensei would see how he would carry Deku on his shoulder. He looked at the ground and saw that there was blood on the ground. Without thinking he would go after him. In the dorms they were all, except for Momo, Bakugo and Deku. Mina. But what could have happened? Sayu. I don't know Kiro. Jiru. I saw Momo very worried. That bicolor would look at the floor and see a trail of blood. He would be surprised and would follow it without taking too much rest. After continuing he would arrive at Izuku's room and would enter. There was more blood and he followed it until he reached the bathroom where he would see the bathtub full of blood and a cutter. He would quickly run out of the room. When he reached the living room everyone would see him since he would look worried and surprised. Sayu. What's up Todoroki? Kiro. Todoroki. There's no time to explain, I have to go quickly. Everyone was already scared because their classmates reacting like that was not very common. While at UA Kaken would arrive at the infirmary and he would open the door with a kick, frightening the recovery girl. Hakan. Fast needs medium attention. Recovery gyro would see Deku bleeding, so he acted quickly healing his wounds. After a few minutes Izawa sensei and Momo would arrive who would find him in the hallway and tell him everything. Momo. How is he? Recovery girl. She's stable now, she just needs to rest. Izawa. But how did this happen? Momo. I don't know, crying. Izawa. The good thing is that he is stable now and is not in danger. We should let him rest a little. Momo. Can I keep it please? Hakan. I think it would be a good idea, sensei. Izawa. It's okay, Momo, you can keep it. After that Kaken would return to the dorms and Izawa would go to his dorm. Kaken would meet Todoroki on the way. Todoroki. Bakugo. Hakan. What do you want? Todoroki. How is he? Hakan. He is stable but needs to rest. Todoroki. I understand. Hakan. We better get back. Todoroki. You're right. So both would go to the dorms. Upon arrival, both would be bombarded with questions from their classmates, but neither wanted to talk since they did not want to worry them more than they already were. In the infirmary, Momo would be seen a little sad and with some tears in her eyes. Momo. Crying, why did you do it, idiot? You had no reason to do it. Why? Deku. Because I don't want to live anymore. Momo would be surprised and see Deku awake, so without thinking she would throw herself at him and hug him. Deku. Momo, I can't breathe properly, do you think you could? Momo. Sorry haha. Deku. You're welcome. He would not finish speaking as he would be subjected to some small blows from Momo on his head. Deku. Momo, that's enough, please. Momo. Tell me why did you do it? Deku. I don't know, I just wanted to forget everything. Momo. If you know you're an idiot. Deku. Whatever. Momo would just hug Deku and not let go. Momo. Don't do it again Deku please. Deku. It's okay. Thus night would come and both would sleep in the infirmary, hugging each other. Izuku's feelings. The next day they would both wake up, but to their surprise, they would be in front of them Izawa and recovery girl. Both boys would be speechless. Izawa. For your sake, I hope you haven't done anything wrong. Momo would turn red as a tomato. Deku. No of course not sir. He would say no with his arms that had bandages on his wrists, but suddenly Izawa would give him a strong slap on the head. Deku. Sensei, but why? Izawa. You know, you could have died if it weren't for Miss Momo, you would be dead, boy. Deku. I know, professor, but I don't know what happened. Momo wouldn't say anything since she thought it was cute to see Deku getting scolded. Izawa. Luckily, this situation didn't get any worse, and it's a good thing he didn't notify the school about this incident. Deku. I know sensei and thanks for not notifying the school. Rikavari. Okay kid, you're fine now, so you can retire and go to your bedroom. Deku. Thanks recovery girl. So both elders would leave the room leaving Momo and Deku alone. Deku. Well, I think we should go, besides, I think we already missed the day of classes. Momo. Yes, true, besides, tomorrow is the weekend, I don't think missing a day will hurt us. So both would leave the infirmary room, they would pass by the school seeing their classmates who were in classes, they continued walking until they reached the dormitories, they entered the building, and were surprised to see how lonely it was. Deku. Well I think we should go to our rooms. Momo. I'll accompany you to yours. Deku. You don't have to do it. Momo. I insist. Deku. It's okay, Momo, you can come with me. So both would go to the green-haired man's room, once arriving there they saw the door open, they would enter the room. Deku. Wow, that's a disaster, isn't it, Momo? The green-haired boy would turn to see Momo, but she had her face down. Deku. Momo are you okay? Deku asked, but Momo didn't answer. Deku. Momo. The brunette would slap the green-haired man, making him turn his face. Deku. But why was that, Momo? Momo. You're an idiot, you don't know how worried I was about you. I was afraid you weren't with us anymore. Why did you do that? Idiot, idiot, idiot. Momo would approach Deku giving him small blows to the chest, Deku only had his face down, and his hair covered his eyes. Deku. Momo I did it because I still have feelings for Uraraka, and I delinquented her, and she was expelled from UA. Momo, upon hearing that, would slap him again. Momo. What kind of idiot are you? Deku. An idiot who is still in love with an unrequited love, even if I have something for her, I know I'm an idiot, but I can't stop thinking about her, I still. Deku couldn't finish speaking since Momo had approached and started kissing the green-haired boy. Deku. Momo you kissed me. Momo. I will do it until you forget about that bitch Uraraka, she doesn't deserve you, you should be with someone better. Deku. Momo I don't know what to do. Deku would fall to his knees on the ground with his face bowed, but he would feel a hand touch him. Momo. I will help you Deku, you are a great person to be crying for someone like her, I will support you in everything, I will never leave you alone, you also have the help of Bakugo and Kirishima and some of Todoroki, but the important thing is that you think that you will never be alone. Deku would not hold back his tears, and the businesswoman would cry, Momo would hug him tightly, so both would stay for a long time, it was already starting to get dark, Deku and Momo were still hugging each other, but they would hear a noise, so they deduced that their classmates would already be in the building, Momo said goodbye to the green-haired girl, and the brunette would go to her room. Deku. Well she's right, I can't always be like this, hurt, I must overcome this, I am the hero Deku. So the green-haired man would start doing his chores starting by cleaning his room, after that he would take a shower, night would come, and the green-haired man would wake up since he would fall asleep after taking the shower, he would leave his room to go to the living room, but to his surprise, everyone would be in the living room, so everyone would rush towards the green-haired man, but a blonde would make them stop. Hakken. Listen up guys, don't rush towards Deku or I'll kill you. Kirishima. Hey, that sounds a little threatening, don't you think? Seiya. He's always so angry Kiro. Hakken. What did you say? Seiya. You see Kiro. Mina. Well, let's leave this for another occasion. Hagakure. Yes, that sounds good. Ajiro. Well, since we're all calm, Midoriya, how are you feeling? Deku. I'm a little better now, thanks for asking, Zero. But why did they take you to the infirmary? Deku. Well I think I felt a little bad and I think I fainted. Shoji. But a fainting spell, I don't think it would be alarming enough to worry Bakugo, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki too much. Jiru. I agree with Shoji. Deku. Well maybe they got too alarmed thinking it was something else. Okoyami. It could be, and it's also the first time we've seen Bakugo so worried. Mineta. I don't think so, remember when Midoriya lost control of his power during training? Satyu. It's true that day we were all scared and the only ones who could take Midoriya were them. Aoyama. But why would Midoriya unleash his power that day? Zero. Right, why would it get out of control? Everyone would look at the green-haired Kaken who was about to interrupt, but Momo would appear coming out of the kitchen. Momo. But what's going on here? Jiru. Well, we were just asking Midoriya questions. Mina. Exactly. Momo. How can they make him think at this moment he needs to rest? Mina. But. Momo. Don't do that again. Jiru. Whatever you say, Momo. Everyone would forget about the subject and start doing other things. The clock would ring as it marked midnight, everyone would go to their respective rooms, the night would pass, and the sun of the day would appear. Everyone was still sleeping, but a green-haired man would be training outside the dormitory building. Deku. I have to control even more the 100% of one for all. This businesswoman would kick in the air, use her air force, meditate, but then she would remember the kiss she had with Momo, and this would take her out of her meditation. Deku. Touching his lips, why did you do it? The green-haired boy would continue training. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, so everyone would already be awake, but Deku hadn't realized until the brunette brought Deku breakfast. Momo. Hey. Deku would turn to see Momo. Momo. You're not listening. The green-haired man would look to his left and then to his right, and finally he would point to himself. Momo. Yes, you, the strong man with green hair. Deku. Ha 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 ha, how funny. Momo. It's not my fault you're not wearing a shirt. Deku would have a small blush so he would grab her shirt and cover himself. Deku. What are you doing here, Momo? Momo. I came to bring you breakfast. Deku. Saw you know. Momo. Of course, silly, it's already afternoon and I imagine you hadn't noticed. Deku would look at his watch realizing that the brunette was right. Deku. But how time flew by. Momo. Exactly, so have breakfast and enter the building. Deku. Okay. Momo. Don't be long. Momo would approach the green-haired man and with her hand she would pull him towards her, kissing him. When the kiss ended, Momo would turn around and walk away from the place. Deku. Again, well she just wants to help me. So the months would pass, Momo would help the green-haired boy in everything, she never left him alone like her friends. Current time. Deku will continue sitting on the floor. Deku. Touching his lips, since that time I've always thought of you, not only as a friend but as something more, I think I'm in love with you Momo Yaoirozu. Momo would move a little from the bed making Deku very surprised, Momo would wake up. Momo. With a small yawn and squinting eyes, good morning Deku. Deku. Gee good morning Momo haha. Momo. But what are you doing on the floor? Deku. Well it's something like here haha, and by the way. Momo. What? Deku. You didn't hear what I said, right? Momo. Seeing something strange about Deku, did your brain short circuit or something silly? I was asleep, how am I going to hear you? Deku. Yes true haha, in his thoughts, it was close. Both retire for a while, Momo would get up from the bed, as well as Deku from the floor, Momo would leave Izuku's room. Momo. Well, I have to go change, Deku. Me too, well I think we'll see each other later. Momo. Yes haha, well until the afternoon. Deku. Until the afternoon. So both boys said goodbye, but that same afternoon, they would not know what would happen to them both. Is this a date? The morning would pass and the afternoon would come, both young people would be in their rooms, while all their classmates would be in the main room. Deku. How boring, I think I'll go out for a while today is Sunday, next week are final exams, and it will be the last week for vacation nothing could go wrong. The green-haired boy would get up from his bed and change his clothes, which would be black pants with a couple of slits on the knees and thighs, a green t-shirt and a black trench coat, he would leave his room, meanwhile Momo would be getting ready in her room. Momo. What should I do? My feelings for Deku are so great that I want everyone to know. I'll go to his room to talk to him. Momo would dress up and she would be wearing a red dress with her hair loose and red heels. Momo would leave her room and go to the green-haired boy's room, Deku would already be in the main room and everyone would look at him. Hiroshima. Wow where are you so handsome bro? Deku. I'll just go for a walk, that's all. Haminari. Yes, of course, a walk. Deku. I swear. Zero. That Midoriya, don't do anything bad. Understand? Zero would hit him with his elbow in a sarcastic way. Deku. Of course we will. At that moment, Momo would arrive in the room and the girls would look at her. Mina. Yulala, where is this beautiful Momo? Do you want to marry someone? Momo. But what are you talking about, Mina? Jiru. Or maybe you'll go out with Deku's boyfriend who's over there with the boys. Jiru would point at Deku and Momo would blush when she saw him. Momo. But how handsome he is, no, of course I won't go out with him, it could be a coincidence. Sayu. I don't believe that, Momo Kiro. Meanwhile, Mineta would see Momo. Mineta. Wow how beautiful. Everyone would turn to look at the girls and look at Momo. Hiroshima. I see what you're going out with Momo with. They're into you bro. Deku. What are you saying? I won't go out with her, even though she looks beautiful. Mineta. Damn Deku, how can you be so lucky? Bleeding from the eyes. Deku. Mineta, don't be childish. Deku and Momo would stare at each other, seeing that both would look very handsome. Deku. Well, I'm going, I'll see you later. Pakin. Have fun, Deku. Well, instead of the girls. Momo. Well, I'll go buy some things at a mall, then I'll come back. Girls. Jiru. Yes, to shop of course. Mina. Hahaha, that's true. Momo. Stop joking about it, well, I'm going. Deku would already be in the schoolyard and would hear a scream. Momo. Deku. Deku. Momo. What are you doing here? Momo. I was just going out for a walk and you? Deku. Same. Momo. And where are you going to see a girl so handsome or what? If so, I'm going to kill him. Deku. No, I'll just go out for a walk to cool off a bit. Momo. I see, it seems like he'll live a little longer today. Deku. I ask you the same thing, Momo, where are you so pretty? Momo. I'm just going to buy some things a little blushed. Deku. Really? I don't believe you with a small laugh. Momo. What did you say, broccoli? Deku. Bro, broccoli, how mean you are. Momo. You asked for it. Deku. Well, and what are you going to buy? Momo. Just girl stuff, you know, clothes, accessories, anything that makes us look cute. Deku. But Momo, you don't need that, you are already beautiful just the way you are. Momo. Blushing, you mean it. Deku. Blushing, don't take it the wrong way, well I well. Momo. Laughing, you're so cute, Deku. Deku. Sad, hahaha, I guess thanks. So both boys would be going through the city looking at all the possible places. They had arrived at the mall, to which Momo dragged Deku from down to Tina, taking him everywhere. Deku. Oh, I should have stayed at UA. Momo. Come on, Deku, don't be lazy, there are still too many stores. Deku. I'm going, well I can't blame her, she has always helped me in everything and she is the girl I am in love with. So both boys would have finished visiting all the stores in the Momo Mall. And what's the plan now? Deku. I don't know, no wait, let's go to the fair. Momo. What a good idea, in the end that head will be useful to you. Deku. Yes, true, hey. Momo. Laughing, don't get mad, grumpy, come on, let's go, I want to ride all the games. Momo would take Deku's hand and drag him towards the fair. After so much walking they had arrived at the fair. Momo. Wow, it's too big. Deku. You've never been to one? Momo. No, I always spent my time studying at home. Deku. I see, well since we're here, let's have fun. Momo. Yee. This time Deku would take Momo's hand, who would blush slightly. The two boys would have fun at the game stands, they would eat too many things. Momo was having a great time and Deku noticed it, so he was happy too. They would pass by a shooting range where the grand prize would be a giant teddy bear and Momo would look at it in amazement. Momo. What a big bear, I would like to have it. Deku. Come on, let's go, holding Momo's hand. Owner. Come in and see your luck at the target. Deku. Hello, Mr. Owner. Wow, but here we have a brave man who wants to try. Deku. Yes, haha. Owner. And we're waiting for the game to start. Here you go, kid, it's 3 attempts. If you manage to hit the center of the circle, that big bear will be yours. Deku. Okay. Momo. Deku, good luck. Deku. Always. The green-haired boy would throw the 3 targets in the center of the circle, surprising the owner of the stand. Momo. Yee, you won, Deku. Deku. How lucky. Owner. Wow, boy, you have great aim, here you have this big bear, take it and give it to your girlfriend who is very happy. Deku. Blushing, if it's true that. Momo is too happy, she wouldn't listen to anything the owner said, since she would be busy jumping for happiness. After this both boys would go to other games. The first would be the bumper cars, where Momo had no mercy against Deku, since he always gets run over. Deku. Momo, you are bad. Momo. In war anything goes, darling. Deku. So you'll see. Momo. That's what I want to see, bunny. Deku and Momo would be facing each other, where they would both start to accelerate and they would crash, they would both laugh too much, and everyone would see them. Persona. Wow, they are very happy, they must be boyfriends. Persona 2. Yes, who like them? Deku and Momo would shuffle the game and would start walking all over the place. They would pay at a cotton candy stand and buy one. Deku and Momo would go to a sidewalk to eat their cotton candy. Deku. It is very good. Momo. Yes, it's like a cloud. Deku. Laughing, you would like to live in a cloud. Momo. How do you know? Deku. Wait, is it true? Momo. Of course not, silly, that's something impossible. I suppose your bear would like some cotton. Deku. This is not my bear. Momo. Is it? Deku. No, this bear is yours, here, giving the bear to Momo. Momo. Are you sure, Deku? Taking the bear. Deku. Of course, Momo, since I saw how you looked at the bear I knew you wanted it and that's why I want it for you. Momo. Hugging Deku, thank you, thank you so much, I will treasure it forever. Both would stare at each other with a small blush. Deku would be the first to look away, looking at the sky. Deku. What a beautiful sky. Momo. Turning around, it's true. Deku. The stars are very pretty. At that moment Izuku had a great idea. Deku. Holding Momo's hand, come on, I know how we'll end this day. Momo. It's okay. Deku would take Momo to the Ferris wheel. Momo would notice and would be happy. They would both get on, and the Ferris wheel would spin until the point where it stopped, leaving Momo and Deku at the top, where the whole city could be seen. Momo. It's a beautiful view, don't you think, Deku? Deku. Of course Momo, of course, hey Momo. Momo. Yes. Deku. We had a great time today and… Momo. Yes, it's true, so you could say that. Deku. Momo. Is this a date? Both boys would look at each other, blushing and surprised to hear the same words. Both would start to laugh. The business wheel would turn, bringing down the lovers. Once down, they would decide to leave the fair. That it was 11:15 at night, so they would take a taxi to the academy. During the way they both held hands without realizing it. They would arrive at the academy. Deku would pay the taxi driver the price it cost them. Both would walk to their dorm building. They would open the door and would see everything. I recommend glasses, plates, food, all kinds of things for a party. Hiroshima. Wow, they're here. Kaminari. We thought they wouldn't come back. Deku. Hahaha, I know it's too late. Kakin. Good that you came back, Deku. Deku. Thanks, Kakin. Jiru. Momo. And that teddy bear, it's huge. Momo. I know, it's a gift from Deku. Everyone. What? Hagakure. Midoriya gave you that bear. Mina. Yulala, it smells like romance here. Momo. What are you talking about, blushing? While on the boy's side, that bothered Izuku. Hiroshima. But what a handsome Izuku. Deku. It was nothing. Kaminari. It must have cost you too much. Deku. In fact, I won it at the fair. Ajiro. They went to the fair. Deku. Yes, I had to distract myself with something, don't you think? Zero. You're right, a lot of things have happened. Tokoyami. But still we all give our best. Shaoji. In that you're absolutely right. Aoyama. Of course, here we are all heroes. Satyu. The best thing at this moment is to have a little distraction. Mineta. Of course not, the best thing is to look at the Kai. Zero. Come on friend, leave that. Mineta. Millimeters. Deku. I don't understand anything but well in all this. Who was the party for? Hiroshima. Ah, that's true, the party was a congratulatory party for Todoroki and Sayu. Momo. Approaching the boys with the other girls for Todoroki and Sayu. Mina. That's right, since they gave us the surprise that… Todoroki, Sayu. We are a couple. Deku. Congratulations, Todoroki-kun. Todoroki. Thanks Midoriya. Momo. Congratulations, Sayu. Sayu. Thank you Momo. Kiro. The room would be cleaned and everyone would go to their bedrooms except Deku, who offered to accompany Momo to her room. Once they arrived, Momo would ask Deku to spend some time in her room since she wanted to tell Deku something. Momo. Well Izuku, I've wanted to tell you something for a long time. Deku. I also wanted to tell you something. Momo. Well, what if you say it first? Deku. You better say it. Momo. What if we both say it at the same time? Deku. Okay. Both boys would be sitting on the brunette's bed looking at each other out of the corner of their eyes, knowing that they were both shy. Momo. Well, here we go. Deku. Momo. I am in love with you. Both boys would be surprised to hear those words. They would not know what to say, they just stared at each other. Slowly they approached slowly until finally both boys kissed. It would take about 10 minutes until they would run out of breath. Both would collide their foreheads staring at each other. Deku. Momo, I would like to know if you would like to be my girlfriend. Momo. Of course silly, I love you, Izuku Midoriya. Deku. I love you too Momo Yaoi Rozu. Both boys would kiss slowly. Deku would break the kiss to say something. Deku. Momo would like our relationship to be a secret since I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Momo. I know darling, I know you have some pretty strong enemies and I understand, don't worry, it will be our secret. Both boys lay down on the bed hugging each other, falling deeply asleep. A new beginning. The dark night would pass to give way to day. The sun would shine through the small terrace that Momo had in his room. The green-haired boy would wake up. Deku. Half asleep, but what time is it? What day is it today? Deku would move a little, so much that he would wake up Momo. Momo. Half asleep, why are you moving so much? Deku. Sorry Momo. At that moment the alarm clock would ring, causing both boys to wake up. Momo. Turn that off, Deku. Deku. It's okay. Deku turned off the alarm clock, seeing that it was 10 in the morning. Deku. But what? Momo. What's up Izuki? Deku. Izukai. Momo. What? Is there anything wrong with you saying that to my dear boyfriend, approaching Deku? Deku. No, but, blushing, wait, have you seen the time? Momo. No, what time is it? Deku. It's 10 in the morning and you have an exam today. Momo. It can't be, we fell asleep. Deku. I have to go to my room to change. Momo. Okay, but don't let anyone see you leave. Deku. Don't worry, it'll be a ghost. The green-haired man would open the door to the room and he would stick his head out to see that there was no one there. When he realized that there was no one there he would leave the room, but just at that moment he heard voices coming closer. Deku. What was missing was Mina along with Hagakure and Jiru. The green-haired boy would enter Momo's room again, slamming the door. Momo. But what? Deku. In the hallway is Mina with Hagakure Jiru. Momo. This is bad, very bad, if they see you, we'll get into trouble. Deku. I already know that, what matters is where I'm going to leave now. Momo. I know, go out through the terrace. Deku. Yes, as if a teacher couldn't see me and punish me. I'd rather stay here and be discovered. Momo would hit Deku on the head. Deku. Hey, that hurt. Momo. Come on, go out through the terrace and use your whips to go to your room, if I remember correctly, your room also has a terrace. Deku. What a great idea, Momo. Momo. Of course it's a great idea, I thought of it. Deku. Yeah, hey, are you telling me I'm stupid? Momo. Of course not, cute, it's just that sometimes you forget to think with your head. Deku. Yeah, well I have to go or else this will be a mess. Momo. Yes, go now, but first. The brunette would approach the green-haired man to kiss him. Deku. Wow, and that? Momo. I don't know, so you don't forget about me. Deku. But I'm going to see you in the living room. Momo. But I couldn't do this, so why not take advantage of the moment when we're alone? Deku. I really love it, but now I'm leaving. Momo. See you, darling. The green-haired man would go out to the terrace and see if there was no one there, then activate his black whips and hold on tightly with them until he reached his room. Deku. Okay, I'm here now. I'll let Momo know. The green-haired man would take his phone and call Momo. Phone call. Momo. Good. Deku. Momo, it's me, Izuku. Momo. Have you arrived to your room yet? Deku. Yes, I managed to get there. Momo. And did someone see you? Deku. I don't think so, well in any case I'll take a bath and get ready to go to breakfast. Momo. Okay, I'll do the same. I'll see you in the living room. Deku. It's okay, we don't see. Momo. Bye. Both boys would hang up the cell phone and start to fix their things, then they would go to take a bath and then get ready and go to the kitchen to have breakfast. Both boys would go to the living room, but there was no one there, it seemed they had returned to their rooms, so the two boys would be filled with satisfaction like that. Both went to the kitchen and would start to prepare their respective breakfasts to start a new day. Deku. So what exams do we have today, Momo? Momo. I think the math class and as always sensei's training and the rest of the classes are normal. Deku. That sounds interesting, apparently we won't die in the exams today. Momo. But the exams are the easiest. Deku. That's what you say, but for others it's hell itself. Momo. That's not true, you're exaggerating. Deku. Wanna bet? Momo. Okay. Deku. Well today I want you to look at all our classmates for the end of the math test and you'll see how everyone will look very bad. Momo. Aha, yes, of course. Deku. Well if that doesn't happen I'll sing you a song. Momo. I'm interested in that, but what if they're so tired they want to die? Deku. Then you will have to dress as a maid and attend to all my requests. Momo. Never that. Deku. Scared Momo. Momo. Not even a little, okay, I accept. Deku. It's a deal, stretching his hand towards Momo. Momo. It's okay, taking Deku's hand. These two would shake hands to close the bet and see who was right. The boys would have breakfast and after a while they would finish, each one would get up from the table and wash their dishes. When they finished both would go to their respective rooms, time would pass and all the students of class 2 were already leaving the dormitories to go to the academy. Each one went their own way chatting and laughing like normal students. The green-haired boy would leave his room to go to the academy. Deku. Well today is a new day. Deku would head to the dorm exit and see his friends who were waiting for him to leave together. Hiroshima. Midoriya this way, raising his hand. Deku. What a surprise, what are you doing here? Hakan. We were waiting for you. Hiroshima. That's it, so the three of us can go together. Deku. Thanks for waiting for me guys. So the three boys headed to the academy. On the way they talked about trivial things and laughed too much, so much that they didn't realize when they arrived at the academy. Hiroshima. And that's how I fell down the stairs. Hakan. Shark teeth, we're here. Hiroshima. Turning around, it's true that fast. Deku. Well, let's go in, today is going to be a very busy day. Hiroshima. Don't even mention it. So the three boys would enter the academy and begin to walk to their respective classroom, seeing that everyone would already be inside it. Hiroshima. Wow, everyone is here. Hakken. That was obvious, Shark. Deku. Let's go ahead. Mina. Why are you three so close together? Hiroshima. Well then. Zero. Very suspicious, don't you think, Tokoyami? Tokoyami. No, not really. Zero. You take away Landaverdi, brother. Jiru. And why so late? Deku. Well, we were talking a little. Hagakure. And what were they talking about? Hiroshima. Well, things. Jiru. What kind of things? Hakken. Men's things. Mina. What a party pooper, Bakugo. Deku looked at Momo surreptitiously, just as Momo looked at Deku, because they knew that they didn't have to tell anything about their relationship. Deku. Thoughts, how I would like to run to kiss her and hug her. Deku would think in his mind that he would not pay attention to his companions who would be talking to him. Hiroshima. Midoriya, can you hear me? Midoriya, snapping his fingers. Deku. What? Hakken. It seems like you were in the clouds. Deku. Sorry. Hakken. Well, we better sit down before the teacher arrives. Deku. Yes, that's a good idea. The teacher would arrive and classes would begin. The day seemed to pass in slow motion, since everyone would be bored, some would be about to sleep until ectoplasm arrived. Ectoplasm. Okay kid, you know what's going to happen today, so I don't want anything on your desks, I just want your pencils and pens. All? Yes. So, the businesswoman was on the math test, everyone would be focused on their test, since this would be the last one before going on vacation, everyone would do their best for this test, but they knew there was still more to come. Momo. Thought, Deku says that this will leave them dead, you'll see that I'll win that bet, love, you'll see. Momo turns around seeing her companions and she saw them as normal. Momo. Thinking, I told you honey, I won. Momo feeling victorious focused on her exam, time passed and the exam was finally over, Momo proudly got up from her work and went to the green-haired boy's place. Momo. And what a song you will sing to me, whispering to the voice, love. Deku. But Momo, I won. Look around you carefully. Momo would look around with certainty and toast that everyone was very tired and with their heads on their desks. Momo. But I saw them better a moment ago. Deku. I'm sorry but that's how it is in war, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and since I won you will be my maid for the next 24 hours, that is until tomorrow. Momo. Wait, that means I'll come to the academy dressed as a maid. Deku. Correct. Momo. You're bad, you knew it. Deku. No, maybe yes, laughing. Momo would lightly hit Deku's head, the bell would ring, and everyone would wake up since it was break time, and everyone would go out to the cafeteria even Kakken had fallen asleep. Once arriving at the cafeteria, everyone would go to the food bar to eat their food, as expected Deku, Kakken and Kirishima went together, but this time with Todoroki Tsuyu and Momo everyone went, once all their food everyone went to sit at a table, time would pass, and the boys would finish eating. Everyone would go to leave their tray and head to the exit of the cafeteria, but someone would get in their way, the boys would stop. Monoma. But look who we have here, the orphan child. This comment would make Deku sad and his friends angry. Hakken. What did you say, piece of shit? Hiroshima. You're a son of a bitch. Monoma. But if it's true, he's just a poor orphan. He has no one with him, he's alone. Hendo would approach to calm Monoma since she had heard him. Hendo. Monoma, shut up already. Monoma. But it's the truth. Deku had a very sad face, his face would be downcast, Momo would hug Deku to calm him down a little, everyone would notice that the green-haired boy would shed a few tears. Monoma. Hahaha, go cry at home with mom, oh wait, you don't have a mother to cry to, hahaha. The teachers and all the students would not bear this act so they wanted to stop Monoma, but a great explosion would be heard coming from Kakken, who would have Monoma grabbed by his face. Hakken. Die you piece of shit. Shinii. Hakken would make a huge explosion on Monoma's face, causing him to suffer by flying. Hakken. Piece of shit. Monoma would fall to the ground, Kirishima would approach and grab Monoma by the hair, lifting it up. Kirishima. I won't allow this, hardening both arms. Kirishima, the businesswoman, was still anonymously hitting everyone, causing him to bleed a lot. The teachers would see all this, but they knew that Monoma had started the fight. Kirishima would stop. Kirishima. That's not enough of what you deserve. Todoroki. Kirishima, get away from here. Kirishima. Okay. Todoroki would freeze Monoma causing him to rise in a pillar of ice. Monoma. No, please, that's enough. Todoroki. I won't stop. Todoroki would understand his flames and aim at Monoma, but Izuku's arm would stop him. Momo. Deku. Todoroki. Midoriya. Deku. He already took enough damage, Todoroki, leaving him like that. Todoroki would put out his flames and everyone would leave, Monoma would take him to the infirmary, the boys walked down the hallway. Kaken. Deku, are you okay? Deku. Of course, Kaken, forcing a smile. Kirishima. Are you sure, bro? Deku. Very sure. Todoroki. You should have let me finish, Midoriya. Deku. He had already received too much damage, it will be for the next Todoroki. So everyone would arrive at their classrooms, Aizawa-sensei would enter, everyone would be in their seats. Aizawa. Okay, let's forget what happened in the cafeteria. Now I want you to put on your hero costumes. Today is training day. Training. The students wore their hero costumes and headed to the gym where Aizawa-sensei would be waiting for them. Aizawa. Well, today they will strengthen their quirks so they choose their partners with whom they think they will have a good result. Kaken. Hey Shark, you'll be with me. Kirishima. Okay, but I want Midoriya to debut with us. I want to strengthen my unbreakable mode. Kaken. Esp sounds good. Hey Deku, come here. Deku. It's okay. Momo. Hey, whispering, honey, can I train with you? I want to know how fast I can create things in a fight. Deku. I'll ask the boys. Deku would turn to his friends to ask in the afternoons if Momo could participate in training with them. Deku. Guys, can Momo join the practice? Kirishima. Of course, bro. Kaken. Of course you can. Deku. Okay. Deku would go to Momo to tell her that he could join them. Minutes passed and all the teams were already created. Aizawa. Okay, now that everyone is grouped, let's start training. Kirishima. This is going to be exciting, bumping his fists together. Kaken. Oh he. Everyone would start training, Deku would watch his teammates as they trained, and Momo would approach him. Momo. Something's wrong, Deku. Deku. No, everything is fine. Deku would change to where Kirishima and Kaken would be training, since these two were training Kirishima's hardening. Deku. Hey Kirishima, I need you to train. This would distract Kirishima, causing him to receive a direct hit from Kaken, causing him to shrink a little. Deku. Sorry Kirishima. Kirishima. Don't worry, I'm very resilient. Kaken. Hey, this is my punching bag. Deku, grabbing Kirishima. Kirishima. Hey. Like a boxing bag. Deku. It will only be for a few minutes. Kaken. Okay. Kirishima. Excellent. Kirishima and Deku would stand in front of each other, their team would be watching them, since they didn't want to miss any details. Kirishima. Activating his quirk. Okay, I'm ready. Deku, for his part, would activate one for all to the maximum, making Kirishima even more excited. Kirishima. Wow, it seems like you're going all out from the start. Well, I won't be left behind either. Unbreakable now, yes. But Deku still kept trying harder in his one for all. Deku, come on Deku, you must master that power, you can take one for all beyond its limits, one for all 105%. Small rays of a crimson red color begin to emerge, making them barely visible to the eye. Kirishima. Wow, Midoriya have red rays, but they are very mild. Bakugo. You're right, they are very light like the ones from that time. Todoroki. Maybe he is so interested in mastering that power. Deku and Kirishima would be ready to start their fight, and Aizawa would look at them. Deku. My body feels heavy, I can barely move, it's like that time I used one for all on my entire body with Gran Torino. Okay Kirishima, I'm ready. Kirishima and Deku would launch themselves at each other, causing their fists to collide, but Izuku's strength was too much that it would send Kirishima flying. Kirishima. But what great strength, my hand is shaking. Deku. How are you? Kirishima. Okay, let's continue. Deku and Kirishima would continue their fight by clashing fists against each other, a battle of hardness against strength, both would be at their best, but Deku, not controlling the 105% of one for all very well, would struggle a little more. Kirishima would give the green-haired boy a big blow very hard in the stomach. Kirishima. Well, I finally got to hit him. Deku. Don't be too confident. Deku would hit him back by hitting him in the face, which would make him spin in the air. Kirishima. I must be more careful. The battle would continue, each giving their best, punches, kicks, a battle that they could not imagine. Deku. Let's see what you think about this. Deku would raise his fist, but this time he would activate the black whips, making him cover his fists. Kirishima. I won't give up. Both boys would give strong blows, but Kirishima would lose strength, since Izuku's blows would be stronger, Deku would give the last blow with a great smash. Deku. Detroit smash. Hiroshima. Shit. Hiroshima would cover himself with his arms to mortify the blow, but this would be in vain, since it would make him fly away, making Hiroshima deactivate his quirk. Deku would approach to help his friend. Deku. Come on, get up, giving him his hand. Hiroshima. Thanks bro, what great strength you have, it seems you have developed your quirk even more. Deku. I think so. Hakken. Deku, fight me now, creating small explosions in his hands. Deku. This is my favorite. Both boys would be in a fighting position, while after the other boys. Todoroki. Hiroshima, why is he the one opposite Midoriya? Hiroshima. Very difficult, the truth is too strong. Momo. But what's weird is seeing those little red rays again. Sai. You're right, it's been a while since we last saw him. Kiro. Todoroki. He may have evolved in his power. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kakken's fight. Hakken. Here I go Deku. Hakken would launch himself very quickly towards Deku with a big explosion. Deku would respond with a blow, but Kakken would dodge it with one of his explosions. Hakken. Come on Deku, show me what you've got. Deku. Or you'll see Kakken. Deku would activate his one for all at 100% with the black whips. Hakken. What happened to those red rays? Deku. I'm still not used to them and I'm wasting too much energy. Hakken. What a pity, then you won't be able to defeat me while he's in the air. Hakken. Businesswoman creates explosions making it levitate in the air. Deku. How will I defeat him if he's in the air? Wait, one for all isn't the only thing I have to train, I have to train that too. Okay, get ready Kakken, here I go. Deku would activate Nonishimura's quirk for the second time, causing him to begin to levitate through the air. All his companions would be surprised by it. Hiroshima. But what? Momo. It can't be. Hakken. Deku, you can fly. Deku. I think so, but I still don't have a good control of it. Hakken. Okay, then here I go. Hakken would launch himself against Deku with a great explosion. Izuku, not controlling his new quirk very well, would receive Kakken's blow. Deku. Damn, how do I dodge it if I still don't know how to control it? This isn't the same as Uraraka's quirk, since she has zero gravity which makes her body float, but in my case it's levitation, so I would have to move freely. I'll use the air force, but this time it won't be air pressure bullets, but the same blast of air with which I'll move like Kakken does with his explosions. Here I go. A battle in the air would break out. Kakken would attack Deku again, but this time the green-haired man would use his air force to dodge the attack. Hakken. But. Deku. Here I go. Izuku would launch himself against Kakken using his air force, which would push him with too much air pressure, covering his fists with his black whips. Hakken. Shit, I won't have time to dodge. Hakken would cover himself with his arms in an X shape to lessen the blow a little, but this would have no effect. The blow would be too strong that it would make Kakken fall from the air. Hakken. Spitting out some blood. Deku. Izuku would come down from the air, showing himself in front of Kakken. Deku. The best. Deku. Kakken. Ai. Both would start a battle on the ground when blows. Both boys would give a great fight, but in a distraction of Izuku, Kakken would manage to give him a great blow with an explosion making Deku fly, but the green-haired man would recover quickly. Deku. One for all 105%. Deku would launch himself at Kakken, who would jump to kick him. Kakken wouldn't know what to do since Deku was faster. Hakken. The red rays. Hakken would cover his head to receive Izuku's kick, but Izuku would change the blow, hitting him with the black whips, catching him. Izuku, giving a spin in the air, would throw Kakken against a wall. Hakken. Shit, laughing. Deku. Here I go Kakken. Deku would give it to Kakken again, but he would receive it with an explosion making Deku retreat. Hakken. This isn't over yet. Deku. You think so? Deku with great speed would disappear from Kakken's sight, appearing behind him. Deku. Sayonara Kakken. Hakken mirrored. Hakken would fall to the ground after receiving a blow from Izuku. Deku. Good fight Kakken. The training will continue, all the students will give their best. Deku will deliver with Hiroshima, Kakken and Todoroki, with one for all at 105% to be able to improve it while also training the levitation quirk. The hours will pass and the classes will end. Izawa. Well, that's all for today, you may leave. All? Yes. So all the students would leave the gymnasium heading towards their dormitories. Once everyone in the building would head towards their respective rooms to take a bath. As time passed, everyone would be in the main hall. This would lead to everyone rushing towards Izuku, asking him about his new quirk, to which Deku would not give them many explanations. But Momo knew that something strange would be happening. The hours would pass and everyone would retire to their dormitories. Deku would accompany Momo to her room. Momo. Honey, can I talk to you? Deku. Sure. Momo. What's happening to you? It's not normal for a person to have 3 quirks and now use that power that scared us all the first time you used it. Deku? Well love, Momo. Please tell me the truth. Deku? It's okay. Deku would tell him everything about his past, how he met All Might and how he obtained One for All, how dangerous that power was for those who knew it since they would be in great danger and what his duty is to One for All. Momo. It can't be, but All for One is already dead. Deku? Not entirely Momo, his quirk was transferred to Shigaraki, he is the new All for One and he must be defeated at all costs. Momo. But we haven't heard anything from the Villain League for a long time. Deku? That's what worries me, that's why I must control 120% of One for All. Momo. Promise that you'll never leave me alone, that you'll never die and we'll always be together love, shedding tears. Deku? Of course I promise you, my love, I will never leave you, I will protect you at all costs, I will not let them take away from me again the one I love the most. Deku and Momo would stare at each other in the light of the Aryan moon that shone in their eyes, they would slowly approach each other to finally give each other a big kiss. They both knew now the danger they were both in but they didn't care, they would deal with it, both boys would lie down on Momo's bed hugging each other and falling asleep, the next day everyone would wake up, but Deku would be angry that there would be something that Momo should do. Deku? Okay, here it is. Momo. Waking up, good morning love. Deku? Good morning, darling. Momo. What are you holding in your hands? Half asleep. Deku? You remember that bet, right? Momo. Oh no, of course they will, that's stupid. Deku? Of course you will, you lost the bet. Momo. Silly, and I thought it was very private things, but since you insist, there's no point. Deku? Blushing, what kind of things? Momo. You're a pervert, love. Deku would turn too red since he didn't imagine such things. Deku? It's okay, you'll only be my maid when we're alone together. Thus both boys would start the day and the week would pass until the holidays finally arrived. Hiroshima. Or if finally vacation. Zero. Yes, bro. Pamurai. And what do you plan to do on vacation? Hiroshima. I don't know, honestly. Mina. I know, what if we all go to a camp? Hagakure. Iso suena bien. Hiroshima. It's an excellent idea. Momo. Then those who agree say yes. All? Yes. But at that moment Aizawa would be brought to the hall where everyone would quickly sit down. Aizawa. Well, as you know, our exams are over and the holidays have started, but first I'll tell you who the new class president will be, since it's been too long. Momo. Professor, who will be the president? Aizawa. The new class president is Izuku Midoriya. Everyone would scream with joy upon learning that Izuku was the new president. Deku. Professor, but why me? Aizawa. You are the most suitable to take that position, and I was watching you in training, well that's all you can leave. All the students would leave the academy heading to the dormitory building where everyone would rest heading to their respective rooms, except for Izuku and Todoroki, who would be with their respective partners, but somewhere in the mountains, there were several people who would be creating some plan. A special Halloween. Halloween day would come to UA, everyone would be excited about this, class 2A would have a magnificent idea. In the bedrooms. Mina. Boys. Hiroshima. What's up, Mina? Mina. I have a great idea. Sai. And what is that idea? Mina. Well, as you all know, it's Halloween and I decided to have a big costume party. Hagakure. Iso suena genial. Jiru. Good idea. Hiroshima. And what will there be for him to eat? Kaminari. Yes, food is the important thing. Zero. And what about drinks? Mina. That's obvious, we'll take the. Momo. We'll drink water. Mina. Momo. There's nothing wrong with that. Jiru. Momo, don't you think that's a bit unbelievable? Mina. Well, we'll see about that later. I already went to Professor Aizawa and he told me he gave me permission, but he also told me that we must have the permission of the class president, so Midoriya, I slowly reach out, a little seductively. Deku. What's up, Mina, a little blushed. Mina. Would you give us permission to have the party? Stressing Izuku's hair. Deku. Well me. Mina. Please, whispering in Senpai's ear. Deku. It's okay. Yeah. Deku would go back to where Momo would be, seeing that she would be a little jealous with a terrifying look. Mina. Okay guys, see you tonight. Who's going to help me with the night's preparations? Bajiro, Aoyama, Denki, Hagakure, Tokoyami, Zero would hire at the same time to go with Mina. Mina. Well, we're leaving. See you tonight. So the boys who would go with Mina would change their clothes and soon everyone would be in the main room. Mina. Good guys, let's go. The other boys would be in their respective rooms preparing their Halloween costumes. Deku would be in Momo's room. Deku? Well, and that you enjoyed yourself. Type. Deku? Mom. Momo? What? Deku? Come on, don't get mad, you know Mina was just playing with that. Momo? Of course senpai. Deku? Did you hear that? Momo? Turning around, of course I heard it, and also how you turned red. Deku would get up from the bed where he was sitting and head to where Momo would be. Deku? Hugging Momo from behind by surprise, love, you're the one I love the most, you're everything to me. Momo? Turning towards Deku, you really mean it. Momo wouldn't finish speaking since Izuku would kiss her to show his love for her. Deku? Separating his lips leaving a thread, now you see it Momo, you're the most loved here in my life. Momo? Whispering, cheater, well I think I was a little jealous. Deku? Let's forget about that, honey, it's just a natural reaction. Momo? It's true haha. Deku? Hey. Both boys would laugh, time passed and night would fall, the classroom of the 2A class building would be decorated with many lights and many Halloween decorations, all the students would be in the room, except for Izuku, Kaken and Momo, who would be putting on their costumes. Mina? And where are Izuku, Bakugo and Momo? Kirishima? They must be changing for sure. Denki? Yes, that must be it. The party would begin and everyone would start eating and dancing, the music played everywhere, finally Izuku and Bakugo would arrive at the party. Kirishima? Wow, what great costumes, guys. Deku? Thank you. Denki? Welcome friends. Jiru? And where is Momo? Deku? She told me she would be down in a few moments. The party continued, everyone would be excited, Bakugo and Kirishima would have a competition to see who could eat the most hot dogs, everyone would make their bets, everyone would be so focused on the current. Deku? But how do they achieve that? Momo? Wow I hope they don't get sick. Deku? Yeah that's wow you scared me Momo, since when is she here? Momo? I just arrived ghost, looking at Deku. Deku? But you're not bad either, which, you even have your magic wand. Momo? Hehehe. Mina would end the competition between Kirishima and Bakugo. Mina? And the winner is Bakugo. Kaken? I told you Shark that I would win. Kirishima? You were right, I shouldn't have competed with you. Jiru? Momo, you arrived. Momo? Hello Jiru. Jiru? Nice costume. Momo? Thanks, you also have a nice costume. Mina? Hello Momo. Momo? Hello, my girl. Mina? Well let's continue with the party. The party continued, all the dancers, some of them would be eating, the party was so striking that even the other classes would go to the party, all the UA students would be at the party except for one. Kendo? Hello friends. Momo? Hello Kendo-san. Kendo? Hello Momo, how's everything? Momo? Everything is fine. Deku? Hello, Kendo-san, welcome to the party. Kendo? Thank you, Class 2A President. Tetsutetsu? Kirishima? Kirishima Tetsutetsu? Both would bump fists, the party continued with music, games, food, everything was too fun for the students, in the middle of the room, a dance fight was taking place, and the protagonist would be Mina, who would be winning all those who challenged her. Kendo? Izuku do you have a moment? Deku? Sure. Both would go outside the building. Kendo? As the president of the Class 2B hero group, I offer you a big apology for our classmate Monoma. Deku? Kendo, that's already in the past. You don't have to apologize. I know that you have nothing to do with him. I truly appreciate you. Kendo? Thank you very much, Izuku. Midnight? Hey, what are you doing out here? We're going to the party. Deku Kendo? Professor Midnight, but what are you doing here? Midnight? I'm obviously coming to the party. Cements. Exactly. Izawa? Hey, hurry up, I want to eat something. The UA teachers would also come to the Halloween party to have fun. Mina? Now it will be interesting. Everyone was having a good time with friends, teachers, too many contests, lots of food, karaoke, a big party was taking place at UA, while Deku would go out with Momo to spend time alone. Deku? What a beautiful view, right, darling? Momo? She's beautiful, love. Deku would kiss Momo who didn't expect it, both would take a few minutes like that, but from a distance. Wow, it seems that Izuku already has someone, interesting. Returning to that couple. Momo? Love, you will love me forever. Deku? Of course I will always love you, you are everything to me. Momo? Then, waving her wand, I cast a spell on you to make you fall in love more. Deku? Ha 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 how funny better come here. They would both kiss passionately again, the party would continue as everyone had not been to a party after a long time. Pamp. Class 2 would get ready to go camping, everyone would be excited, but they wouldn't know what would await them on that mountain. On the bus. Mina. Finally we'll all go camping. Hagakure. Yes, I can't wait any longer. Jiru. This will be exciting. Momo. Do they have everything you need? Seiya. I hope it's not too cold. Todoroki. Don't worry, I'll protect you from the cold, hugging Seiya. Mina. Oh, the bride and groom. Jiru. Come on, don't bother them. Mina. It's just a joke. On the way there would be laughter and conversation to kill some boredom, some would have fallen asleep, time would pass, and finally they would arrive at their destination, all the kids would get off the bus heading towards the mountains. Deku. I think this will be a good place to camp, we have a perfect view of the sky, and not far from here there is a small lake surrounded by trees. Momo. Midoriya-san is right, this is a good place. Mina. So here we will do our camping campaigns. Everyone would start preparing their campaigns, some would collect some rocks, small branches and dry leaves to make a campfire, others would start preparing the food they would eat at night. Deku. Guys, I'll go investigate a little if there is danger in this area. Momo. Midoriya-san, I will go with you since it is my duty as vice president of the class. Akiguchi. Don't worry about us, we'll be fine. Kirishima. Midoriya, if you find some branches, you could bring them for the bonfire. Deku. Claro Kirishima. Jiru. Don't take too long, it's getting dark. Momo. We won't be long. So Momo and Deku would go out to investigate the area, but not far away there were some people who would raise something bad. Hey, what are we going to do now? Calm down, yesterday someone spoke to me and gave me valuable information. Flashback. Yes, tell me. Apparently class 2 will go camping in the mountains, and I also know that Izuku now has a new partner. Interesting, and could you tell who it belongs to? Your new partner is? Who would have thought it? Stay tuned. Bye. End of flashback. So my dear Izuku is with that bitch. Shigaraki. Calm down, Toga. Abi. You know she'll never calm down, she's a bit crazy. Toga. Who are you calling crazy? Twice. And then what will we do, Shigaraki? Shigaraki. I have a plan, but first, Dr. Nomus can be created with corpses. Doctor? What kind of question is that? Although I could try. Shigaraki. Okay, then twice, Dabi, I want you to go to the place where Izuku's mother was buried and bring her corpse, and also that of the subject. Dabi. You mean All Might's corpse? Shigaraki. Yes, if we are going to attack that brat, let it be with what hurts him the most. Dabi. Interesting, and I think in this final fight I could finish him off. Shigaraki. Prefieres a Todoroki Soto. Dabi. Exactly. MR compress. It's true that you are. Shigaraki. Well, there's no time to lose, Kurogiri, take them. Kurogiri. How do you say, Shigaraki? Kurogiri would take Dabi and twice to the cemetery where the bodies of Izuku Midoriya and All Might would be. Dabi. Let's get these bags of bones out quickly so we can leave as soon as possible. Twice. Have respect for the dead. Dabi. Shut up or I'll send you to give them my regards. The villains would begin to dig up the ground where the bodies would be, meanwhile with Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Well, according to my source of information they should be around this area, but to make it a little more interesting we will kidnap Izuku, and then we will go to the UA to finish them all, and let him see it with his own eyes from afar. Spinner. And what will we do? Shigaraki. Let's see Muscular, Mustard, come with me, we will go investigate, the others stay. So the villains would go out to investigate where the students would be, meanwhile in the camp. Momo. Guys, let's get together to eat. Mina. Finally eating. Hagakure. I'm starving. Kirishima. I'll eat everything. Akiguchi. Not if I get their first shark teeth. All the kids would eat to their liking, and of course there would be no shortage of soft drinks. Once the meal was over, everyone would gather around the campfire in a circle telling horror stories or anecdotes about what they had experienced. Once it was all over, some would go to sleep. Deku. Guys, I'll take a little patrol. I'll be right back. Momo. Midoriya-san, I'll go with you. Mina. Suspicious. Momo. Why do you say that? Mina. You're welcome, be very careful. Deku and Momo would start their little patrol, but Deku would come up with an idea. Deku. Love. Momo. What's up, honey? Deku. What do you think if we go to the small lake that is here? Momo. That sounds good, honey, let's go. Both boys would head to the small lake, once there they would both sit on the shore of the lake. Deku. I think I'll swim a little. Izuku would undress, leaving only his green bath card, and would enter the lake to swim. Momo. Hey, wait for me. Momo would also take off her clothes, leaving her in a red swimsuit, and would also enter the lake. Momo. It's too cold. Deku. Come on, don't be a party pooper. Momo. Silly. Deku. Ha 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 ha. Both boys would approach each other. Once together they would both give you a very romantic kiss with the moonlight. They would separate their lips and look at each other fixedly. Both would feel the love they had running through their bodies and would kiss again. But this time Momo would go even further than a simple kiss, starting to touch the part that was in Izuku's crotch. Deku. Mom. Momo. Deku. Both boys would start kissing, and each other would start to take off their swimsuits, becoming completely naked, and with the moonlight, they would have a happy moment as they both would say goodbye to their virginity. Time would pass, and both would be very happy. Once they put their clothes back on they would head to the camp, but on the way they would meet someone. Deku. Wait Momo, whispering. Momo. What's up Deku? Deku. Hide. Both boys would hide behind some bushes and see how Shigaraki, Muscular and Mustard would pass by along the way. Shigaraki. Well, if I remember correctly, he told me that I would have to be around here. Muscular. Why are you suddenly silent? Mustard. What's up, Shigaraki? Shigaraki. I think I found them haha. Deku. In his mind, damn. Shigaraki. Come on, Izuku, come out of the bush where you're hiding with that beauty. Deku. Koreaya. Momo would run to the camp to ask for help. Shigaraki. Wow, but who do we have here? Deku. What the hell do you want, Shigaraki, or rather, Tinko Shimura? Shigaraki. Don't call me that, you piece of shit. Muscular. He's mine. Deku. Come here to do the same thing to you as last time. Muscular. We'll see about that, kid. Deku. Come on, show me what you got. Muscular would start activating his quirk and would give it to Deku. Deku would respond seriously with a blow to Muscular's face. Muscular would resume his stance to attack Deku again, but Izuku would not be far behind. With one for all at 100%, he would unleash a great flurry of blows all over Muscular's face. Deku. Let that stop you. Muscular. That's not a brat at all. Muscular would cover himself even more with tissues, creating large fists heading towards Deku to hit him. Deku would receive the blow directly, causing him to retreat even further. Deku. Damn. Muscular. Hahaha. Deku would launch himself against Muscular again with a great leap that would give. Muscular. Come here, you bucking brat. Deku. In his mind, one for all 105% smash. Izuku would give a big blow to the Muscular man in the face that would draw blood from his nose and mouth. Muscular. You're a son of a bitch. Deku. Don't insult my mother, damn it. Deku would give him a great burst of muscular blows for having insulted his mother, causing him to draw more blood from his mouth. Muscular. Ha 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 ha, this is what I meant by a big fight. Muscular would take out more tissues from his body, making him a large monster. Deku would be surprised, since he would know that his fight would be too difficult. Deku. I have no choice but to use that. Meanwhile, Momo will continue running until she reaches the camp. Everyone will be surprised to see Momo arrive alone without Deku, even those who were already sleeping had woken up. Momo. Guys, he said, very tired and out of breath. Dear, what's up Momo, where's Midoriya? Hakken. I'm here for this Deku. Hiroshima. Please speak. Momo. League villains Deku fight. With those words, Bakugo would fly off to where Deku would be, just as Kirishima would run away, but they wouldn't know where he would be. Todoroki. Yayoi Rosu donned to Midoriya. Momo. On the way to the small lake. Todoroki would also run without thinking until he reached Bakugo and Kirishima. Todoroki. Midoriya boys are on the way to the lake. Hakken. Then let's hurry back. Meanwhile, Deku would still continue fighting with Muscular, but he would get tired. Deku. Shit, I'm running out of strength. Muscular. Come on brat, we're still finishing. Muscular with a great stress jump in front of Izuku, grabbing his head and kneeing him in the face. Deku would only cover himself with his arms. Muscular would lift him up and start slamming him against the ground again and again and would hit him in the stomach, making Deku spit out blood. Deku. Damn, I have to use it now. Muscular. It's time to end this damn thing. Deku. In his mind, one for all 115%. Now Izuku's red rays would be more noticeable. Deku would give a big blow to Muscular in the face, making him step back. Muscular would be a little dizzy. Deku. Take this. Izuku would use his black whips to take several trees and hit Muscular too many times. Some trees will pierce through Muscular. Muscular. You're a big son of a bee. Deku wouldn't let him finish speaking as he would give him a big blow with his fist covered with his black whips. Deku. Come on damn, it's time to end this. Izuku would take Muscular and begin to levitate to such an extent that he would be too high. Deku. A hero should not kill unless necessary, but this time it is necessary. Deku would drop Muscular from the skies. Muscular would fall too fast, but Deku wouldn't let him fall completely. Deku? This isn't over yet. Izuku would do it sometimes with his air force in the air making muscular bounce. Shigaraki would just watch from the ground. Bakugo, Kirishima and Todoroki would be arriving. Deku? Now this is over today. Deku would give a big kick to Muscular making him fall faster to the ground. Izuku would use his black whips to create spears to stab the Muscular. Both would fall in a dive and receive the blow. Both would end up injured. Shigaraki. Well, it seems that Muscular died, so we don't need you anymore. Shigaraki would approach Muscular and with his quirk would disintegrate him. Deku would experience this and wanted to vomit, but he no longer had the strength since the one for Al at 115% had exhausted all his energies. Shigaraki. Mustard, could you put him to sleep? Mustard. Clear. Mustard would approach Izuku and with his quirk would put him to sleep. Once asleep, Deku Shigaraki would call Kurogiri. Phone call. Shigaraki, Kurogiri on no terminal. Kurogiri. We're done. Shigaraki. Okay, I need you to pick us up. Kurogiri. It's okay. The call would end. Mustard would drag Izuku's body towards Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Well, Kurogiri is already on his way. Mustard. I hope they arrive pro. Mustard wouldn't finish speaking as he would be interrupted by an explosion. Bakugo, Kirishima and Todoroki would arrive. Hakken. Come on, damn it, give me back my friend or I'll kill you. Kirishima. And this is not a game, activating his quirk in his arms. Shigaraki. Wow, but here we have a gang of idiots. Todoroki. You better listen to us. Mustard. You better shut up, you morons. Hakken. Shinya. Hakken would launch himself against Mustard and Shigaraki, but a large black cloud would come between them. Kurogiri. Did we arrive on time? Shigaraki. Of course, it's time to go. Dabi. Let's see who we have here, but if it's Todoroki. Todoroki. Dabi. Dabi. I'd like to stay in chat, but I have to go, idiot. Shigaraki. Let's go. The villains would be about to leave, but the other kids would arrive at the place. Shigaraki. Ha goodbye slow. Kurogiri began to teleport. Kaken would launch himself against Kurogiri. Todoroki would launch an ice wall, but this would be in vain. The League of Villains would have already disappeared. Momo would fall to the ground too sad. Hakken. Todoroki. Let's go back to camp and pack up. We have to go to tell them about this, but now. Everyone would listen and head towards the camp. Once there they would pick up everything and get on the bus to head to the city. Well, somewhere on the mountain Kurogiri and the other villains would appear. Shigaraki. Lock him up in a cell somewhere. Twice. Of course. Dabi. Wait, where's Muscular? Shigaraki. He was an idiot. Toga. Who cares about that? Twice. And what do we do with the corpses? Shigaraki, Kurogiri, take them to the doctor. Kurogiri. Of course. Twice would take Deku and take him to a cell where he would throw him inside. Twice. Sleep well, hero. Twice would leave and after a few minutes Deku would wake up. Deku? Buck, where am I? What is this place? Deku-kun. Deku? But that's Uraraka's voice. Uraraka. Deku-kun. Deku? But what's happening? Both boys had been kidnapped by the League of Villains and now Shigaraki Tamura's plan would begin. Reality. The UA kids would return to the academy to warn the teachers of what had happened at the camp. Meanwhile, the villains would plan their last attack on the UA. Shigaraki. Well, that's the plan. Dabi. It seems interesting, but tell me what we will do with the idiots who are locked up. Shigaraki. Well, first of all we must leave them vulnerable. Toga. Leave Izuku to me. Shigaraki. Do what you want. Toga. I'll have too much fun with him. Dabi. And where will we get more power? We have already lost several, among them Muscular, Moonfish were two of the strongest. Shigaraki. You're right, but first, Mustard, come closer. Mustard? What's up, Shiga? Shigaraki would take Mustard's head and kill him with his quirk. Shigaraki. I don't need you anymore. Toga. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Dabi. What the hell is wrong with you, Shigaraki? We don't have enough recruits to attack the UA. Shigaraki. Calm down, Dabi, do you remember the bodies I sent you to take out? Dabi. Oh, I understand now. Shigaraki. Check the prisoners, I must speak to the doctor. Dabi. Okay. Toga. I'm going too, I want to see my Izuku. Twice. I'll go with them, I'm dying of boredom. The villains would head to where Izuku and Uraraka would be, meanwhile in the cells. Izuku. Uraraka, what are you doing here? Uraraka. I was kidnapped by the League of Villains a long time ago. Deku. But for how long? Uraraka. Since we graduated from the first year of UA Academy. Deku wouldn't understand well what Uraraka was saying, since it didn't make sense to him. Deku. Like since graduation, I don't understand. Uraraka. It's true, my family and I were kidnapped by the villain's organization. Flashback. At UA the graduation of the first-year hero students was being celebrated, the Uraraka family would also celebrate, but they wanted to celebrate a little more privately, so they would only attend the ceremony, and after that Uraraka would say goodbye to her friends to go with her parents. They would walk happily through the streets, but the city would be somewhat certain, since almost everyone would attend the academy graduation. Uraraka. Parents, what baths to take now? Yes, Uraraka. Well, Achako Mama prepared us a delicious meal to celebrate. This is Uraraka. Well, I want my daughter to have a nice day. Uraraka. I'm dying of excitement. The three would walk through the streets, but a few meters away from them would be a small alley from where Twice would appear. Yes, Uraraka. It can't be. This is Uraraka. Honey. Mr. Uraraka. Step back. But behind them would be Dabi along with Toga. Uraraka. You again. Toga. How long, friend? Uraraka. Dead first. Suddenly the villains would put on a gas mask, as Twice would activate a smoke grenade to put the Uraraka family to sleep. Dabi would call Shigaraki on the phone. Dabi. Shigaraki, we already have them. Shigaraki. Okay, bring them. Dabi. Okay. The villains would take the family and put them in a van where they would put hoods on their faces, so that when they woke up they would feel great fear. The villains would reach their destination and chain Uraraka's mother and father. Achako would be locked in a cell. After a few hours Uraraka's parents would wake up with great fear. Uraraka. Dad, Mom. Mr. Uraraka. Daughter, are you okay? Uraraka. Yes, I'm fine but. The door would open where the villains would enter. Shigaraki. What a nice family reunion. Uraraka. Damn Shigaraki, what do you want from us? Shigaraki. I want to destroy Izuku Midoriya with everything he cares about. Mr. Uraraka. Damn. Shigaraki. Ooh, oh, it seems like the sir has a lot of energy. Dabi would touch Uraraka's mom's body to get some action. Dabi. Wow, but you have them so big, hahaha. Mrs. Uraraka. Please don't touch me, I beg you. Twice. Hey Dabi, leave some for me. Mr. Uraraka. Damn. Leave her. Dabi. Shigaraki, I can take care of the disgusting old man. Shigaraki. Of course, it was starting to bother me. Uraraka. What are you planning to do to my father? Dabi. I just want to have some fun. Dabi would approach Uraraka's father and grab his face. Yes, Uraraka. MFMFMFMFMF. Dabi. What are you saying? Killing you will be a pleasure for me. Uraraka. No, please leave it already. Mrs. Uraraka. No, please don't do it. Uraraka would try to knock down the bars, but it would be in vain. Dabi. Well, old man, this is as far as you go. Dabi would activate his quirk starting to burn the face of Uraraka's father. Dabi would let out a crazy laugh, and Uraraka would scream in despair. Uraraka. No, please stop ye. Mrs. Uraraka would cry seeing her husband die in such an unpleasant way. Dabi would incinerate the father's entire body, leaving him completely burned without any face. His eyes had disappeared, the tissues of the face could be seen. Dabi would go to where Uraraka's mother would be. Dabi. Okay, time to have fun, Twice walking. Mrs. Uraraka. What will they do to me? I don't want to. Dabi will unchain the mother by taking her to a separate room. Dabi. Shigaraki, I hope you don't mind this. Shigaraki. Do whatever you want with her. Uraraka would scream in despair. Uraraka. Damn you all, leave my mother always behind. Dabi. Calm down, you'll be sure later. Dabi and Twice would enter the room where they would begin to detach Uraraka's mother and begin to make her theirs. The mother's screams could be heard. Uraraka was desperate to want to help her mother. Mrs. Uraraka. No, oh please, it hurts too much, please stop. Dabi. Ha 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 ha. This is what I wanted from the beginning. Twice. You were right, Dabi, this is exciting. The screams of Uraraka's mother were no longer heard as they covered her mouth. Shigaraki. Well, they do what they want. Toga, it's your turn. Toga. Hahaha, of course. Uraraka. What are you planning to do to me, damn it? Toga. Destroy your love for Izuku. Toga would enter the cell with Uraraka where they would have a small fight, but Toga would use his knives to leave Uraraka out of the fight. Toga. Now if you don't mind, I'll steal your blood. Uraraka. You're a damn bitch. Toga. Thank you, darling. That flatters me. After several hours Dabi and Twice would leave the room. Dabi. But that felt so good, right Twice? Twice. It's been a long time since I've had fun. Uraraka. Damn you, where's my mother? Dabi. Ooh, don't worry, she went to visit your dear father. Uraraka. But what? Twice. Exactly. Dabi. Your mother is dead and boy did we have a lot of fun, ha 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 ha. Uraraka couldn't believe both parents had been killed. Uraraka would be in shock and would just scream in pain. Abi. Shut up, it will be your turn later, don't worry. Shigaraki would arrive once again where the others would be. Shigaraki. And did you have fun? Twice. Like never before. Shigaraki. Okay, hey Toga, you got that? Toga. Of course, I have it right here. Shigaraki. Okay, twice. Do you think you can create 2 clones of this stupid girl's parents? Twice. Of course, I have no problem. Uraraka. What do you plan to do? Shigaraki. Destroy Izuku Midoriya from the bottom of his heart and make him believe that you are his girlfriend so that Toga can then go with the 4 eyes of Iida and create enormous chaos in the UA. End of flashback. Deku would be surprised by everything Uraraka told him. Deku. But then your parents Iida, it can't be that they knew how to beat me. Uraraka. Please Deku-kun, we have to get out of here, I can't take it anymore, Dabi, and twice I don't want to anymore. But in that Dabi, twice and Toga would get to where they would be. Dabi. Well damn bitch, you know what time it is, true. Uraraka. No, please, not anymore. Twice. But you know you like it. Dabi would enter Uraraka's cell and take her arm. Uraraka had no strength so she couldn't defend herself. Deku. Damn you, leave her or I'll. Deku would let out a great cry of pain as he received a great shock of electricity throughout his body. Deku. What is this? Toga. That's a collar so you can't use your quirk, and every time you try to resist or attack us or try to take it off, you'll receive a huge evil shock of 2 million volts, hahaha. Dabi. Okay, enough talking, let's get to the action. Twice. Let's go. Dabi and Twice would enter the room and begin to take it over. Uraraka's screams were too loud from the pain she felt. Deku in his desperation would try to remove the necklace, but it would be in vain, receiving several shocks of electricity. Toga. Well, I also want to play a little, Izuku-kun. Toga would sit Izuku on a chair, grabbing him and removing his pants, leaving the lower part of his body exposed. Deku. You're a bitch. Toga. Yes, tell me more. Toga began to lick Deku's member so that he would have an erection. Once finished, Toga would take off her skirt and would begin to give Izuku blowjobs. Toga. But how big? Give me more, Izuku, more. Deku couldn't do anything since at the same time Toga was making small cuts on Izuku's body. Toga. Yes, 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 keep going like this, I love it more, I want you to fill me all with your white stuff, more than delicious. Izuku could no longer hold back his desire and would expel everything inside Toga. Toga would make an excited face when she felt Izuku's semen inside her. After several hours Toga would finish just like Dabi and Twice, leaving Uraraka inside herself full of semen. Uraraka. Deku-kun. Uraraka would lose consciousness and faint. Deku couldn't do anything since he was still tied to the chair. Deku. Forgive me, Uraraka. While all this was happening, Shigaraki had already spoken with the doctor. Shigaraki. Doctor, I came to see how things are going. Doctor. Shigaraki is a marvel, the corpses you brought are exceptional, and now they are being turned into very powerful nomas. Shigaraki. Okay, I also need to give more power to the high-end commas, the war is about to begin. Doctor. Understood, Shigaraki. The students would finally arrive at UA and rush off the bus looking for a teacher. Yaoi Rozu would find Professor Aizawa. Momo. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa. Yaoi Rozu, I thought they would be at their camp. Momo. The villains attacked us and kidnapped Izuku. Aizawa. But what? Let's go quickly with the director. Aizawa and Yaoi Rozu would look for the director's office, who would be reviewing some papers. Aizawa entered the office. Aizawa. Mr. Director, we have a problem. Nezu. What's the problem? Yaoi Rozu. The villains kidnapped Izuku. Nezu would put on a surprised face and call all the heroes of UA and the number 1 hero. After several hours, everyone would arrive at the academy where all the heroes would be gathered and also the class of 2A. Nezu. I have gathered you here because the League of Villains has attacked the students of class 2A and I fear that they have kidnapped one of our students. Midnight. We have to act soon. Endeavor. First we need to know how this happened and how they knew the students would go camping. Midnight. But the longer we wait, the more chaotic the situation will become. Nezu. Please heroes, we have to be quiet. Hawks. Okay, so guys, tell us how this happened. Momo. Well, Midoriya-san and I went out on patrol and on the way we met the villains. Midoriya would stay to fight while I would go ask for help. Nezu. Keep talking. Momo. So when I got to the camp I told them what was happening. Hakken. Then I flew out with my explosions to the place where the fight was. Todoroki. I also ran towards the battlefield. Hakken. But when we arrived it was too late, Deku had lost the fight and the League of Villains would kidnap him. Present Mick. But the question is, who would be the person who wants to destroy the UA? From the hallway a person would hear everything and call Shigaraki, and he would answer. Shigaraki. What do you want? Listen carefully, the heroes are talking about you, everyone is gathered in the director's office if Dabi wants to do that this is his chance. Shigaraki. Okay bye. Shigaraki would head to where the league members would be. Shigaraki. Dabi, if you're going to do that, Endeavor is in the academy office. Dabi. I'll enjoy this like never before. Dabi would open a door where he would take out Rei Todoroki. Rei. What are you going to do to me? Dabi. You don't remember me anymore, mother. Rei. Tituya. Dabi would broadcast on the television frequencies making all channels only have one transmission. Dabi. Well let's start, good night pieces of scum, I present myself before you since today we will see how someone dies and I think this interests the number one hero. Kirishima turned on the television in the director's office because news would reach his phone. Nezu. But young man, this is not the time to watch television. Kirishima. It's not because of that, director. Endeavor. It can't be. Everyone would see Dabi on TV. Dabi. And I would like to introduce you to a person who was once special to me but now despises me. Turning a chair around you would see Rei's scared face. At the UA everyone would be surprised. Endeavor. But how? Hawks. It can't be. Dabi kept talking until he finally said his last words and well Endeavor I know you're dying to know who I am, well right here I'll tell you father. Endeavor would be surprised because he would listen to him. Hawks. Did he just call you father? Todoroki. But what? Dabi. That's right, I'm your fourth son, Tuya Todoroki. All the spectators would be shocked to hear this, Endeavor would fall to its knees. Endeavor. This can't be happening. Deku would hear everything from the basement just like Uraraka. Deku. It can't be Tuya Todoroki. Uraraka. This must be a joke. Dabi. Okay, now for some last words, mother. Rei. Please Tuya, don't do it. Dabi. What boring words, well that's all. Dabi would take his mother's head and activate his quirk and start burning Rei, she would scream in pain, Endeavor couldn't stand Rei's screams, and Todoroki would freeze, everyone would be in shock, Dabi would just laugh like a maniac. Dabi. And if you're wondering about your other two sons, father, well, they're dead. Dabi would show images of Fayumi and Natsuo where they are shown with their entire body burned, Endeavor and Todoroki would be shocked and would only scream at you in pain, someone would say that Deku had no words about what he was seeing, all the heroes would not wait and would begin the search for the villains. Or. Once the search for the villains began, the league would begin to move in order to take control of the city. Shigaraki. Well, the scum have already started looking for us. Dabi. What idiots will never find us in this hideout. Twice. Okay, now what? Shigaraki. We have to start preparing everything. Kurogiri. Shigaraki and what will we do with the prisoners? Shigaraki. True, I forgot. You can use them as you wish. Now the priority is to finish off the UA. Dabi. How nice, I can still have fun with that bitch Uraraka. Shigaraki. Well, there's no time to waste, everyone, move now. The League of Villains would begin to prepare all the equipment they had at their disposal while in the cells. Deku. Damn it. I have to take this necklace off. Uraraka. Enough, Deku-kun. It doesn't work, you just hurt yourself. Deku. Damn, we have to find something to take off the collar. Uraraka. But how, every time we touch them or try to attack the villains we get electric shocks. Deku. I have to think of something soon or else it will be too late for the academy shit. Shigaraki would go to where the doctor would be experimenting on the kidnapped people to create high-end nomas. Shigaraki. Doctor, how are we doing with the army? Doctor. This is wonderful, the high-end nomas are receiving too much power and a lot of resistance. Shigaraki. Excellent, that will help us in this war. Kurogiri would teleport to where Shigaraki and the doctor would be. Shigaraki. What's happening Kurogiri? Kurogiri. The heroes have already begun to suspect unusual places and might find this place. Shigaraki. Calm down Kurogiri, no one will be able to find a base more than 800 meters underground. Kurogiri. That makes sense, but you should know how to control all for one. Shigaraki. I'll take care of that, keep watching Kurogiri. Kurogiri. De acuerdo Shigaraki. Kurogiri would disappear leaving Shigaraki and the doctor alone again, who would continue with his experiments, Dabi, twice, and Toga would head towards where Deku and Uraraka would be. Dabi. Okay, let's go have some more fun and then we'll get ready. Toga. How exciting. I'll be able to taste Izuku's milk again. Twice. How delicious. I hope. Dabi. What an idiot you are twice. Deku and Uraraka would continue talking until the villains arrived. Dabi. But look who arrived. Toga. Izuku-kun, I want more of you. Deku. They are bucking disgusting. Twice. But we do it with love. Deku. Don't come to me with that after doing that to Uraraka, how dare you say that. Abi. Well enough with the talks and more action. Abi would take a controller out of his pocket and it would provide a button that would activate the electric shocks in the collars. Deku and Uraraka would scream in pain and would be left without strength. Abi. Well, the time has come. Once again, Uraraka would be taken to a room where they would begin to grape her. Someone in toga would tie Izuku to a chair and grape him. Uraraka's screams were so loud that even Izuku wanted to tear his ears off since he couldn't stand to hear her cries for help. Once they finished, they would lock them up again. Meanwhile, with the heroes. Hawks. Well brats, where was the confrontation between Midoriya, Izuku and the League of Villains? Momo. Through the mountains a little deep in the forest. Nezu. Okay then, Hound Dog, Ectoplasm and Power Leader, you will head to that area. Eraserhead, Present Mick and Midnight, you will search the fishing areas. There was the first battle of young Midoriya against All for One, Cementos, Snipe and Vlad King, you will search in urban areas. Hawks, you will watch the skies, you all have a task to do, so move. The heroes would leave the place, leaving only the director and the students to strive. Nezu. Students, you go back to your rooms. The students would say goodbye to the principal and head to their building. Nezu and Endeavor would stay alone, but the principal, seeing Endeavor devastated, decided not to talk and would leave the office. The students would be on their way to the dorms. Some of their classmates would see Momo very sad. Sayu. Yaoi Rozu, are you okay? Kiro. Momo. No, I know. Jiru. Yeah Momo, it's not normal for you to be like this. Momo. I wouldn't understand. Mina. Explain to us why you are like this. Momo. Well, But a voice would interrupt her and everyone would see Bakugo. Hakken. Stop bothering her with those extras. Kirishima. Bakugo, why do you talk to them like that? Hakken. TSS, hey Yaoi Rozu, I know why you're like this. Momo. But how is it that? Hakken. He told me, I know it was his secret, but he told me because he knew that one day this would happen. Momo. He knew this would happen. Hakken. He didn't tell you to protect you, so only I know, and I know he needs our help, that's why. Hakken would create an explosion to fly through the air and go look for Izuku. The explosion that caused ended up burning all his clothes that he was wearing, making his hero suit appear, taking out some small capsules which he would press a button, taking out his gloves. Everyone would see Bakugo leave. Momo. You always took care of him and you were always prepared, weren't you, Bakugo? That's what Momo would say in her thoughts, shedding a tear. Kirishima. But how is it that? Todoroki. Wow, so they really were always together and he sees him as his brother. Todoroki would remember what he saw in the principal's office and fall to his knees. Todoroki. Tuya, what have you done? Kirishima and Denki would help him up and go to their rooms. Time Skype. It's been more than 2 weeks since what happened. The UA would return all its students home, since it would be closed for the moment. The heroes have been searching non-stop as well as Bakugo. None of the students would have information until now, since Izuku would be about to be dead. Meanwhile, with the League of Bolanos. Shigaraki. Well, you know why I gathered you here, right? Tuya. We know it, and if we're going to do it, it's now. Toga. I'm dying to see blood. Twice. And what are we going to do with the scum in the basement? Shigaraki. They must be dead by now, let them rot. Okay, now everyone go get ready. The League would go to prepare for war in the basement with Deku and Uraraka. Deku? Uraraka, tell me you're still conscious. Uraraka. Two don't know. Uraraka would begin to cry about what had happened since in those 2 weeks Tuya and Twice would grape her forcibly and violently, to the point of asking to die just like Izuku, since Toga, when raping him, would cut him so that he would bleed out and lose too much blood, but footsteps would be heard that would get too close, but the person would not be seen since he would hide in the shadows. Deku? Who's there? Please save me. Deku? What? The subject would throw him the key that could open the necklaces and the keys to the prisons where they were locked up. Deku? Wait. Deku would scream, but the person would no longer be there, but Izuku could no longer take it and would fall exhausted. Meanwhile, the League of Villains would meet in the place they had agreed upon. Shigaraki. Well, the time has come. The League of Villains, along with a large army of high-end nomas, would come out, creating a large explosion heading towards the city. Bakugo would be not far from where the explosion had been created. Hakken. But what? I'll go investigate. Bakugo would head towards the place, while the League of Villains began to create terror throughout the city, destroying everything in its path. Shigaraki. Now behold your new god. Tuya. Haha, god. The nomas killed hundreds of people one after another, filling the streets with blood and fire. The League would head to the UA where the heroes would be waiting for them. Once there, they would talk. Shigaraki. Hello people of UA, today we come to kill you, what do you think? Izawa. DJ of idiots. Shigaraki. Wow, I wanted to be civilized, but it seems we'll do it the rude way. With a single movement of his hand, Shigaraki would give the order to hundreds of Nomas to attack the heroes. The heroes would go into action, starting a great war. Everyone was fighting with all their might, but the high-end Nomas would be more powerful. Izawa. These filths aren't normal Nomas. Present Mick. And until now you realize. Present Mick would give a loud scream, but it wouldn't be much, the Nomu would take him and throw him into the UA, breaking the entire security barrier. Izawa. Ike, dodging the Nomu's attack. Nomu. Don't move. Izawa. Shut up. All UA facilities would be invaded by Nomas, and the heroes would be fighting inside. Ectoplasm would be fighting against several Nomas. Ectoplasm. Damn, I'm reaching my limit and I won't be able to create more clones. The snipe battle would be a bloody one, since the Nomas would not receive damage from their bullets. Snipe. Damn, if I let these things out it will be a lot, but. Snipe would run out of ammunition and would enter the battle with his bare fists, but that would be his end, since the Nomas would take his limbs and separate them from his body, which the Nomas would eat. In another part of the UA, Midnight was facing more Nomas. Midnight. I can't take it anymore, this will be the end for me. Nomu. Already Mikomer T. Midnight without strength and on the floor could not run, knowing that this would be the end, but. Stay away from her, scum. The hero would arrive flying with two feather-shaped swords, slashing the throats of all the Nomas that were near Midnight. Midnight. Hawks. Hawks. This doesn't look good at all. Midnight. We won't be able to hold out for too long. 13 and Cement along with Power Loader are helping with the evacuation. The only way to kill them all would be to burn them. Hawks. But he refused. He preferred to die rather than help. Midnight. You have to convince him, please. Hawks. Damn, okay, I'll see what I can do. Midnight. Thank you, I will continue fighting. But before Hawks left, Midnight would kiss him, leaving Hawk speechless, as Awa and Present Mick would continue fighting but would be seriously injured, and Nomu would be about to attack Present Mick from behind. Azawa. Mick Kuida duo. Present perfect. That. Mick would see the Nomu, but before he could do anything the Nomu would tear his head off, as Awa would see how his best friend would die and how the Nomu would eat Mick's head, as Awa no longer had any power, so he thought the worst, the Nomus would get closer to Azawa until he would hear. Ear. Azawa. That scream is from. Mirio. Harassed head, please rest, I'll take care of these monsters. Mirio would fight with all his power, defeating the Nomus, and he would approach to help Azawa. Mirio. Please hold on, the others are coming. Azawa. Like the others. Ectoplasm would be on his last legs, he could no longer use his quirk and his body would be tired, leaving him immobile. Ectoplasm. Well, I lived a good life. And you will be able to continue living the. Ectoplasm. K. Now he attacks. Yes. The large monster would attack the Nomus, leaving them headless. Ectoplasm. Who would have thought, it's you, Tokoyami. Tokoyami. Let me help you. Dark Shadow. I'll take it. The entire Class 1 would arrive at the UA, but it wouldn't be so easy since some Nomus blocked their way. Kirishima. Don't bother me. Once his unbreakable form is activated, he will launch himself into battle, exchanging fists with a Nomu, just like Sato and Shoji, who will entertain the Nomus so that their other companions will pass. Azawa. But what are you doing here? Leaning on Mirio. Momo. We came to help you. Azawa. This is not a child's game. They should be safe. Todoroki. But if we don't act now, everything will turn into chaos. But Shigaraki interrupted them. Shigaraki. But look who's here, the whole Class 1A. No wait, your precious Izuku isn't here, hahaha. Todoroki. Damn, where did you get it? Shigaraki. That's not how you talk to your god. Momo. You're an idiot if you think he'll be our god. Kirishima, Sato and Shoji would meet with their companions and see the scene. Shigaraki. But just look, if it's Izuku's girlfriend, the great Momo Yaoirozu, the whole class would be surprised to hear that. But it's the one I got from school. Momo. That voice is from. Uraraka. How long, Momo? Alas lamentes. Hawks would head towards Endeavor's house, where he would see that several Nomus would be attacking his house. Hawks. Shit, I have to fly faster. Hawks would arrive at Endeavor's house, and several Nomus would see him land, launching themselves against Hawks to attack him, starting a small fight where Hawks would be losing, since the Nomus outnumbered him so much in strength and number. Hawks would begin to scream into the air. Hawks. Hey ugly face, what the hell are you doing? Come out and fight. Don't you want to live? Just get out of his way. Flames would surround the Nomus and Hawks, enclosing them in a circle. Hawks. Until he decides to leave. Endeavor. Monsters, may my flames give you eternal rest prominence Bjorn. Hawks. Hey, wait, I'm still locked up here. Hawks would quickly fly out of the circle, and the Nomus would end up burned by Endeavor's flames. Hawks. What's wrong with you? You almost burned me. Endeavor. I wanted to make fried chicken. Hawks. Ha ha ha, how funny, now tell me why the hell he's not in the fight. Endeavor. What good would it do me? I lost everything, my wife, my children, and it was all my fault. Hawks. And you'll leave Shoto alone in this? Endeavor would be surprised to hear Hawk's words. Hawks. Shoto is fighting right now to stop the League of Villains, and you're here doing nothing. Realize that you still have Shoto with you. Endeavor would fall to his knees crying, he had no words to express himself. Hawks. Number 1 hero, help us in this fight, we need you, please. Endeavor would rise with a look of determination to give everything. Endeavor. Walking Hawks. So hungry heroes would head towards the UA Academy, meanwhile Bakugo would be searching for the places where he had heard the explosion. Bakugo. Damn, wherever the explosion came from. Meanwhile Izuku was still unconscious, but inside the One for All. Nana. This is bad, he's losing too much blood. First bearer. But what can we do, we are just spirits here. Mom. But. One for All. Let me try something, it might work. The spirit of One for All would touch Izuku, causing him to recover a little. Deku. But what? Nana. Boy, I'm glad you're okay, hugging him. Deku. Thanks but don't hug me so tight my body hurts. First bearer. But what did you do One for All? One for All. He only heals his minor wounds but still doesn't have the energy to fight. Second bearer. Then what good did that do? We can't let Shigaraki continue causing chaos. One for All. That no longer depends on me but on him, pointing at Izuku. Third bearer. It's true now it's up to him to decide what he will do. One for All. So boy what do you decide? Deku. I will do it even if my body is not in condition I will fight. First bearer. You really are unique boy. Fifth bearer. Then don't waste your time here and go. Deku. Understood but what will happen to Uraraka? I can't leave her here in that state. One for All. When you wake up, touch a part of his body so I can do the same thing I did to you, but he still won't have the energy to fight. Deku. Knowing her, she will fight at all costs. Sixth bearer. Then hurry. So Izuku would wake up with too much pain. Deku. It's true I have to hurry, but that voice of who will it be? Izuku would take the key to the collars and cells, opening the lock on his collar and his cell, and he would do the same with Uraraka's. Deku. I hope this works. Izuku would touch Uraraka's shoulder, a glow shone as Izuku saw that Uraraka's small wounds would heal. Deku. It's like One for All said, only small wounds heal, thinking about everything Dabi and Twice did to him. Uraraka would begin to wake up. Deku. Uraraka can you hear me? Uraraka. Deku-kun que pasa? Deku. I'm glad you woke up. Uraraka. What's happening? Deku. I don't know, we have to get out of here now. Izuku would look around seeing an exit but it would be obstructed by rocks. Deku. I got it. Izuku would walk away from Uraraka and head towards the exit. Deku. Okay here I go, One for All at 15%. Izuku would give a big kick, deflecting all the rocks that were blocking the exit. Izuku would go out to see the surroundings and see if he could recognize anything. Deku. It's too windy. But at that very moment when Izuku kicked Bakugo would listen and see where the dust would come from. Pakin. It must be there. Bakugo would quickly head towards where the dust curtain would be looking down, just like Izuku looking up. Pakin Deku. Yes you. Bakugo would go down to where Izuku is. Deku. Little one. Izuku wouldn't finish his sentence as Bakugo would give him a big blow to the face, making him fall to the ground. Deku. I'm glad to see you too, getting up from the ground. Pakin. Look idiot, how could you let yourself be defeated by a couple of extras? It doesn't matter anymore, take this. Deku. What is that? Pakin. Money what else is it, it's your hero suit, get dressed quickly and let's go. Deku. Wait Kakin there's someone else here, follow me. Izuku and Bakugo would go down to the cells and Bakugo would get a big surprise. Pakin. What is she doing here, she has to die. Deku. Wait Kakin listen to me at least. Uraraka. Please Bakugo help us. Pakin. She just spoke. Deku. Escaping Kakin. Izuku would tell him everything the League of Villains planned, Bakugo would be full of rage. Pakin. We have to go now. Deku. Wait, Uraraka doesn't have any clothes on. Uraraka. Don't worry Deku, since Toga was pretending to be me, he must have some of my outfits. Deku. I'll look for them. Izuku would go look for Uraraka's outfits, meanwhile. Pakin. Hey Uraraka, what Deku told me is true. Uraraka. It's true. Hakan would remain silent but would think about just making Dabi and twice pay. Izuku would return with a Uraraka heroine costume. Deku. Here is the suit. Uraraka. Gracious Deku. So the three of them would leave the place in a hurry. Uraraka couldn't move her legs very well, so she asked Izuku to carry her. The three of them would fly in a hurry. Deku. Kaken, what's going on? Hakan. I don't know, but when I was coming here I heard multiple explosions. Uraraka. Why do they do this? Deku. I don't know. Izuku would look back up at some flames. Deku. Hey, look up. Hakan. It can't be. Uraraka. Those are. Deku. Endeavor and Hawks, but they are too fast to tire them out. Hakan. They must be going towards the UA, let them go ahead. Endeavor and Hawks would go at a higher speed. Hawks. We have to go faster. Endeavor. I already know that. But from afar I would notice something. Endeavor. It can't be Sun Nomus. Hawks. Damn it, we can't waste time with them. Endeavor. Get ready, here they come. But a green ray would pass faster. Endeavor. You. Hawks. It can't be. Deku. You two go to UA Kaken and I will stop you. Hakan. Grow older now. Hawks. Hey, who are you calling old man? Endeavor yes, but not me. Uraraka. Don't waste time and leave. Endeavor. We'll talk later, Izuku Midoriya. Deku would just give him a look. Hawks and Endeavor would leave the place as quickly as possible to head to UA. Deku. Good, and now how do we finish them off? Hakan. Exploiting them. Deku. That won't work, they're too tough. Uraraka. But if they char them. Deku. But come on, separate the knives. The Nomus had arrived where Deku and the others would be. Nomu. You guys are the strongest. Hakan. Of course, idiot. Yes. Deku and Kaken would start a fight against the Nomus. Deku. Uraraka, use your quirk on us so we can have more mobility in the air. Uraraka. Okay. Bakugo and Izuku would do everything possible to defeat the Nomus meanwhile at UA. Shigaraki. And well, tell me how you want to die. Todoroki. The only one who will die here will be you. Hey, why are you talking to us like that? We haven't done anything wrong, have we? Todoroki. Shut up, damn it, you'll pay for what you did to my mother and brothers, Dabi, or rather Tuya. Dabi. Ha, they just bothered us in our lives. Todoroki. You're a bastard. Todoroki would launch an ice attack, but a Nomu would get in his way. Nomu. That tickled. Todoroki. Damn. Shigaraki. Kids, I already told you that you have to respect me. Uraraka. That's right, listen to what my love says. Momo. Damn bitch. Uraraka. Ha, that's nothing to me. Shigaraki. I think there's too much talk, why don't we start right away, Nomus attack. Todoroki. Separants in a team of 3 already. Everyone would separate, causing the Nomus to split up, but they didn't count on the lack of their companions and had a greater disadvantage. The first Nomu would go for the strongest ones heading towards Kirishima. Kirishima. So you're coming for me, then don't let me down, unbreakable mode. Kirishima would start the battle against the Nomus, followed by Sato and Shoji, a true fight of strength, while Todoroki decided to go for Dabi. Todoroki. You'll pay for what you did, damn it. Dabi. Don't make me laugh. Todoroki and Dabi would launch a fire attack that would collide with each other, causing a small explosion. Dabi. How weak. Todoroki. Ja. Dabi. K. Several ice spikes would emerge from behind Dabi. Dabi would realize it and avoid them in time. Dabi. Wow, but you need more than ice and fire to beat me. Todoroki. We'll see about that. Todoroki would activate both of his quirks at the same time. Todoroki. T-Monster Totomi Poder. Dabi. Then me too. Dabi would unleash a large whirlwind of fire around him. Todoroki and Dabi would begin a crossfire battle. On the other side were Denki, Jiru and Mineta, fighting against some villains. Denki. Oh god, there are too many. Jiru. Behave yourself. Mineta. But Jiru outnumbers us. Jiru. If you want to be heroes, no, then behave like heroes. Jiru would attack with stun waves, leaving the villains bewildered. Denki. In that case, me too. 1.5 million is volts. Electrocuting the villains would cause them to fall to the ground. Mineta. It's my turn. This one would stick them to the ground with his hairballs. Denki. This was easy, but now comes the worst part. Nomus would approach them quickly. Jiru. Attack now. Jiru would again launch his attack, stunned, along with Denki, who would launch his electricity. Mineta would throw his balls at them so that they would stick somewhere, but it would be of no use, the Nomus were too resistant. Denki. It can't even be a scratch we made on them. Mineta. I don't want to die. Jiru. No one will die today, attack with everything you have. Hagakure would help evacuate the citizens who were in the area, just like Sayu and Kota. Hagakure. I hope we can save them all. Sayu. This is like a Kiro nightmare. Kota. I sent some birds to check if there were still civilians. Sayu. Seriously, how's everything over there? Speaking through her intercom. Zero. This is bad, there are too many wounded and we can barely do anything, Aoyama and we need more help and several villains are approaching, we too can't fight them. Sayu. But there's no one else, everyone is fighting. Zero. I'll let you see more villains approach, ending the call. Sayu. This is bad, we can't handle it, we need them both and the police can't do anything, not even the army, this is chaos. Hagakure. We have to keep helping. Inside the UA facilities. Okoyami. Professor, how are you? Ectoplasm. I'm fine, I just have some wounds. Okoyami. Lean on me, we'll get through this. But when Tokoyami would lift ectoplasm several noises would be heard. Tokoyami. But what? Ectoplasm. It can't be, the Nomus are rising. Tokoyami. But Dark Shadow had decapitated them. Ectoplasm. I don't think it would be enough to defeat those monsters. Tokoyami. Professor, get out of here without me. I'll give you the time you need to get out. Ectoplasm. You're crazy, I can't let a student fight alone. Okoyami. This is not the time to argue, you have to leave now. Ectoplasm would rise with effort. Ectoplasm. No, I'll fight by your side, I don't matter anymore, I'm already an old man. Okoyami. Okay then Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. It is now. Okoyami. That's right. Dark Shadow would cover Tokoyami's entire body creating a harem-dura. Okoyami. This is the Emperor's armor. Ectoplasm. Well it's time. Tokoyami and Ectoplasm. They would start the battle against the Nomus again, Tokoyami would attack the Nomus first with his claws. Tokoyami. Take this, damn it. Ectoplasm would attack using his kicks. Ectoplasm. This is just the beginning, prepare to die monsters. Both would fight against the Nomus, on the outskirts of the UA Mirio would take Izawa to get medical attention meeting up with his companions. Mirio. Najire, Tamaki. Tamaki. Mirio, are you okay? Najire. Puro Racerhead, no. Mirio. Needs medium attention quickly. Tamaki. You're coming at a bad time. All the doctors are busy with the wounded after all this destruction. Mirio. It can't be, this is going further than I imagined. Najire. The UA director is doing everything possible to transfer all the injured to other districts so they can be treated just like the students so that this doesn't get any worse. Mirio. I can't stay here, I need to go help in the fight. Tamaki. Mirio, it's not just at the UA, it's happening here too. We also need your help protecting the wounded from the Nomus. Najire. Trust Class 2. They will be able to handle this dilemma. Mina and Ajiro would help search for trapped civilians while Momo fought against Uraraka. Momo. Come on bitch, show me what you got. Uraraka. You wanted it. Uraraka would take out 2 knives and launch herself at Momo trying to stab her. Uraraka. Don't run away, damn cow. Momo. Shut up. Creating a shield and a sword would defend itself. Uraraka. Hahaha, that doesn't scare me. Momo. Let's see, it's true. Uraraka and Momo would give their best. Bakugo and Deku would continue their fight against the Nomus. Hakken. Damn, they're too strong. Deku. These are not common Nomus, they are high-end ones. Hakken. Like high-end. Deku. They are stronger, you have more resistance and greater speed. Hakken. Karajo. Bakugo would attack them with multiple explosions in their faces, but it barely did any damage, just like Deku who would attack them with multiple blows. Bakugo. Damn monster DE. Taking a Nomu by the head creating a huge explosion which would cause the Nomu to stop fighting. Deku. That's it, hey Kakken, I have an idea. Hakken. Well, say it once and for all. Nomu. Don't ignore me. Taking Deku by his leg, he would throw him to the ground with great force, creating a smokescreen. Hakken. Deku. Nomu. Oh no Grites. Hakken. Shut up. Creating too many explosions, Bakugo continued fighting while on the ground. Izuku and Uraraka could barely get up. Deku. Uraraka, I need you to get to safety. You can't fight in your condition. Uraraka. Puro Deku. Deku. Just do it. Uraraka. It's okay. Uraraka would look for a place to take shelter. Deku. Okay, I don't have to doubt anymore, one for all at 115%. One for all's lightning bolts would be crimson red and the left eye would also change to crimson red. Deku. Okay, here I go. With a great leap, Izuku would rise to the sky. Deku? Oh, Nomu. Nomu? What do you want? Deku? Smai-I-I-Osh. Having hit the Nomu, he would head towards Bakugo. Hakken? Wow, you finally used it. Deku? Sorry for the delay. Hakken? Let's play. Both would start a big fight, Bakugo would create too many explosions, and thanks to his gloves, he would leave several Nomus disoriented, while Deku attacked non-stop, with his fists covered in black whips, damaging the faces of the Nomus. Deku? Kakken, we won't be able to beat them like this. Well, he grabbed 2 trees with the black whips and threw them towards the Nomus. Hakken? You have a better plan. Removing the safety on his glove, creating a larger explosion. Deku? I can't think of one right now, dodging a Nomu, St. Louis smash. Hakken? This is very bad. With his arms creating explosions, he would start spinning around hitting several Nomus, grabbing one by the face. Hakken? Mui. Began removing his second safety from the glove, creating another explosion which this time would defeat the Nomu. Izuku would realize this and would have an idea. Deku? Kakken, I have an idea, but I don't think you like it. Hakken? Delia. Deku? I need you to cover my black whips with the sweat from your hands. Hakken? That's disgusting. Deku? It's the only way to beat them, by making their heads explode. Hakken? And if it worked like that, I couldn't create so much nitroglycerin. Deku? Just do it. Izuku would stop covering his fists and would understand his black whips so that Bakugo would cover them with nitroglycerin. Hakken? This is disgusting. Hey, be careful in the back. Deku? What? The Nomu would attack Izuku, but he would manage to dodge it. Deku? Damn Manchester smash. Hakken? It's ready. Deku? Gien. Izuku would throw his black whips with great force to pierce the skulls of the Nomus. Deku? Well, I can only do it with 6. Kakken attacks now. Hakken? AP Shoto. Autocannon. Launching several explosions directed towards the Nomus that were pierced by the black whips, these would explode from the skull, leaving them lifeless. Deku? It worked well. Hakken? But we still have 10 Nomus left. Deku? We'll have to hold on until then. The battle continued while the other boys would be fighting. Uraraka? That's all you have. Momo? Damn you, you'll pay for this. Uraraka would attack Momo, making several cuts, causing Momo to drop her shield and sword. Momo? You are a. Uraraka would surprise her with a kick, making Momo fall. Uraraka? You're just trash, you should be dead. Momo? Shut up, damn it, you're the one who has to be dead. Uraraka would get on top of Momo. Uraraka? Your time has come, cheap bitch. Uraraka would raise her knives and stab Momo. Momo? I. Uraraka? That screams more to me. The more the knives were placed, the more Momo would begin to lose consciousness, but at that moment. Leave her, stupid. Uraraka? What? The big kick would knock Uraraka off her feet, sending her flying. Momo? But what are you doing here? Even though I don't study here, I still want to be a hero, and I regret everything that happened, so let me help this time. Momo? I was fine, Ida. Ida? Thanks, Momo, now tell me what the plan is. Momo? First, how did you get here? Ida? That doesn't matter now, the important thing is to save people. Momo? Then help people take shelter. With your speed, it will be easier to take them safely. Then you will help here. Ida? Understood. Ida would go to protect the people who were still in that area. Uraraka? That damn 4 eyes. Momo? Your fight is with me. Uraraka? But you're almost dead. Momo would create a steel staff to fight. Uraraka? That's no good at all. Momo? You want to find out. Uraraka would once again launch herself against Momo, who would surprise her with her movements, with the steel staff hitting her in the face. Uraraka? This can't be. Momo? Idiot Krilo. Momo would then attack Uraraka, repeatedly attacking her all over her body. Uraraka? This can't be happening. Momo separaria subastin endos. Momo? Come. Momo would attack Uraraka again, hitting her in the face and kicking her several times and hitting her in the face. Uraraka wouldn't know what was happening. Uraraka? I must go back. Uraraka would go to take shelter. Momo? Don't run away, coward. Momo would go after her, but a Nomu would get in her way. Nomu? I too. Momo? Damn. Kirishima, Sato and Shoji would continue fighting against the Nomus. Shoji? They are too powerful. Sato? We have to resist. Kirishima? We must protect others. Shoji would be defeated in a great fight against a Nomu that would also have several arms. Shoji? Damn. Hitting the Nomu Shoji would create more arms, but the Nomu would not allow it, tearing off an arm, Shoji would scream in pain. Nomu. This is funny. The Nomu would begin to give a great flurry of blows to Shoji, who would not stand it any longer. Sato. Shoji no. But Sato would still be interrupted by a Nomu which would hit him, sending him flying. Shoji no longer had the strength to fight, the Nomu would grab him by the head. Nomu. It's time. Shoji with his last strength would try to free himself, but it would be of no use. Nomu. Muir. The Nomu would crush Shoji's head, leaving him on the floor and crushing him. Sato. No. Hiroshima. Shoji. Sato. They are damned. Sato would increase his strength and would begin to attack the Nomu, hitting him without stopping. The Nomu would not know what would happen. Sato, with all his strength, would tear off one of the Nomu's arms, and with that same arm he would continue hitting him. Sato. D. But when Sato would hit him, a Nomu would come from behind his back, grabbing both of his arms and scratching them, Sato would scream in pain. The Nomu would grab him again, and with one bite would tear off his head. Hiroshima. Nu Osatu. Hiroshima would get distracted and a Nomu would fall for him, sending him flying, causing him to crash into a wall, causing debris to fall on him in the battle between Jiro, Denki, and Mineta. Jiro. This is bad. Denki. Be careful. Jiro. K. The Nomu hits Jiro, sending her flying into some cars. Denki. How dare you, damn it. Mineta. Wait, Denki. Denki would dodge Nomu's attacks and he would climb up to his shoulders, taking his head. Denki. This is for hurting him, damn it. Denki would give the Nomu a big shock, but it wouldn't be enough. Denki. Damn, take this damn 50 million volts. Mineta. You're crazy. Denki would draw too much electricity from his body, the Nomu would resist that discharge, but not for long since Denki would put his fingers through the Nomu's eyes, causing the electricity to reach his brain, which would begin to fry inside. The Nomu would scream just like Denki, since being too much electricity his body would not resist. Denki. Just a little more. The Nomu would finally end up on the floor just like Denki. Jiro would arrive where Denki was. Jiro. You're an idiot because you did that. Denki. Boo, forgive me and I love you. These would be Denki's last words before dying. Jiro would start to cry just like Mineta. Several Nomus would head towards them to surround us. Tokoyami and Ectoplasm would give a great battle inside the UA. Tokoyami. This is wrong. Ectoplasm. Don't laugh, boy. Tokoyami. Dark Shadow, Dark Claws. Dark Shadow would raise his larger claws to attack from a distance. Tokoyami. If this continues, we will have no more strength. Ectoplasm. If so, we will end up as heroes. Ectoplasm and Tokoyami would give their all in that fight, but as Tokoyami said, they would run out of strength and energy, so the Nomus would take them and start tearing them to pieces, killing them. Tokoyami's cape would fly through the air, everyone would see it, realizing that another comrade would fall in battle. Todoroki. Tokoyami. Abi. Don't get distracted, useless. Attacking him with his incineration would burn Todoroki's arm. Todoroki. Damn. Attacking him with his ice, creating several ice mountains with a very sharp tip, would slightly damage Dabi. Dabi. That's nothing. Todoroki would throw a blast of fire at him in the same way, burning his wounds. Todoroki. What were you saying? Dabi. That tickled me. Todoroki would launch himself towards Dabi, attacking him with his fire. Dabi would attack him. Todoroki would create ice walls to protect himself from the attacks. Meanwhile, Deku and Bakugo would continue fighting against the Nomus. Deku. Kaken, it's now or never. Kaken. This is a list. Once again, Bakugo would cover the black whips with his nitroglycerin and Izuku would pierce the Nomus so that Bakugo would make them explode. Deku. Okay, there's only one left. Kaken. Hagamaslo. Deku would attack the Nomu with his smash and Bakugo with his explosions. The Nomu would grab Deku by the leg and send him flying, but Bakugo would catch him by the hand, spinning with his explosions. Kaken. Catapult explosive. Propelling Izuku with great speed. Deku. Saint Louis may I ash. Picking the Nomu in the skull, opening a gap. Deku. Kaken. Bakugo would again use the great explosion of his gloves. Kaken. Mui. Exploding, the Nomu's brain would fall to the ground. Deku. Kaken, we've already wasted too much time. You have to go help them. I'll catch up with you. Kaken. This is it. Bakugo would go at full speed towards the UA, while Deku looked for Uraraka so that they would go help each other in the same way. While Hawks and Endeavor were already arriving at the UA. Hawks. We're almost there. Creating two swords with his feathers. Endeavor. This ends today. Creating two fire spears, he would begin to attack the Nomus that were in that place. Endeavor. May the Nomus rest in eternity. throwing spears directly into their brains, setting them on fire. Hawks would start fighting with the Nomus that were at the bottom who were with the students. Jiru. This will be the end of us. Mineta. I don't want to die. Hawks. Well, don't do it. Hawks would arrive in time where Jiru and Mineta were. Jiru. Hawks. Hawks. Leave now and take your fallen comrade. Jiru and Mineta would leave the place, leaving Hawks alone with the Nomus. Hawks. Okay, let's see if I can imitate that sword fighting style. By reversing one of the swords, it would be directed at the Nomus, turning and passing between them, cutting them in the nape of the neck. Hawks. Oh, it seems that it doesn't work here. Hey guys, follow me. Spreading its wings, it would quickly fly away, taking all the Nomus with it. Hawks. Endeavor has to hurry or this won't work. Dodging the Nomus attacks and cutting off their arms would buy him some time, while Todoroki was still fighting with Dabi. Dabi. Come on bro, get out of wherever you are, this is just beginning. Todoroki would launch an ice attack from a distant place. Dabi would manage to dodge it. Dabi. I found you. When great flames would burn the entire ground, causing Dabi's flames to come out of the floor, Todoroki had already reached the limit of using his ice, so he could not breathe well, since his body was frozen and his fire side would not respond. Dabi would walk towards him. Dabi. Well, it's time for you to say goodbye brother. Creating fire in his fist, he would be about to attack Todoroki, but a great burst of fire would make him retreat. Dabi. Wow, but he's my father, the #1 hero Endeavor. Endeavor. Dabi no, better said Tuia, why did you do it? Dabi. You know better than ever, that's why Endeavor I thank you very much for coming tonight. Dabi would throw a burst of fire. Endeavor. Burning blow. Endeavor would respond, both powers would collide, creating a small fire tornado that would vanish. Dabi. That's nothing. Dabi would draw more fire from his two hands, making the flames grow. Endeavor. Don't do it. Endeavor would prepare to attack by creating fire around his body. Dabi. Take this. Spy would launch his attack directly towards Endeavor and Todoroki. Endeavor. Prominence burn. Both powers would collide again. Bose would maintain his powers, but a wall of ice would surprise Dabi, causing several ice spikes to pierce his body. Todoroki. Father, this is not your fight. I will finish him off. You are the only one who can defeat the Nomus. Endeavor. I leave it in your hands. Endeavor would fly away, leaving Todoroki and Dabi alone. Dabi. Okay, let's continue with our farewell. Meanwhile, Deku would go to the UA with Uraraka. Deku. We're almost there, just a little further. Uraraka. Deku mira al frente. Deku. This has to be a joke. More Nomus would appear in front of them, getting in their way. Deku. Uraraka, you have to get to UA, I'll give you time. Uraraka. Piro Deku. Thank you. Solo Vite. Uraraka would let go of Izuku, falling to the ground using zero gravity to avoid getting hurt. Nomu. Hey, where are you going? The Nomu would head towards Uraraka, but a red ray would get in the way. Deku. Where are you going, idiot? Izuku would hit him, making him step back. Deku. Well, let the party begin. Izuku would once again be thrown into a duel against three Nomus, while Uraraka ran to get to UA. At the same time, Kirishima would be in a fight against the Nomus. Kirishima. Damn you all, I'll kill you all. Non-stop beating of Nomus in his unbreakable form. Kirishima. They will pay for what they did to Sato and Shoji. Kirishima would throw a punch, but the Nomu would stop it with one hand, while another would throw him away with a slap, making Kirishima lie on the floor. Kirishima. Maldición. The Nomu would fall from the sky by surprise, crushing Kirishima with a foot. Kirishima would vomit blood, he could not take it anymore. The Nomu would grab him by his hair, lifting him up, and the other two Nomus would come towards him, hitting him like a punching bag. Kirishima could not take it anymore. Being half unconscious, the Nomu that would have grabbed him with his other hand would take out some claws and bury them in Kirishima's abdomen, causing him to return to consciousness and scream in pain. Several cameras of reporters who were there before what happened were lying everywhere, but they would come in on, so everything would be happening live. The companions who were protecting the people and attending in ambulances would see everything on the news. Seiya. Kirishima. Jiru. It can't be. Hagakure. Someone help him. Returning to the fight, the Nomu would speak. Nomu. What week your time has come. The Nomu was about to kill Kirishima, but a voice stopped him. A huge explosion would be located where Kirishima was. The smoke would disorient the Nomus. Once the smoke had spread, the cameras were able to capture the figure of the person. Mineta. That's it. Dear Hagakure Seiya. Bakugo. Zero. It finally arrives. Aoyama. We are saved. Ida. I have to go back for Kirishima, prepare a stretcher for him. Zero. Hurry up. Bakugo would be in front of the Nomus fighting against them, making them back off so they wouldn't continue hurting Kirishima. Pakin. Damn, if someone came for me. But in the distance a small sound would be heard by Bakugo. Pakin. That sound can't be from Iida's propellers. Iida would arrive where Bakugo and Kirishima were. Iida. Bakugo, I'll take Kirishima. Pakin. Shut up and do it already. Iida would grab Kirishima and rush him away. Iida. Damn, he's losing too much blood, I must hurry. Bakugo would be left alone against the Nomus. Pakin. Now you damn DA. Bakugo would start fighting against the Nomus creating too many explosions, while Momo would still be fighting against the Nomu in front of her. Momo. Curse. Momo was dodging the Nomu's attacks, but even so the Nomu's blows managed to touch her several times. Momo would dodge a blow from the Nomu by turning back and quickly creating two katanas, would begin to fight giving him several cuts. The Nomu would take out more arms and with one movement would take a katana from Momo throwing it far away, leaving Momo only with one. Momo. This is too much. Nomu. You deserve it. Momo. Wait, Nomus don't speak fluently. Dodging an attack from the Nomu, Momo would grab onto the Nomu to jump higher and with a slash would cut off its head, making the Nomu fall. Momo. This wasn't a Nomu. The Nomu's body would begin to disappear, causing Uraraka to come out. Uraraka. Damn, this cost me too much blood. Momo. What do you mean, blood? Wait, you're not Uraraka. Of course it's not her. Momo. What? From the skies Uraraka would fall in front of Momo. Momo. I hope how come there are two Urarakas? Uraraka. That over there isn't Uraraka, it's… The other Uraraka would begin to disappear, revealing the true person. Momo. It can't be. Toga. Of course. Momo. But how? Uraraka. I'll explain it to you later, now we have to kill that damn thing. Momo and Uraraka would launch themselves to attack Toga, both girls had too much agility so much that Toga had a hard time keeping up with them. Toga. Damn it, stop. Uraraka and Momo would continue fighting against Toga, but in one Uraraka would lose control of her legs, causing Toga to hit her. Momo. Uraraka, Toga maldita para. Toga. Oh, I'm much more than that, I even made Izuku-kun mine, he filled me with too much milk. Momo, upon hearing that, would unleash her all, starting to hit Toga non-stop. Toga didn't know what was happening or where the blows were coming from, but at one point, Toga pulled out a knife and tried to stab Momo, but she could barely dodge it as it would hit Rosario, causing Momo to retreat and fall to her knees. Toga. Damn well, your time has come. Uraraka. It will rather be yours. Toga. How? Uraraka would attack her with the katana she had thrown before, cutting off Toga's head, finally ending their fight. Uraraka would extend her hand to Momo to help her get up. Momo. But how is it that you… Uraraka. I'll explain it to you on the way, we must help others. Uraraka and Momo would head towards where Bakugo and Todoroki would be. Abi. You're pathetic bro. Todoroki. You're the pathetic one, idiot. Abi would attack him again with bursts of fire, causing Todoroki to retreat, making walls of ice. Todoroki. I've had enough. Todoroki would begin to cover his body with ice, creating an armor. Todoroki. Divine armor. Todoroki would come out of the ice walls showing himself in front of Dabi. Dabi. What is that stupidity? Well, it doesn't matter, you'll die with that on. Todoroki would start to advance towards Dabi, he would attack him with his blue power, but it would have no effect. Dabi. Damn. Todoroki would hit Dabi in the face, cutting him with the small spikes that his ice-covered hand would have. Dabi. You're a… Todoroki wouldn't let him speak, starting to hit him all over, making Dabi fall to the floor where Todoroki would continue hitting him. Todoroki. This is nothing compared to what you did to my mother and damn Fayumi. Creating an ice dome would cover him so that no Nomu would take him by surprise, but it would be of no use since the Nomus had arrived and would break it. Dabi. You're going to die, idiot. The Nomus would approach Todoroki, but someone fast would pass them by cutting them in the back of the neck. Hawks. Oh really, it's no good here, hey guys, follow me. Rising into the sky Hawks would see a bright fire. Hawks. Wow, it was about time. Endeavor. Nomus I am the strongest so come to me. All the Nomus would head towards Endeavor, thanks to the fact that Hawks had flown all over the city, causing the Nomus to chase them. Endeavor would start to fly higher to be able to release their power, even the Nomus with whom Izuku and Bakugo were fighting would head towards Endeavor. Endeavor. Damn I need to go higher, Hawks I need your help. Hawks. You don't have to yell at me, but why do I say it? If I insist, will you listen to me? Well, let's try increased feather regeneration. Hawks would start to shed too many feathers. Hawks. Okay here I go. Regenerating its feathers for the second time would send them towards Endeavor, as would the third and fourth times regenerated, finally regenerating its feathers once more. Hawks. Sorry Endeavor, I need these feathers to fight. Endeavor would have too many feathers on it, creating 2 wings. Deku. They're like flaming wings, well I have to head towards UA now. Deku would start heading towards the UA, while Uraraka and Momo would arrive where Bakugo would be. Uraraka. Bakugo. Hakken. It seems that they met well, I don't care as long as they help. Momo. This is not the time, rather Endeavor is very high and has all the Namus in front of him. Uraraka. Those wings are very flaming. Hakken. No, those wings are those of a phoenix. Endeavor would start enclosing all the Nomu with the wings. Endeavor. Nomus, may my flames give them eternal rest. By starting to light the whole circle the Nomus would start to die, but as there were too many they would resist. Endeavor. It can't be, I can't handle so many. Touching his chest I would feel something. Endeavor. It's true, I still have this. Endeavor would head towards the center of the circle. Endeavor. Son, please take care of yourself. Endeavor would begin to raise its temperature to the limit, entering the center of the circle, which at the same time would explode, creating a large cloud of smoke, while everyone watched. Hawks. Endeavor. Deku. It can't be. In the ambulances. Ida. Endeavor. Seiya. No. Hagakure. Because. Ida. I have to go with them. Seiya. Claro. Ida would head towards where Momo and the others would be. Dabi. Damn old man that he deserved it. Todoroki. Shut up. Todoroki would hit him again faster all over Dabi's face until he opened his mouth. Todoroki would introduce his fire hand, burning all of Dabi's organs, and then introduce his other hand, creating too much ice to the point that ice spikes came out of Dabi's body everywhere, even piercing his eyes, causing him to die. Todoroki. You deserved it, damn it. Bakugo and the other girls would arrive where Todoroki would be. Hakken. Hey Todoroki. Todoroki. Bakugo. Hakken. You can stand up, extending his hand. Todoroki. I guess that yes, taking Bakugo's hand to stand up. But someone would start to applaud. Hakken. Shigaraki Maltese. Shigaraki. It seems they were able to defeat all my Nomus. Hakken. They were just trash. Garbage design. Hakken. What are you doing here, damn it? Shigaraki. This damn is the one who helped me with the whole plan within the UA. Uraraka. It can't be. Momo. But. Monoma. Come on guys, don't be surprised, because you think Dabi knew the location of your camp, because he knew that Momo was the partner of the damn Izuku, or where Izuku's mother was hospitalized to be killed, or what was the exact moment for Dabi's transmission to the entire city. Todoroki. Damn. Shigaraki. He was the one who always gave me all the information, but now that everything is ready. Shigaraki would take Monoma by the neck. Monoma. What are you doing? Shigaraki. You're no longer of use to me. Killing Monoma, everyone would see it on the news, listening to every word. Jiru. That damn guy. Zero. How could he do that to Izuku? Mineta. Monoma deserved it. Everyone would stay because of what had just happened. Shigaraki. Hey Bakugo, you said my Nomus were trash, but these aren't. Everyone would be surprised as a monster would pierce through Uraraka's abdomen, causing her to fall to the ground. Shigaraki. Dead. Just when the monster would attack them, someone too fast would save them all. Momo. That was. Hakken. No, this is much faster than that time at the gym. Todoroki. No doubt. Ida would arrive where everyone was. Ida take Momo and Uraraka as fast as you can now. Ida would be too surprised. Ida. Okay. Shigaraki. Wow, look who's here. The cameras captured it, showing it on television. Seiya. It can't be. Jiru. This isn't a joke, right? Zero. But how? Mineta. I don't understand. Ajiro. I can't believe it. The monster would head towards where Shigaraki was. Shigaraki. Good. A small curtain of smoke would rise at the same time it would disappear, showing crimson red and emerald green rays. Deku. This ends here and now Shigaraki. Eternal darkness. Shigaraki. Wow wow wow, look, the hero who returned from hell finally arrives. But Deku wouldn't listen to Shigaraki. Deku. Uraraka, answer please. Oh no, the bleeding won't stop. Trying to cover the wound with his hands. Deku. Damn, it doesn't stop. Ida. Midoriya, be careful. Shigaraki. Don't turn your back on me, you bastard. Throwing an attack at him, but Bakugo and Todoroki would stop him. Hakken. We were barely able to stop that. Todoroki. He's very strong. Deku. Ida, take Uraraka and Momo out of here, give Uraraka medical attention. Deku would look at Momo. Deku. Momo, do you think you can stop the bleeding? Momo. Of course I will not allow him to die. Iida. Okay then I'm leaving. Iida would take Momo and Uraraka at full speed to where the ambulances would be. Deku. Shigaraki. I know this will be performed by this. Shigaraki. As if I wanted your forgiveness. Meanwhile Iida on the way. Iida. Yayoi Rozu, how's the bleeding going? Momo. Terrible, loses too much blood. Iida. Damn, Uraraka, if you can hear me, hold on a little longer, we're almost there. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.